We opened last week with some of the rainfalls at Orange Twist City, early on the morning of Julius and Pequod's wedding. We had them split into two groups, talking, worrying, and mostly just having a good time in anticipation of what was to come. Conversations of hope and happiness leading into what would be a very nice day for them. Meanwhile, back at the Ranger Barracks, Ash went to rest after a day of hard training in preparation for him undergoing Ranger selection. Good conversations were had with the other members of his squad about his past and future. One of the things brought up was how not too long ago, he would have been very welcome at that wedding, and his mistakes had driven him to where he is. They were then given a mission to check up on a group of UIR sighted doing some unknown things in the Leo 1 system. The Rainfalls returned to the apartment, getting more preparations done, when Julius, in an attempt to talk the Spartan kids into calming down, had a terrifying vision of Ash descending upon their wedding and objecting, only to tell them to keep up the good work. Meanwhile, on the way to the mission, Ash and the Rangers had discussions about the UIR's civil war internally, and how he may need to open up his mind to the fact that he may not be able to be with Ceres for the rest of his life. The female Rainfalls went off to get dressed and ready for the wedding in Watertown, before being greeted by Tommy in tactical gear helping to protect them. Ash and the Rangers met with General Spears and were debriefed on their mission before heading out. The male Rainfalls were getting ready as well, only to again be greeted by tactical Tommy. Ash and the Rangers, on the planet, prepared for an ambush with a Sergeant Lyons of the Marines. Meanwhile, the wedding began to get underway with guests trickling into Watertown. Many people were met to, some awkward moments and conversations were had. Good Ash was ever present, but nothing was able to ruin the beautiful atmosphere. The ambush with the Rangers and the Marines went perfectly to plan, and then the wedding itself began. After being walked down by her father, Pequod and Julius were finally wed in a tear-filled and beautiful ceremony. They were given a wonderful moment together, celebrating their love. Back on the planet, the Rangers, Ash, and Sergeant Lyons found an unknown monolith. They weren't sure what it was, but the UIR was working on it and seeming to be wanting to exhume it. It seemed to be both made of rock, but organic at the same time, and was about 300 years old. Just to be safe, they blew it sky high and reported back. We ended with the wedding reception at Tommy's restaurant. Everyone basking in the well-deserved celebration of what had just happened. We ended with them continuing their relationship much in the same way it began, joking and having fun together as best friends, only now they were also officially husband and wife. And I believe that is everything.
Yep. All right. So it's the day of days. You're going to be going out to the planet where the Ark is, find the cubes, fight the cult. They know where it is. You know where it is. Everybody here knows they're deploying within an hour and a half or so. Julius, you're you were hanging out with Mama Lan and Sunny, and you're making your way down the hallway. Go.
He makes his way down the hallway, stops right behind these three, and looks at the TV that they're watching.
They are watching Ash's acting from Chance's platoon. They are rewatching the scene where he gets gunned down by the Viet Cong, as they were. And you see Ash getting throttled by bullets, falling over. They all laugh in their own way, and then Samuel replays the scene. And Samuel has his arm around Good Ash.
Julius looks at the three of them, and then at Good Ash, at the scene that was just replayed, and shakes his head. You guys have fun with that. And Fletwick turns around as Julius walks away. We are, thank you very much, my prince.
Best scene in movie. Watch again.
Julius rubs his face, shakes his head, walks up behind Banksy.
Now Banksy's got 2 smoothies, but he's just staring in the door. And he's just looking, he's got his gear on, he's ready to go, but he's just looking blankly in the door because Pequod and Icy, as if it's just any other day in the office, they're grabbing each other, laughing, watching a Spider Chance episode, the animated series.
Julius peeks past Binksy's shoulder, pats it a couple times.
He jumps.
Hey. He gestures towards the girls. How are they able to do that right now?
We married some weird. He looks down at the smoothies and just hands you one, women.
Yeah, we did. I'm over here, complete nervous wreck, and they're decisively not.
Just having a good time, like it's potentially not the end of the universe.
Julius nods. Yeah, potentially not the end of the goddamn universe. Takes a long sip of the smoothie.
He will open the door as the cackling abates. Continues. You first.
Yes, sir. He steps in.
You hear, haha, take this, Spider Colonel, as Scorpion attacks Spider Colonel. They're both just laughing.
Oh god, you gotta love Scorpion.
Pequod turns around, hey, winks at you, wiping snot away from her nose. She's been laughing so hard.
Julius chuckles, winks back. Hey, you two seem to be having fun.
Icy will move out of the way so you can sit down and pat this.
He takes a seat next to her.
This is a good show, Julius. I just purchased the rights for it. It's going to be on the streaming service. It's an excellent show.
Very, very smart. I don't really agree on the quality of the show, but it's funny at times.
She'll gesture for the smoothie.
He'll hand it to her.
She'll start drinking it. It's an excellent show. The animation quality is great. Scar's voice acting is second to none.
Yeah, his voice acting brings a certain je ne sais quoi to it. Very monotone.
Icy has paused the episode. Pequod drinking the smoothie. Nervous?
You know, not as nervous as I ever am.
Gonna be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We got it. He puts his hand on his thigh, on her thigh, and taps it a couple times.
She'll just crawl onto your lap.
He is very obviously nervous when he puts both of his arms around her waist and brings her in for a tight hug.
Just relax. I know it's simple and easy to say, but treat it like any other normal day until we hit the ship and gear up.
He nods. Yeah. Easier said than done, you're right on that, but I think I can do that.
Besides, we have you two. And she just points at you and then I see. Wombo combo tewas. GG.
Yeah, we could. He looks over at Icy. It's pretty similar to Wombo combo someone, honestly.
She nods her head. If it makes you feel any better, Lorelai's accompanying us to fight.
That it does make me feel quite a bit better, actually. I've never seen her fight, but I know for a fact it'll make the entire battle 10 times easier.
And Ash is downstairs doing the last preps on his mobile suit. Suletta's mobile suit. We'll be okay. She winks at
He smiles at her. Yeah, we'll be just fine.
Alright, Azrain.
Julius looks up at Banksy. I'm letting that one go, because yes, we will be right as rain.
Pequod, think of it this way. She'll turn your head towards her. We just have to do this, and then Ash is gone. She kisses you lightly on the lip. And then we all get to move on with our lives. Together.
His eyes immediately widen. A smile comes across his face and he gives her another light kiss. You know what, honey? You are so right.
One last obstacle, and then we're all moved on as a family. And Ash can move on and do whatever Ash is gonna do.
He nods, leans back, takes a deep breath. Yeah, just gotta get through this one mission, and it's home free, set sailing. It'll be good.
Icy Blaze is coming too, if that makes you feel better. Patch your thought.
So, that also makes me feel better. Honestly, the only reason we made it through the Archfiend incursion, not even because we almost got, nuked by good old Laz, is because he was around us.
Icy, do you think she would have fought with us in this battle?
Stares at the door. Oh no, did she fight in the battle to get her best friend back?
Pequod, I don't think so, yeah. The pilot was, not Laz.
Julius looks at Pequod. The pilot that wasn't sanctioned to fight in the battle, but yes, the pilot was also in the battle.
And has it been a problem since? She just blinks at you seductively.
No, you've been a very good girl.
She nods her head, see? And I'll be on the ship the whole time this mission. I mean, I'm gonna be in harm's way. I have to dock with whatever ship they're using, whatever frigate they're using to offload Spartans and Blaze, but that's it.
Julius nods. There's always a sliver of chance of harm in this line of work. All we can really do our best is to control that sliver of chance.
I vote we bring good Ash. 2 ashes. Pequod, no.
Well, now, hold on, honey. Let's hear her out. It could be used as a distraction with Tewaz.
He hates Ash, that Tewaz guy, from what I understand, because Ash always talks back to him.
Tewaz does hate him quite a bit, so if there was anyone he would go after first, it would be good Ash.
Didn't he punt kick him last? Sorry.
Yeah, he got Ash onto all fours, ran back a bit, and then ran up and punt kicked him.
Was that before or after he spilled classified information?
After.
Pequod nods her head. It's been so long. And I was in such shock when I saw the clip originally. Yeah.
Oh, trust me, you weren't the only one in goddamn shock.
And Pequod, it was like back in the Headhunters. There was a part of me that wanted to be a high-ranking officer and that stuff. She shuffles in Julius's lap, and I would look at Ash and say, like, I should model this part of myself. Now I just, yeah, I'm glad I didn't. Nah! She puts her hands up to the air. I say, what are you doing?
Julius starts to laugh. Little brother!
How could you? Thanks you, huh?
Julius chuckles, shakes his head. Oh, I just imagining Ash on the day of our wedding on the frontier.
Is that supposed to be his reaction?
Yeah, it'd be basically cursing us to the sky. Little brother, why?
I see. Well, at least good Ash was there.
Yeah, and I'm sure he looks at Pequod. Your father and General Lorelei very much enjoyed good Ash being there.
Did you see how Lorelei was just glaring at him at the reception the whole time? As if it was
I-
the real Ash?
I legitimately thought she was gonna pull her bow out and shoot the fucker.
I'm pretty sure if Krellin wasn't a significant alien race, she probably would have killed him. But then again, she did approve the Good Ash morale program. Which, speaking of which, we gotta get rid of Good Ash at some point.
Again, another reason why I think bringing good Ash along is a good idea.
We are definitely not having that anywhere on Rainfall Lane or the Academy, which falls into Rainfall Lane, so yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't need mom and dad to walk around the corner one day, see good Ash, and freak out demolishing a mannequin.
Besides, imagine being a student I'm sure the academy is going to be pretty illustrious. Imagine being a student and you walk in and good Ash is there greeting you at the door.
Here's how it would probably go. I just got out of basic, happy that I got assigned to the ODM Academy, wanted to do it my entire life. I walk through the doors and is that a goddamn mannequin with a cigar hanging out of its mouth?
And an eye patch and an old sneaking suit and a bunch of unloaded guns. They even took the time to make it smell like Ash. Coffee, cigarettes, whatever sherbert he likes.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head. I would immediately lose all hope in my situation.
Maybe we could send it down to Saris. Icy shrugs. Maybe she beat it up or something and make her feel better.
Maybe Integra will.
Icy nods her head. Pequod, maybe it would give her the spark she needs. Even when she was down and out when we first got her back to the apartment, just the sight of Ash would almost pull something up in her, dredge something up like a fervor for battle and death.
Have at the Ash.
Icy, didn't she challenge him to a duel down on Gateway?
Yeah, she did. We had to stop that one pretty quickly.
I'm coming for you, Ash.
Those
We're not the days. We're not the days.
Yeah, we're not the days.
Was stressful. Poor Integra. Jirik or whatever his name. Jiren, that was his name, was around. I was stressed all the time. These are better days. Pequod, exactly. No, drink. And holds the smoothie up to Julius.
He takes a sip of the smoothie, pats Icy on the head. Yep. You know, out of all those things, I'm just so happy that we kicked Jaren's ass so much that he had to retire.
Medical discharge. Never allowed back. Wheelchair bound. She pats the track.
He shakes his head. It's a damn shame. Absolute damn shame.
Banksy, surprised it never happened to Ash.
Ash is still, a part of the squad. We can't just do that to him.
Pequod puts up her hand. No. We always take the high road. Ash chose the low road, let him stay there. That's where he belongs. We'll always take the high road. Banksy just crumbles at her.
Julius chuckles. Trust me, Banksy, it's crossed my mind before, but we're professionals. We have to be professional.
We'll never, ever, she's looking between both of you, both the boys, stoop to his level.
Julius looks at Pequod, then over at Banksy, then back at Pequod. Fine.
Banksy nods, yes, ma'am, under his breath. Pequod, we have to set the example.
He sighs heavily. Yeah, I suppose.
Trust me, I would have loved to have been in Krellin's ear, which he doesn't necessarily look like he had. Anyway, been in his ear and said, go up onto the stage and say, me, Ash, sit on babies. But I didn't.
He shakes his head. You have a lot more control than you think you do, honey.
Pequod taps her chin with her finger. Well, we're better than him. She shrugged. Takes a sip of the smoothie.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
We will not stoop to his level. Ever. She looks between you both again.
I suppose not. Right, Banksy?
He nods his head. Pequod, we are the Rainfalls. Officially now. She pulls up her ring.
He smiles at the ring, gives her a kiss on the back of the neck. Mrs. Rainfall.
Been waiting for this. I like the ring of it. Of the name, I should say. Both. Banksy, yeah, Patricia Rainfall, Pequod Rainfall.
So I always liked the ring of it.
At least she didn't cry on your name change paper.
Julius chuckles. You're still on about that. When you're obviously the favorite kid.
Me? She looks at you.
Yes, you.
Banksy, I always thought she was the favorite too. Banksy, I don't think so.
Well, I definitely do.
Pequod thinking, yeah, I think she favors you over Julius.
Ooh, look at that. 3-1. Shame.
I see, but Strawberry is an original nickname. Not that
And
mine isn't, but it was the first nickname for a kid.
Okay, I see. Your nickname translates to Ice Storm.
Which
And she
is a
says
lot cooler. He makes me.
It's a lot cooler, and she says it in ancient Elvish. Mine is Strawberry.
I see. Yeah, well, you didn't threaten to kill her like I did. Or did you?
Who says I didn't threaten to kill her? I was very angry at her for a very long time, Icy.
Pequod, you need to just get over it. I see. Yeah.
He nods, pets Icy on the head again. She loves you a lot. Arguably more than me.
Pequod, I screamed in her face for like 20 minutes straight. She can forgive a lot, I think. You remember that? And then I thought she was gonna kill me.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you also decked her, didn't you?
Pequod, thinking back, I might have. If I did, I probably blocked it out of my mind because I probably felt bad after doing it.
Julius chuckles. Mom is a very, very forgiving woman, especially to those she loves.
Pequod, I know I felt horrible about Snarf, but I also felt horrible for her passing up on a missed opportunity. Then I felt even worse when it was like, well, she's like Dad Hunk all this time, and there's the hag right in between the two of them.
Yeah. So, before I witnessed their first date, I was terrified because, like, what if this isn't the right choice? What if Laz gets angry and goes off on all of us? Even though just me and Icy alone could have stopped her, that isn't the point. A lot of things were playing around in my head, and I was sort of stressed. And then I saw their date, and I was like, God damn it, that's the right choice to make.
I see. Wasn't that the one that like we all kind of set them up on?
Yeah, all you girls set them up on, and then me and Ash were keeping an eye on Sunny and Flavor for their first date.
Pequod playing with Julius's chin, then he got bulldogged for the first time. Well, maybe not the first time.
That dude just would not let go of that conversation.
I see. What'd you do? Walk away?
I patted him on the shoulder and walked to the apartment.
Banksy, you should carry a stealth field generator. I guess it's not a problem anymore.
Julius looks up at Banksy. No, that's a good idea. I should.
Lacey beats the hell out of levitating pasta plates.
He covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Oh, poor Tommy. Poor Townsend, but also poor Tommy.
Still playing with your chin. Too bad Tommy won't join us in battle. Tawaz, this is the end for you. Banksy's
Oh, Tewas wouldn't stand a chance against tactical Tommy.
I now present you Julius Rainfall and Nicole Rainfall. Okay, go kill him.
As he runs away and turns on a stealth field generator.
Where he just hits him in the head with the football and Tawaz explodes.
You know what? I do actually wonder what would happen if Tommy, a force of good, and Tawaz, one of the biggest forces of evil within the universe, met and clashed together. What kind of reaction the universe would have to it?
I see. Well, Lorelai and Suletta and me a little bit were concerned about Krellin and Tommy meeting. We just kind of thought the universe was going to implode. Wow, alien. Ha ha ha.
Why were you concerned about the universe imploding?
The last Star Child meets the weirdest but coolest. She puts up her finger, man, in the universe. He was great at the wedding, Pequod speaks up. He didn't even give Lorelai a chance to object.
Yeah, he was always smart like that. That was one of our biggest worries, and he just knew.
I'll pronounce you my wife.
Yeah, that was quite possibly the perfect day.
Gonna be the minister at mom and dad's wedding.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Mom and Dad
I
would
want
love
him
it.
for my wedding. She speaks up.
Julius laughs. Maybe that's another Rainfall tradition. Tommy orchestrates your wedding.
I want my wedding at Rainfall Lane. Pequod sure would be nice to see it. Classified.
Yeah, it would be nice to see it.
Construction's going well. Underground bunker almost done. Banksy nods his head. Pequod just glares at it.
Things are working pretty quickly down there, aren't they?
Banksy, yeah, well, things are ending here pretty quickly.
True. He looks up at Banksy. You sure even, I can't go down to see it?
Nope. General's orders. That's Lorelai.
Damn it. He shakes his head, looks at Icy. You don't think we can pull some strings? I mean, it's General Lorelai.
I see. I might be able to find a way. Apparently, even the students that come to the academy will be blindfolded upon arrival.
Let me guess, just in case they're a spy for someone who wants to assassinate the leader of EarthGov, or if they're a spy for Ash.
She nods her head. Pequod, now get in there in her Ash voice. You get in there and get into Rainfall Lane and find little sister.
I want to tell her how much I wanted to object to her wedding.
Saris is waiting.
Oh, God. Out of all my nightmares that I've ever had, that daymare was probably the most terrifying.
Pequod playing with Julius's chin. Still, you two think you had it bad with Hunk being kind of a dick to Banksy. Back at Raven Rock. Oh, there's my Julius. I'm gonna go talk to. Oh, and there comes Ash round the corner.
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, well, I suppose it's a tiny bit more fair when we're speaking about Raven Rock. There was 5 other people he could talk to, but still, I would have liked to have some private time with you just so we could have a conversation.
I liked hanging out with him and Saris, but not all the time. And yeah. She puts her hands up to the sky again.
He drops to his knees and starts punching the ground. Why, little sister, why?
I see. Is it like the end of Planet of the Apes or something? Be God, exactly. We
Yes.
came up with it at the reception.
That's why we were laughing so much at the head of the table there.
Did you two always make fun of Ash like this, Banksy speaks?
Yeah, it's pretty much how our relationship got started.
Calling him weird for talking about airships.
Yeah, airships. Although I couldn't say much about that. But talking about airships, trains, the whole Gods of this Moment situation. That was the biggest factor to our relationship.
Guns, Pequod speaks up. I mean, Saris told me he tried to apologize with a gun frame.
Wow. That's certainly a way to apologize. I don't know if it's not a good way.
I see guns are cool. Pequod, you don't. Yeah, whatever.
Julius looks at Icy. If Banksy made you mad, really mad, God forbid he does, and he came up to you, knocked on your door, you answered it, and he gave you a gun frame and tried to apologize to you, what would your reaction be?
She thinks for a second. I would probably be like, "This is the best you can do." She's
Exactly.
nah. He does it again, holding the tortoise, shuffling it to Julius. So you hold it.
He holds the tortoise. They betrayed me. What have you done to my little sister, Julius? What have you done to her?
We should totally tell Lorelai that one. She's not Ash's biggest fan. Might put her in a better mood.
Yeah, maybe it will. And maybe we can get a Planet of the Ash of Apes, or Planet of the Ash greenlit, or something like that.
Pequod Rainfall Productions will be in full swing in a few years, so yeah.
He nods. So what's the first movie that you guys are planning on producing?
Pequod, I'm not really sure. We have to discuss that with Davine. She is the director.
Alright. Well, as long as Dad is shirtless and somehow oily on the first movie, I'm sure she doesn't mind.
Covered in spray butter or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Pixie shakes his head. As speaking of Mom and Dad, Pequod will give Julius a kiss. And shifting down here, Davine and Suletta are at a booth. No food yet. Hunk is in the back helping the random robot. Suletta's as calm as per usual, cold as ice.
Davine's just looking around, tapping her fingers on the table. This is a very nice place. Very homey.
Suletta nods her head. A favorite spot of mine and my husband a long time ago.
It's very beautiful. I'm sure they have delicious food.
Oh, yes, they do. Interesting. Good breakfast. Not really anything else, but the breakfast is amazing.
Well, breakfast is the most important and most of the time, in my opinion, the best meal of the day.
Suletta nods her head. She's just reading on her wrist computer, looking at Ash's mobile suit.
She rubs the back of her neck. Are you nervous at all?
Suletta looks up at her. No.
Huh. That's quite impressive, actually.
She raises an eyebrow. What is there to be nervous about?
She shrugs. I don't know. I'm not usually nervous for battle.
Maybe it's because now you actually have something to lose.
That is a very large possibility. I don't think it's my favorite thing to see the kids separated from me and their father. Something could happen to them and we might not even know about it for a while. I suppose that's a worrying part of it.
Suletta nods her head. I can understand that. I think I would be nervous if my memory Ann was in the fight. So.
She nods. Definitely. I know they can handle themselves perfectly fine. I mean, once Tewaz gets his void abilities taken away, he's, to our knowledge, only human, so they'll be completely fine, but I guess it's a mother's job to worry.
A good mother would, and should. But I wouldn't worry too much. She winks at Davine. Lorelai enjoys your son. She'll make sure him and Nicole come out in one piece. She's going to be joining us.
Davy nods. I'm sure I'll be able to learn a thing or two from not even just watching her, perhaps just watching battle footage of her.
Suletta closes her wrist computers, and for as much as I hate giving him credit, Asherion applied himself over the past couple months very well. I have no concerns about fighting alongside Asherion.
Well, good. If you had any concerns, I'm sure Julius and Icy would vouch for you and have him assigned somewhere else.
He may be a fool, but he doesn't want to lose.
I think he may be a fool, yes, but I think he would be an idiot if he wanted us to lose.
Hunt comes out with some plates, eggs, bacon, slides one to Shaletta, sits down next to Davine. Tea. Makes Davine's tea for her. Doesn't say anything, just slides the plate and starts making Davine's tea. Doesn't want to interrupt the conversation.
She smiles at him, looks down at her plate. But yes, I'm happy that you're coming along too. I suppose it was always a possibility with something this serious that you would be helping out with us. But the fact that you are makes me feel a lot better.
I quite enjoy it. It's been a long time since she thinks back. Since she pulled us out before a couple weeks before the boys left with Malcolm, actually. Puts his hand on her thigh.
Davy nods. Oh wow, that would be 3 years, give or take?
She let up. It feels like lifetimes ago. But it was fun.
Does your connection to the aerial lessen over those 3 years? Or
No,
does it
I
always...
practice with it. I practice with it constantly when I have time.
Oh, okay. She nods, takes a bite of her food. Looks up at Zuletta. You were right, this is quite good breakfast.
Excellent breakfast. Hunk, I made it with the help of the robot.
Davin looks over at him, smiles, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and puts some egg up to his mouth.
He'll take a bite. Now, the important things we gotta cover today isn't really the battle. Do you know what's the most important thing?
What's that?
Making sure our wedding's better. So let us start laughing.
Davin sets her fork down, clasps her hands together. Correct. We have to make sure our wedding is the best.
It's going to be, and I've been studying their footage. The smaller group, we're only gonna have the apartment group, right?
Yes, apartment group, family, and a few family friends there.
And who Hug's pulling up a list is gonna be the family. Tommy's gonna be our minister.
Yes, Tommy's the minister. The family friends would be Sasha and Towns.
Got it.
And then, I don't know, do you think anyone else would want to join the wedding?
Hung, I think there's a lot of people that probably would want to be there. Doesn't mean we have to have them.
Giving shrugs. That's very true.
My
All
parents, I'd like to be there. But besides that, I don't want a gigantic crowd like Julius's, that's for damn sure.
I would very much agree on that. I could only think of Sasha and Towns. If you want no other family friends to come, I have no issue with that.
Hunk, I don't. There's only one person really I don't want to come, and Ash isn't in the consideration because he wrote himself off that ticket a while ago. But I don't want good Ash at our wedding. So let her sips her tea.
Perhaps we could get the kids to accidentally lose good Ash somewhere before our wedding occurs.
It's time to, as Hunk will sip some of his coffee, pull the Istrom trump card.
Davy nods. We must pull the Istrom trump card. I do not want to look out across the aisle and see good Ash waiting there at the end of it.
They even put a lit cigar in his damn mouth during the ceremony. I just... Ugh. He shakes his head.
I honestly don't understand how it stayed lit.
I have no idea. Those three are an enigma to me.
When they get together, they're all quite smart. I suspect it's mostly Samuel and Krellin who are the brains of the operation, but those three together are quite smart.
Hunk's gonna put his arm around Davine and pull her in. Yes, they are.
She leans on his chest, gets some more egg, puts it up to his mouth.
He'll take it and do the opposite and take some sausage from his plate and put it up to her mouth. Protein.
She'll take a bite of it. Yeah, protein. Eggs also have protein. I'll have you know.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Need to have a full stomach.
She nods to herself and pats him on the chest. We'll be fine.
Oh, I know we will. I have full faith in my children, trust me.
As do I. She nods. I'm sure Julius will protect Icy, and Icy will protect him. I believe they've always worked well together, even from the first time they've met, from what you've told me.
Hunk, he got the right training from Mom. He's ready to go. He already beat the guy once. Just an unfair advantage. We won't have that this time around. He kind of grits his teeth, thinking back to the footage of Tewaz getting his neck cracked. And yeah, they always have worked very well together. Very well. Pumping Julius up, punching things.
Damien nods. Yeah, I could sort of see it the first time I ever, saw them fight together, that I think they've always had an unspoken knowledge of each other. Just, it took both of them a while to act on any of that knowledge and become closer.
First time I met Julius and Ash, it was, they were attached to our squad, Arcane Council mission. You know, it was... Anyway, Nicole wasn't supposed to be there. She had invised herself and tagged along with me. Elevator door opened. I went for the kill on these guys. She came out, caused a ruckus, and then there was just Julius laughing at us. I think he said, I heard him say something like, "Did Lasley really train this guy? Little punk."
Damien laughs quietly into her mouth and nods.
I mean, Nicole and I were arguing, which we don't really do anymore, but we used to really go at it.
Oh, how much our children have grown. They're both still a bit of a punk and still a bit mischievous, but they have grown up a lot since then.
Then I had like a mini heart attack because she pulled out she was 15 or something like that at the time, and she was not supposed to be there, and yet she did show up, and she just started killing those Max Tech guys, whatever, with the white armor. You've seen them before, dear. And she was slaughtering them, and I remember Ash's face was like shock and terror. I don't remember Julius's face because all I really remember was grabbing his arm. So,
oh my god, you actually had a heart attack.
like a minor one, yeah. That's the infamous mission where she called Ash a pervert, because I picked her up, gave her to Ash, and said, you look after her. I'll stay back here and fight this guy. And Ash said, okay. And apparently, she was like, "Get your hands off me, pervert." So, like,
Damien laughs and nods. Good girl. Very good girl. You trained her well.
yeah, I did. Wasn't supposed to be there, though. Takes a sip of his coffee. But either way, I think I'm a little worried for sure. But knowing those two work together, man, it's over. It's over for that guy.
No, Damien nods. Looks over up at Soletta. Do you think someone as powerful as Nicole can be put out of a fight for an extended period of time with something like an RC crystal?
Soletta nods her head. Absolutely, yes. It's a possibility, a real one. I would say if it wasn't Max Tech, no, it's not a possibility. But since it's Max Tech, yes. They've always had an edge in technology-wise over, and nobody's ever really been able to figure out why. So, it's a possibility, for sure.
Damien bites her bottom lip, shrugs.
Especially as she is now. She needs to grow. Gain strength. 20 years from now? No, I don't think so. She can probably even overcome something like RC crystals thousands of them hitting her. Or Max Tech in the past has been known to deploy chaff drones. Not against EarthGov, but supply them to EarthGov. Arms deals, something or other. Yes. In time, no, I think she'd just slaughter whoever tried. But right now, yes. They work good as a team. They'll find a way around anything.
Davy nods. Yes, they will. Julius will protect her in any case. Even if in the future she becomes so powerful she just shrugs off RC crystals, he'll still feel the need to protect her, I'm sure.
Suletta shrugs. She's never even really been one for offensive spells. She likes to support and buff, so. And honestly, that's the best way. Yes, even I know some support. She air quotes spells.
Davy nods.
Why
She-
fight? Why fight? Why waste the effort and fight when you can make Julius hit like a meteor crashing into a planet?
With what I am sure is less effort than having to cast a fireball or a giant icicle or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a while back there, but she gave Ash haste, and Ash looked like he was the combat footage. Ash looked like he was elated because Malcolm would never cast it. To let a skilled marksman with haste is very deadly.
Davy shakes her head and sighs. Yes, never once did Malcolm cast a support spell on him, even though Malcolm claimed to be a toolbox wizard.
Shaletta, she is a toolkit wizard. Malcolm was... I don't even know if there's a word.
Malcolm was a pyromaniac, is what he was.
From what little I've seen, I'd say you're right. Yep, just like that time he accidentally summoned a demon or something.
Davy blinks a couple times and just starts eating her food.
Bad memories, dear. He'll kiss her forehead.
Well, yes, I saw a demon being summoned. I would have to say those were bad memories.
Suletta, I've seen the clip, yes. Then my favorite portion of the clip is when he runs away screaming Julius.
He saw infernal writing on the wall, an unfinished pentagram seal on the floor with 5 candles around it, and he thought to himself, maybe I should read the infernal writing.
Light the candles, Julius!
God. He lit the candles, made Ash finish the seal with some of his own blood. He complained about me not being there to help him read the Inferno. And then Nevermore was summoned.
Hunk will try to shift Davine and pat his lap. Put your legs up here.
She'll swing her legs around and put her legs on his lap.
He'll pick up her plate, hold it, eat a little bit off of it, and then put fork with some eggs and hash browns up to her mouth.
She'll take the bite, take the fork from him, and do the same for him.
He takes a bite. Need to stay comfortable, mellow out, and relax. We got a little bit more time, then we got to get back up to Gateway.
She nods to herself. It will all turn out just fine, and just think. All we have to do is this one mission, and then we're home free. We could do, once if we have the leave for it, of course, we could do anything we want as a family without the worry of Ash.
If we have the leave, Hunk looks at Davian. We save the universe, babe. I'm demanding leave.
Davine laughs. I'm sure either way Lorelei will give us the leave.
She better. I'll stand up to her.
She smirks at him.
You made us deal with Ash for all these months. Please, just give us a couple months off. We saved the universe. To just smirk at me and walk off, bro.
Davine smirks at him, raises one eyebrow, bites her bottom lip. Goddamn right you'll stand up to her.
Oh, I will. Trust me. I think if you help save the universe, you deserve more than a weekend off. I want to go camping, road trip. I got the plans made. Trust me.
I can't wait to see them. She leans forward, gives him a kiss.
Cross
Leans back.
country, down. We'll start in Florida, all the way up to Alaska.
Well, damn, that is a long road trip.
Yeah, so we'll need at least 2 months, but I'll be aiming for 3.
Davy nods. A third month never hurts anyone.
No, and we can start right after the wedding.
She smiles to herself. The wedding that will be better than our son and daughter-in-laws.
To take you a sip of tea, guaranteed better. I'm damn right, it's gonna be way better. I'll see to that.
You see, even Letty, who doesn't enjoy putting herself in between our rivalries, even she agrees.
Suletta, their wedding was lovely. It was totally Julian and Pequod. It screamed that. Not a fan of Euros myself. And I would much prefer going on a road trip than going to Mr. Wiseau's.
She nods and shrugs.
Your wedding will most likely have an air of class to it. A higher air of class, I'll say. Theirs had class, but yours will have class and tact.
Oh yes, obviously. Our wedding will have a certain air of, how should I put this, maturity to it. Theirs were mature, of course, but ours will be tenfold.
Hunk rubbing Davian's leg for, yeah, we're not going to have a 290-pound fat man from 1992 dressed in a bathrobe with an umpire's helmet as Suletta starts breaking down laughing, and a pipe, and a shield with a tattered picture of Jesus Christ on it in front of us.
David starts to laugh. It was somewhat sweet, though, how he was the one who was crying the most at the wedding. He was crying more than me or you.
Like she said, it was totally Julius and Pequod, but we ain't gonna have... The Saint can be there. You know, if he wants to be there or help film, I'm fine with it, but not in his Saint attire. And yeah, he beat us in the tier party for sure. His whole bathrobe was drenched, honey.
Oh, I saw. I remember a few people in the audience thought it was sweat. No, it was...
Well, I mean, given his body size.
Exactly, but a lot of them seemed not to believe that, since it was, Watertown, a tropical place. And
he cried more than Pequod's damn mother.
Yes, she did. He did, I should say.
Oh, Lord. Hunk will lift the plate up, feed Davine some more eggs, as flashing back to Gateway. Ash is doing the last preliminary checks. Zap doing the last checks. Ash, you're standing out of the cockpit, and your Ranger squad's just watching you.
Everything going alright, Zap? Everything looking good for today?
You ready to go, Ash? You gonna kick some ass?
Well, I certainly hope so. What do you boys think down there?
See Colonel Curtis rubbing the back of his neck. You see Lake just looking up at you with the head tilted, and Tal, both hands on his helmet. Mate, you know those things are really dangerous, right?
Yes, I do. I don't know. Once I got dancing with this boy here, didn't seem too hard.
Yeah, but maybe you could take like a Marauder suit or something. Colonel Curtis, you know those things can kill you, is what he's trying to say, pointing up at you.
I know for a fact that they can, but I mean, if I lose, I'm dead anyways, so take the biggest guns you can.
Yeah, that's a good mentality to have. Like the M60 a few months back there. Yeah, bang, bang, but, it just seems quite dangerous.
Oh, I'm sure. I know for a fact that it is, but...
We really don't want to see you die, right? Like, if we wanted to, we would have slit your throat night one all those months ago.
Well, I appreciate that. And I promise you that if I do die out there, it's not gonna be the Torgeese that kills me.
I don't see what could kill you in that, but okay. None of us have ever been this close to one. Scar, it takes time to get used to.
It honestly does. Even after piloting the first Torgeese, I didn't feel very comfortable being around this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Awkwardly shrug. Well, you're with Suletta, you're gonna do fine. Be a good team. Maybe your brain won't explode.
Well, if it does, I'm sure there's plenty of people who wouldn't be too upset about that at this point.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, I think there probably would be some parties thrown in some places. Zap.
And universe would be saved and you boys wouldn't have to deal with me, so I don't know. Might not be the worst thing.
Scar riding a rope down. Yeah, the Rainfalls wouldn't throw a party. They're better than that. Trust me. Glares up at Ash. Colonel Curtis wasn't referring to them. Sorry, Mr. Freetooth. I was referring to Integra. Scar. Yeah, I actually could see that.
Oh, I could too.
Jennifer, Integra would never do that. Smiling up at Ash. Right?
I'd like to say she wouldn't, but at this point, I don't think she's my biggest fan, Jennifer.
Oh. She starts riding the rope down. Zap. Your mother-in-law hates you.
Yes, she does.
I know the feeling.
You do?
My mother-in-law wasn't my biggest fan, but then she came to love me, 'cause I never betrayed her trust. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's
I
very
was
nice.
devout to her daughter and taking good care of her at all times and making her, as he's riding the rope down, priorities more important than mine, Ash. And you remember to do that with Ceres. Come on, Jennifer. As they start leaving.
Yeah, I will.
Tal, is he just a professional guilt tripper or something? Watching them.
I don't think he's doing it intentionally, that's the thing. I just think it comes naturally.
That was fucking impressive. Like taking note.
Oh, it is, trust me. Not one of us in the apartment have escaped him getting to us at one point or another.
I gotta say that, yeah. I mean, I thought I knew how to guilt trip.
I don't know, he just knows exactly what buttons to push and where to hit to really make it sting.
Tal, yeah, well, we'll be waiting at the barracks, when you get back, so you come see us.
Hell yeah, I'll come see you, and we'll celebrate.
Yeah, one beer and cigar ain't gonna fuck up your conditioning you've been doing all these months. You'll be okay. We'll have a little celebration. Universe save, clap clap, and then hopefully we get the weekend off.
And that would be very nice. You get to go celebrate with the Rainfalls, and well, we all get a nice time to relax.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a weekend, I should say, off here sooner or later. They plan to celebrate Miss Suletta's birthday next week, so have to ask the Ranger General.
I'm sure she'd give you the time off. You just have to ask.
Curtis nods. Yeah, she'll give it to you. We'll manage with Ash for the weekend.
Well, really, once we get this all dealt with, I'm not sure how many really threatening things there are going to be. It's going to be nice to have one of the biggest weights on life's shoulders lifted off, isn't it?
How long has it been there for you? A long time, since you guys were like first contact on this, back with the other squad, the Sigma.
Yeah, it's been almost 3 years of this, knowing in the back of your head that at any point there's something that can erase old life.
Yeah, that will do it to you. That'll drive you nuts, yeah.
Yeah, and it will be very nice to get rid of it. All of us together. I think we can handle anything.
Well, today's the day, mate. Just make sure you work as a team, stay together. When you're out there in the midst of it, don't be worrying about, your stupidity. Stay focused, and then afterwards, it's hard for you because I know you probably don't want to leave them, but in a way, it gets easier for you because you do leave them, and it's not awkward for you anymore, and you know that they'll probably be happier. Is that how he guilt trips him? Tal puts his finger.
I'd say so. No, I agree. It'll be better for me, be better for them. Everyone will be better, and I know they'll be happy. I know they will. And if I ever have any questions on how they're doing, I can always ask you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure they'll be doing fine. Assuming, everything goes well. I won't lie, I'm a little nervous. I wish we could be going. We even asked to go, but Lorelei said QRF stay here. So, yeah.
It makes sense. She wants to have somebody on standby just in case, although, I doubt it'll go poorly. We have some of the most Lorelei herself is going, to my understanding, so we have...
What? Colonel Curtis?
Oh, she's going. She's going on the mission.
Since when? He speaks up again.
I found out very recently, so it may have been a last-minute change, sir.
Tal, I'm not nervous anymore. Be fine!
So we have debatably three of, if not the three most powerful spellcasters in the universe. The most powerful physical fighter in the universe, some of the most trained people in the universe, and 2 mobile suits.
Ash, you listen to me. Colonel Curtis puts his finger up. If you see her drawing her bow and knocking an arrow, you stay in that fucking gigantic tin can.
I never have asked, but what does her bow shoot?
It's an experience, Ash. Trust me. He's smoking a cigarette. You have to see it.
All
Tal,
right.
yeah, it's I've never seen it personally, but I've seen a video clip or two.
That big, huh? Well, it...
Stay in the tin can. He's wagging his finger.
Oh no, I plan to. Once I get in this thing, I'm not getting out of him.
Yeah, good. You stay in that thing if she's... And brace for impact.
Gods, you'd think she's gonna set off a nuke.
Not too far from the truth. He takes a drag off his cigarette.
Duck and cover, even in the suit?
Depending on the terrain, might not be a bad idea, Ash.
Well, now I'm more nervous about getting caught in the crossfire of that than I am whatever I'm gonna be fighting.
Yeah, I think those things are rated for a hit like that. You'll be fine, Ash.
That doesn't sound completely confident, but I'll take the words of encouragement.
Well, she wouldn't put anybody she likes in danger. Stay in the suit, Ash.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Whew. Now I am a little bit nervous.
Well, let's go get a cup of coffee and go upstairs and see what Sasha's up to and try to ingratiate yourself so you can work as a team today. Because it's very important, because only teamwork wins a day like today.
Sounds good. I'm assuming none of you want to come up and take a look in the cockpit.
Yeah, no. No, not coming up, sorry. Colonel Curtis, I'll stay down here. Very expensive suit, way above my pay grade and IQ level.
Fair enough, although I'm sure there's nothing any of you could do to break him. He's gonna make his way down.
No, I don't think we'd break him. It might break us. Either way, you won't see me set foot on something like that.
Fair enough. Maybe I am a little bit crazy for just jumping in them suddenly like I did.
Well, it was that, or watch Malcolm attack the giant animal robot with a flying monkey, so...
That's true. Also, he tried to polymorph it.
Monkey boy, to be more precise.
Yes, Monkey Boy on his Nimbus cloud with a stick.
Come on, let's go upstairs, hook up with Sasha.
Yes, sir.
While we wait for the Ranger General to whisk you all away. Now, flashing back upstairs, Pequod, and you're just watching the Spider Colonel show with Icy Banksy. Pequod is rubbing your neck for you, trying to make you relax.
He has his chin resting on her shoulder, looking over at her, smiling.
Pequod, see here, you just go for the hands. She'll start kissing your knuckle.
He looks down at his hands, looks away. Oh, Pequod can notice a slight blush coming up. Yeah, it's
Is this working?
a little bit. It's always a good idea to go with the hands.
Rainfall men and women, hands.
Yeah, hands. He looks at Pequod. I honestly don't know what it is. Just when someone comforts me by use of my hands, it's always made me feel better.
Pequod, Davine melts when Hunk kisses her.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's just something that never really happened with us, so it happens now.
Pequod, come on, let's go in the kitchen and she'll kiss your hand again and continue this in there. I want to have a sandwich before we go.
He picks her up, stands up. Yep, I'll carry you there, princess.
And make me the sandwich.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
I see a Banksy will follow you. Towns and Mama Lan are in here just talking amongst themselves as Ash and Squad come up the elevator. Sasha looking down at Davine's Thunder Spear. Blaze putting the final touches on.
Good to see you, Blaze. Sasha, good to see you.
Ash! Sasha looks up at you. Done with the mobile suit?
As prepared as we possibly can be. You can never be too prepared to step into one, though.
She'll shoot her arm out, look at the time on her wrist computer. Yep, about that time. Any minute now, Lorelei will probably be here.
You ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Ready to get it over with. She smiles and nods her head. Blaze, I'm quite looking forward to it. Been a long time since I've got to kill anybody.
Well, you're gonna get plenty of chances today, and anything you want from the armory, take it. I mean, this is probably the last day I'll be in charge of it, so go wild.
Blaze looks around. Yes, it most likely is the last day.
Well, I'd say it's the last day I'm in charge of it, no matter what the results of today are, isn't it?
Sasha, yeah. This is it for you. Make sure you grab Valor and Shatter, and the rest gets sent back to the Ranger Armory or wherever you acquired them.
Will do.
Where those damn Spartan kids will probably take them. Blaze starts laughing.
Well, at least he's gonna move over just looking around the armory. At least they'd be going to a good home and to a good cause.
Blaze nods his head. Yes, indeed. They'll probably be in the Rainfall Lane Armory.
Probably the most dangerous armory in the universe by the time they get through with it.
Oh, believe me, yeah. Maybe they'll take a gun or two. Or these crutch kinds. Are we bringing Mr. Chirac on the mission? He can use these. I should laugh.
Although it might be good as a, some kind of tactic, I don't think the general wants to bring him along.
I can see why. Sasha, tea?
Yes, if that's alright, thank you.
Yeah, let's go have a cup while we wait for Lorelei.
Will do.
She walks this way.
He's gonna follow her.
Blaze follows her.
You boys coming?
Yeah, we'll be right along, just admiring your hard work.
Make his way up.
Sasha gets to the doorway, walking in with Blaze, not realizing, and then you see her stop right here. Blaze, what's wrong?
Julius turns around. You good, Sasha?
Yeah! Come on in, Ash! She sits down next to fucking Towns. Blaze over his shoulder. Oh.
He'll take a step in, look around, and just, yeah, thank you, Sasha. Sit down.
Sasha, well, I figured I'd get a cup of tea and give him one. Didn't know you guys are into here. Pequod,
Juli-
have one.
Julius looks at her. I'll make you one. Walks over, sets the sandwich down, takes a step forward, looks at Ash. Do you want one, Lieutenant Valorius?
I think I can, if you prefer, I can make my own, sir.
He shrugs. Whatever you want, Lieutenant. Takes a step forward and starts making a cup for Sasha.
Towns. So, nods his head. Long time since we've all been in the same room together.
Yes, it has.
Mama Land, awkward discussion. I know we all despise this man. He does some terrible things.
So she's got the touch too.
Sasha, maybe it's a Walrus trait. Taking the tea from Julius. Thank you. And she leans in. I am so sorry.
He shrugs. It's cool. No need to apologize.
Sit back down.
If you'd prefer, I can get mine and just go, sir.
Blaze is making Ash's tea for him very quickly. Towns, we have to ride the same ship together, so might as well get used to it.
Look on the bright side, sir. This is the last day.
Towns nods his head. Last day, and the most important, so we have to work together as a team. Pequod, I agree, and shrug.
Yep. And we're not going to have a problem with that at all.
Not at all.
That isn't sarcasm. We're not going to have a problem with it.
I can't imagine that we would. We've worked well in combat together in the past. I don't expect that to change suddenly.
Sasha, put our differences aside for the mission. For everybody's sake. Easy.
Julius nods. Goddamn universe's sake. Chuckles.
She nods her head.
I'd say that's a pretty easy reason to pretend not to have any issues.
Blaze will give Ash his tea.
Thank you,
Sit
guys.
back down. Pequod will put her arms up for Julius to put her in his lap.
He picks her up, sets her in his lap.
Blaze.
I heard about your wedding, sir. Congratulations to the both of you.
Thank you. We appreciate your sentiment.
Pequod, thank you, Ranger.
You're welcome.
You're still a Ranger for now, right? I heard they're gonna put you through the ringer. Are you ready for that?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Sasha, through the ringer is an understatement.
Can't be the worst thing I've been through. I'm confident I can succeed, ma'am.
Good. For your wife's sake and mother-in-law's sake, you'll need to.
Anything for them, ma'am. Anything.
Blaze will look at it this way. I get to kill people. Again.
Yes, you do. Maybe this will be the last time in a long time that a MOBA suit's ever necessary. That's a big occurrence, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. I see. You think Lasley would have came with us looking at Blaze? And Blaze... Probably not.
No, I don't think so. It doesn't involve archfiends or anything like that, so no.
Pequod, that's the conclusion we all came to, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Julius nods, looks over at Blaze. If you ever, want to come on a mission, we have a spot on the squad opening up very soon. You can come with us.
I could easily do my duties as the armory master and a combat member of the squad.
I'm sure you could. And I think it would be a nice fit. You'd cover anything that I could do quite nicely, sir.
I would look forward to it.
Julius nods. We'll have to make the recommendation to Lorelei then. In case the squad is kept together for an extended period of time after this.
Blaze, I wonder if it's going to get more awkward when the Ranger General gets here, or less.
Probably.
It's a coin flip, really.
Probably more. Which is why I probably should finish this up and get out of your hair.
Pequod, we'll be fine. Focus on winning.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
On the bright side, one of the biggest garbage beings in the galaxy is gonna die today. So, that'll be nice.
Multiple of them, in fact. I'll be taking the Spartan children on an incursion into whatever vessel. We assume it's a frigate, the same ones that I was dead but have been briefed. Left Mars when Squad Sigma attacked Cresce and performed assassinations. So it should be a grand old time. He shoots a tube out of his wrist and just looks at it.
Getting to board a frigate and just finish everyone on board, that sounds like a nice time.
Pequod, then, once I get the Spartans back on the Nova, I get to launch some proton torpedoes at it.
Oh. Now that's, what a better way to celebrate victory than fireworks, eh?
She nods her head. Blaze, yeah.
And the two Captain Rainfalls get to, end Taywars. Can't think of a much better way to cap this off than that.
I would have to agree. It's been a long time coming for him, but it is what is necessary for the universe. Julius looks over at Icy. He's gonna try to make this fight personal, and we can't let him. You know that, right?
Icy nods her head. He's probably gonna go after me.
Yeah, and if he does go after you, does somehow knock you out, which in and of itself would be quite the achievement in my opinion. I could barely knock you out in Mushin. I'll protect you no matter what.
She nods at you. I know you will. We're just gonna pump you up and hopefully punch his head off. Because, yeah, break his neck multiple times for me. Both of you.
Yeah, not a problem. And this time he won't be able to fix his neck.
Ash hears Tal. Ash, come look at this shit.
Well, I think that's my alarm to get out. Thank you for, having me. And as he's moving to the doorway, one favor I would ask. Inflict every bit of pain he's inflicted on us on that bastard, sir.
Julius looks over at Ash. I'll take it into consideration, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. He's gonna walk his way over.
Sasha, the door closes on the kitchen. Sasha grabbing Julius's arms. I'm so fucking sorry. I thought you guys were in the fucking gym. Towns,
It's fine, Sasha, really. It's cool. You don't need to apologize about it.
Pequod puts her hand up. What did I say? High road.
Julius looks over at Banksy. You were suspiciously quiet throughout that entire thing.
Banksy gestures with his hand, free hand, because he's holding Icy over to Pequod. Take orders from her. High road.
Julius nods. Very smart. Very smart. Listening
And that, he puts her finger up and boops Julius on the nose. That was taking the high road. We were polite, well-mannered, talked to him as a teammate, a professionalism, and that's the end of it. Blaze, you're going to make a good leader someday. Looking over at him.
Oh no, I think she'll make the best leader someday.
Maybe she already is. Icy got my vote.
Okay. Well, yeah, she's got my vote too.
Sasha got mine. Oh god, I almost shit my pants. I walked in and saw everybody and remembered come on, come get a cup of tea, Ash. Oh god.
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, I bet it was pretty terrifying watching me make a sandwich for my wife, knowing what was about to come.
She takes a bite of the sandwich. Towns, we're all gonna be stuck on the same ship together. So, And last time it was so awkward, I was sweating, and my suit has built-in air conditioning. I see, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. With Lorelei there, none of us will try anything. We won't try anything otherwise, high road and all.
Pequod, the high road. The rainfalls always take the high road. As Sulet. Davine and Hunk have come back. A Hunk is carrying Davine. What's she doing?
Davine has her arms around his neck with her head resting on his chest, smiling with her eyes closed.
Suletta leading you guys to the kitchen. She's looking around for the children. She sees you guys, comes into the kitchen, sits down. Uncle, kids, put Davine on his lap.
Mom? Dad? You guys want a cup of tea or anything?
I'm good, son. Suletta, no, we had an excellent breakfast.
Davine finally opens her eyes, looks at him. Oh, no, thank you.
Uncle, kiss her on the head. You guys squared away and ready to go?
Yep. As squared away as we'll ever be.
Good. Remember what we talked about. No matter what happens, you stay together. So if you get separated, do whatever you have to do to get back to one another. Icy nods her head.
Julius nods. Understood.
Why are you so white? He snaps his finger and points inside. Nothing. I just accidentally led Ash into the kitchen where we... Yeah.
Yeah, she led Ash into what is basically the best ambush one could lead someone into.
I just figured give him a cup of tea, take the edge off. We have to work together, and then there was Julius, Pequod, Banksy, Nicole. She starts laughing. Blaze, in my programming, I'm not supposed to be able to feel this feeling of awkwardness. Even though I have a mind stone, I still shouldn't feel awkward, as I don't feel pain. I even felt awkward when I realized the ramifications of our actions for offering Ash a mere cup of tea.
Davine starts to laugh. But you all were perfectly applicable to him, correct? She looks at specifically Julius and Banksy.
Banksy nods.
Yes, I took the high road as requested by my wife.
Pequod, she's the matriarch. Last year's at Davine. Rainfalls won't stoop to his level, right?
Correct?
Then you take it from her too. She points to Davine. Banksy looks at Davine and... Yes, ma'am.
Julius just nods to himself. And then Davine smiles, looks at Hunk. And that goes double for you too.
Like I told you, whatever you want, you get.
Good.
But I don't want him around you.
Oh no, yes, that's perfectly fine. If you need to get me out of a situation where he's around, I have no issue with that. She pushes herself up and gives him a kiss on the jaw.
Good. Good. Blaze, if I could sweat, I probably would have been sweating.
Julia starts to laugh. Looks over at Sasha. She was sweating. That was probably the most scared I've ever seen you.
I see. She looked like Malcolm in some of those clips when Malcolm would be like that one of Malcolm running away from the power armored guy. I don't feel fear often. Today I felt fear, and we haven't even gotten into the universe deciding battle yet.
Julia starts to laugh. I bet you also wanted to yell out, Julius, don't! when you entered the kitchen.
Pequod taking the high road. But God, was it so hard not to get on my hands and knees and no! At the ceiling.
I would have totally joined you. Little sister, why?
Oh, Pequod holds the sandwich up to your mouth.
He takes a bite.
Hunk in Davine's ear, look at them, they're feeding themselves. They're feeding each other like we do. You're copying us.
They're copying us because they know the parents are the best.
If you
And
can't
they
beat
want
them,
to
join
copy.
them.
Exactly, they want to copy the best.
Yeah. Yeah. Little punks.
Well, we all know that'll always be second rate in the feeding each other department. We started
right.
it and we're the best.
B for best. He's looking over at Pequod feeding Julius the corned beef sandwich. They might have came first, but we took the game and ran away with it.
Davy nods. That is very true. It is a wonder what age and wisdom will do for you. They have a lot of love, but I think we topped them tenfold, honestly.
Hug kisses Davine's temple. We have an important Rainfall family issue to discuss. Sasha, me and Towns will leave. No, you can stay. We have an important thing to discuss. Icy just looks at Hunkin, sir.
Julius suddenly looks a bit scared. Yeah, what's up, Dad?
We need to get rid of Good Ash. Icy, wait, that's it. Look at. Yeah, I want Good Ash gone. So, sometime when it's. He is not going to be at our wedding, Nicole. Gee, okay. So, I want him gone before Mom and Dad's wedding. Done. She's just like.
Julius puts a hand on his chest. God, when you talk like that, I could barely breathe.
I thought you were going to yell at us again.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna make both of us get on one knee to get on eye level with you and start telling us a bunch of information.
The dad mode talks. Like, whoa, where's your mother?
The most terrifying talks, to be honest.
Rainfall Lane. Have some. Banksy, do we have a golf course down there? Banksy, looks at Pequod. She looks at Julia.
Yeah, we could have a golf course down there. Not a problem.
Pequod, then we can have a golf course. He says so. Nods her head. Banksy, I'll mention it to General Lorelai.
Julius laughs to himself, looks at Hunk and nods.
We had fun.
Yeah, it was a fun time. We'll also get multiple steering wheels to replace any that you might break.
Well, if we listen to Dad, then I shouldn't have any to break, should I? Pequod, I will never make a joke again like, yeah.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Good, then we'll never have any to break. I don't want him around any of you, let alone... He looks down at Davy. So, yeah.
Davy nods. Yes, I very much agree. I want him around none of you.
Pequod nods her head. Well, that's fine. And we can even get the short skirts and the shoes and the socks and the low-cut blouses. And sounds like a good way to spend a week. The first weekend at Rainfall Lane.
Yep, that sounds like a good way to spend it, definitely.
As Pequod feeds Julius more of the sandwich down here, Tal comes over. Ash, they've just been watching the scene of you being shot over and over and over.
Yeah, they do this more often than you'd think.
Best scene in movie. Hello, Bad Ash. Krellin waves.
Hello, Krellin.
Bad Ash!
Yes, that's what they've been referring me to after they decorated Frankenstein.
Colonel Curtis looks down at it. Krellin, this good Ash Ranger. Stands him up, puts his hand out. Colonel Curtis shakes. I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, he's gonna lean over to Tal. Have you asked them about giving that to Integra yet?
Tal, President Frederick.
Yes, Knight Tau.
I was wondering if maybe we could cut some kind of deal. I actually need good Ash. I need to raise morale among the ranger ranks. As you can see, this despicable creature, he gestures over to Ash. He's lowering morale among the rangers. The rangers are very important to EarthGov and Miss Davine, President Frederick. I was wondering if we could acquire good Ash and raise morale permanently.
Wedwick strokes his chin a couple times, looks over at Krellin. Quellen, for the sake of Miss Davine and the sake of the Rangers, I believe this is a suitable exchange, do you not?
Anything for Davine and Rangers.
Then, Sir Tao, Knight of the Rainfalls, it is done.
Good. The squad and I don't get to go on the mission today, so we'll take him out of the apartment in due time. He's just looking at Colonel Curtis, who's just still shaking good ashes.
Frederick nods. It sounds wonderful, and I do hope he raises morale for the Rangers as much as he has raised morale around the apartment.
Like, you really brought this to the wedding? Looking at Frederick.
He was one of the top guests on the guest list. He was basically required to come to the wedding.
Yeah, I heard he was the most honored of guests, sir. He bows slightly to Frederick.
He was. He very much was. Sat right next to General Rico, who took quite the liking to him.
Blake just looks over at Ash as Curtis's head awkwardly turns towards Ash, hearing Tao, Jesus Christ.
I can only imagine. Oh no. Now that he's here, I can't hurt morale anymore. Oh no.
Remember what I said, thief. Krellin puts his finger up. Help win battle. Then forgive.
But never forget.
Use cannon. Big boom.
Big boom indeed. Hopefully gonna get to blow the head off something very scary.
Like this person. Comes over here, rewinds. See? This you. Gets shot. Many times.
Yes, I quite remember feeling the bullets, Krellin.
Should win Oscar for this. Yeah, he probably should.
Well, it's real, so yeah, it's pretty good acting.
You just hear this robot beeping, pausing it perfectly on the frame where Ash's arms are up to the air. Even Samuel like.
Well, at least there's something that came out of that. People enjoy the performance, so there's that.
Samuel beeps some more. Samuel say, enjoy Ashnito the most.
That I do appreciate. That was probably one of my favorite roles to do.
Colonel Curtis, yeah. He worked his dick off in the Headhunters for 5 years to be a movie star.
Yeah.
Ludwig nods. Yes, that definitely sounds like something Bad Ash would do.
Yes, it definitely does.
Should model self after Good Ash. See? Comes over, stoic, brave, handsome. Not saying mean things to people.
Yes, you probably should.
As you finish saying that, Lorelei and her 2 guards appear here, watching movies.
Just finished getting the last preparations done, ma'am. Salutes.
All squared away and ready to go. She's got her bow on her back, combat gear. Never seen her dressed like this.
As ready as one can possibly be to confront eldritch deities, ma'am.
Good. Should be an easy win. She throws her hand up. Yes, we're going to be taking Good Ash down to the Ranger barracks. Lorelei rolls her eyes so hard as she walks by. You feel like the station tilts a little bit. Like, huh? Looking down at the ground.
Oh boy. Well, with you by our side, ma'am, I'm sure it'll be the easiest victory of our careers.
Yes, it will. Rain falls. She comes to the door. Banksy jumps in his seat.
Julius freezes for a second, looks over at the door. Yes, ma'am.
Lock and load. Time to go. Blaze, get the children. Right. He cracks his knuckle.
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am.
No time to say goodbyes. She puts her hand up because you won't need them. Pequod looks at her and nods her head. Your children will be here when we get back in a few hours. Let's go. She walks up the stair. You see Pequod pull up her wrist computer and start typing. Taking notes, Julius.
Julius nods, pulls up his wrist computer, and starts taking notes. Yeah, she's very good at it.
Tal turning. The rain falls. You guys get your gear on. You're heading up. Tal's going to, before Ash, you're ready and squared away to go already. All right, Ash. Just, make sure you don't have your brain explode, and we'll be back here waiting for you.
Will do, sir. And I'll do my best to watch Suletta's back.
And I'm sure she will return the favor to you. We got some beer, some cigars, so don't screw this up. Good luck, and he'll pat your shoulder.
Thank you, sir. He's gonna pat his. I'll see you all on the other side.
Colonel Curtis puts his hand out for a handshake.
Shake his hand.
He'll nod his head without saying anything as Lake will and start moving.
No matter what happens, it's been a pleasure and an honor serving with you boys.
We can continue it when you get back.
Yes, sir.
He'll nod his head. Tal will come to see Suletta very quickly, and before everybody leaves and boards. Nova. Lorelai's just looking over initial scans of the planet because they've sent drones, and it is pretty quiet. I wouldn't say an awkward quiet, but everybody's just not too much to say.
You ready for this,
Julius.
Krellin?
Krellin looks over, ready as ever be.
Good. I know this can't be easy for you given what happened to your people and Samuel's.
Krellin, new friends now, new family, points to his scarf, want to win, for their sake, not my people.
Agreed. Well, we're going to. Just gotta get it done.
Should have brought good Ash. He takes the cube from Samuel, who beeps at it. Sasha just groans under her breath as Blaze comes out, starts talking to the Spartan.
I mean, if you took him, how much would it hurt the Rangers' morale?
True. Inspecting the cube.
Looks over at Sasha and kind of whispers to where she can hear. Good Ash is not something that they have to worry about anymore.
She looks over, duly noted. She's gonna slide in next to Hunk, who's David's just sitting on his lap. What's Julius doing?
Julius walks over to the computer that Lorelai's looking at and starts looking at it with her.
Lorelai, studying it with great intent. Initial drone scans can scan through the shield world. She glares over at Krellin. Gather around. That's everybody gather around. Now.
Davy hops up and stands near the table.
The universe is only at stake. Shouldn't have to ask twice. Oh god. Comes over right next to Davy. The Spartan kids come over. Krellin and Samuel coming up. Suletta and Towns. Lorelai points, this continent has this arc thing, she air quotes, on it. And we can assume they'll probably beat us there in terms of deployment time, because they've probably been sitting like morons outside this planet for at least a day or two. And they have faster dropship capabilities than we do because they're max tech. And when Squad Sigma and all their illustrious idiocy went to Crusade, they did a terrible job. Pat yourselves on the back. She just glares at Ash and then Julia.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This time there will be no terrible job. So, on this continent here is where the Ark, as I said, is. What we're going to do is we're going to deploy Nicole, much like the planet where we found the dragon, where we divulge classified, she glares over at Ash, information to Tewaz, which we are not going to do again, because he's going to die. Julius and Nicole will go here. It looks to be the same type of power source that was on that planet. I assume it opens the Ark, and that is what Krellin has, as he comes over, suggested. He's studied the scans of this place. And your new indentured servant, Davy. She gestures over to Samuel. Davy, Hunk, Sasha, Towns, and Banksy will infiltrate this Ark. Looks more like a cave. She points down. See here, Davy?
Davy looks at the map and nods.
Team Davine will infiltrate here. There's a natural plateau here. Stuletta and Ash with their mobile suits will be positioned at the base of this plateau. It overlooks the entrance to this cave and or ark. Stuletta nods her head.
Yes, ma'am.
In the meanwhile, in orbit, Patricia Rainfall, nice ring to it, will dock with whatever frigate we assume it's here, based on scans sent out this morning by drones, or received this morning by drones, I should say. Will dock with this ship, slaughter all. She looks over at the Spartans, slaughter and Blaze, slaughter all the civilians, even if there's children there, kill them, stamp them out like roaches. Blaze just nods. Exfil and then Pequod will blow up their ship. Right.
Right, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, understood.
No sympathy for the enemy.
No sympathy at all. Take no prisoners. That's just wasted resources on EarthGov's part, isn't it, right?
She nods her head. I doubt they have children aboard the ship. I'm just saying, kill them. Oops. All. The best way to deal with a problem like this is to cut the head off the snake, or pull up all the weeds out of the grass, so to speak.
Understood, ma'am.
So well, we should have a fun time guarding the plateau.
Yes, we should. I can't imagine there's too many things that would give two mobile suits trouble.
Soletta will be fine. Puts up her hand. Lorelei, I will be bouncing between the groups. I do not think Team Davian would need my assistance. There's 5 of you. You should be fine. Your objective is simple. She'll hand the cube to Sasha, will take this cube. You need it to access, from what Krellin has told us, the other cubes that are in stasis there. Acquire the cubes, kill whoever's there with their cube, and exfil back out to, ideally, the mobile suits. Sasha nods.
Davy nods. Of course. Do we have any intel on who might be holding the cube?
Hunk. Oh, that's a good question. Doesn't say anything, he just starts thinking.
Davy bites her bottom lip. It could be anyone that we know of at this point. They wouldn't send the dragon lady down into a cave. That would just be an unintelligent thinking. And Taywals would want to make the fight personal, so he's probably going to be guarding wherever Julius and Icy are going to be going.
Sasha, my guess would be either the black armored guys, whatever we want to call them, Epsilon Squad, or the robot. Hunk, yeah. That asshole. That we killed. He looks at Ash and then Julius, but didn't die.
Yeah. So, either way, it's a seemingly immortal opponent or a bunch of powerful power-armored foes. You'd have to prepare in different ways.
General Lorelei, initial scans of the planet indicates that the cave is small, restrictive, so be prepared for a fight, no matter who you're up against. Use the geography to your advantage. Davian's gear should do excellently in there.
Davy nods. Anyway, it's told with that fight, we'll be able to handle it very easily.
She nods her head. I have the utmost faith. And Samuel and Krellin will stay aboard the ship, as well with my guards to guard Patricia.
Understood. Can't get much better than them, ma'am.
She nods her head.
Do we have
Julius.
You go.
Julius nods. And he looks over at Krillin. You said it was similar to the same device on the other planet with the dead dragon. So it should be able to activate the same way. We won't have an issue with that.
Krellin nods. Put body weight on.
Alright, good. Then that won't be an issue.
Okay. Any idea if they have more of those, the mass-produced versions of the prototype they stole, the Rays?
That is a good question. General Lorelei shrugs. We haven't seen them since... hell. Squad Sigma encountered one. So we can assume they're going to throw everything at this place. That's why we bring 2 mobiles.
Understood, ma'am.
This is an all-in for both sides. So... you've diminished their numbers effectively over time. I don't think they'll have a large ground force.
I would assume not, ma'am. He's gonna look over at Suletta. One bit of advice I can give for fighting those Rays: careful of the big beam from the mouth. It may sound self-explanatory, but it's scarier than it even looks on the recordings.
She nods her head. Duly noted.
Julius strokes his chin. Is there any other information that we should know, ma'am?
General Lorelei, no, you know everything that I know.
Alright.
Other than for you and Nicole, after you kill Tewaz, I'll come check on you. But a rendezvous back to the mobile suit.
Okay, ma'am. Understood.
And once we get the cubes, it's just a matter of... She looks over at Krell and plays with the scarf on his horn. You finding the other composer. Krellin, still looking. Samuel, help. And he gestures over.
Davine nods. Well, if that's everything we know, all we can really do now is double check our gear. And just know that we've prepared for everything.
Get ready to ride into hell.
Lorelei cracks her neck. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've got to fight.
Gonna be an honor. I can't imagine there are very many people alive who've gotten that privilege, ma'am.
Should be wonderful. She smiles over at Julia.
Julius smiles at her and nods. Alright. He nods to himself, rubs his hands on his pants, turns around and bends over. Why do you think she wants to check on us after we fight Tewaz?
I see. We're her favorites to make sure we're okay.
Yeah, but I always thought Sasha was her favorite.
That's true. She looks over at Sasha. I don't know. She shrugs.
He shrugs to himself. You got this. He gives her a little fist bump and stands straight back up.
She gives you a fist bump back, gets up out of the chair. Lorelei, good, then. Well, not dismissed, but double check your gear. Children. Blaze, right. And we'll help the Spartans double check their gear.
Well, the final countdown, ma'am.
Indeed. She stares down at the hologram. One thing I've always wanted to ask. If these things only open on a solstice, Krellin, if inside can open, problem is everybody inside dead. And he shrugs. Lorelei, makes sense.
Oh, so we're also on another timer of sorts then.
Lorelei, but we'll be inside and be able to open it.
Tuvie nods, so there isn't really a worry about that if the fight somehow goes beyond just today.
Lorelei nods. Hunk will, yep, and take Davine away from Ash. You don't mind, do you?
Not at all, honey, not at all.
Good. Sasha, I like the sound of Team Davy. General Lorelei. Yes.
You should do wonderfully, no matter what you come across.
Oh, we'll be fine. She picks up her sniper rifle.
Julius chuckles and nods. Trust me, they'll be fine. Walks over, back behind the Pequod, puts his hands on her chair.
Pequod flying the ship, looks over her shoulder at you. Icy comes and stands next to her. Please end this, she says through grit teeth.
He bends over, whispers into her ear. I'm going to end this so we can have our family life that we always wanted together. Just all of us.
She nods her head. Banksy coming over here with Suletta, who's just looking at her wrist computer. Pequod, good. Break his neck. You promised. She stands up and kisses your chin.
He kisses her cheek. I'm gonna make his head look like a top the way I spin it around.
Icy laughs. Pequod will give Julius a hug and pull Icy.
Julius laughs, puts his arm around both of them, and squeezes them in the hug.
Come on, Lugnut. Suletta, are you calling me Lugnut? No, him. Oh, he comes.
Julius laughs. That's a pretty good nickname for him, Lugnut.
Lug fucking nut. He says. Icy, I like the sound of it. General Lorelei beats fire crotch.
Julius laughs even louder.
Lorelei watches them hug and looks at Ash. What's Ash do?
He's just studying the map she had put up even more, trying to pick up anything he can off of it.
Any questions, Ash?
No, I believe you've answered them quite well, ma'am. I'm just soaking in anything I can. My gear's ready. Just want to be as prepared as possible, given what's at stake.
Good. Pequod, hearing her nav computer start beeping, tightens the hug and game time.
Game time. Julius, let's go. Tightens the hug for a couple seconds, lets go of it, and cracks his knuckles.
General Lorelei, down to your mobile suit to Sharian.
Yes, ma'am.
Suletta will follow Ash down. The ship is hovering in orbit. You see the shield world start to open, light coming from inside the world. General Lorelei coming up here. Hug time over. Moves Banksy out of the way. There's their frigate on the opposite side of the planet. Pequod nods her head. Prepare to deploy. She just looks over at Julia.
Yes, ma'am. Julius takes a step.
She grabs you. Gives you the biggest kiss ever.
He puts his arms around her waist, pulls her into a dip, returns the kiss, and then lets go of it.
I'll be waiting here to pick you guys up.
He winks at her, and I'll be here for you to pick us up.
She sits back down in her chair, Lorelei, cracking her neck. Hunk, it's time, honey.
Davy nods. That it is. As Julius takes a couple steps forward. Alpha 9, round up!
Nope, they all start rounding up.
He cracks his neck. We're going down there to decide the fate of the universe today. Do your jobs well, and there won't be any issue with it. We will win today, because you are all EarthGov soldiers. EarthGov soldiers do not cower in the face of fear. They laugh at it. They do not shake and quiver at the sight of a stupid cult who don't know what they're really dealing with. They punch them in the face and kick them while they're down. We will win today. Is that understood?
Sir! All at once. Even these guys saluting you. General Lorelei's bodyguard.
Damn good. Get ready to deploy. And get ready for the fight of your fucking life. Cracks his knuckles again and lights his hands up.
Gilletta golf clapping as the elevator goes down. Ash and her heard these speeches. Well, the ship Pequod takes you in and deploys as per Lorelai's order. You take some time to get into position. She can't drop you right off where you need to be, but you and Icy land pretty close to your designated area. She's just looking around. Creepy world.
Very damn creepy. You feeling anything with your, magic stuff?
They're here. She nods her head.
Yeah. Nearby to us?
It's all. She puts her hand in front of her face like sensory overload. They're here, for sure.
Oh shit, okay. Stay behind me.
Coffee.
You'll start walking up to the stairs.
She's right behind you.
You'll make it up to the platform.
The panel in the center is already glowing faintly. She says under her breath, I think they're already in the cave.
Yeah, I think so. He shakes his head. That just means it's open for Team Davine too, so look on the bright side of things. And he starts looking around, scanning the area for any hostiles.
I see. You want me to go step on it?
No, I will. I will.
Okay.
No.
Stays right holding your hand. She'll let go so you can get a little bit of.
He'll step on it.
You step on it and you hear a scraping sound. It lights up. You hear Hunk over the radio. Entering cave system now. But you hear a scraping sound coming from this direction.
He looks over at it.
Coming around a gigantic, it's not stone, it's some type of alien material, akin to Krellin ship, some type of metal, futurist, advanced metal alloy. Coming around the stone, dragging a baton, is Tewaz. And Icy goes to lift her hand, and Tewaz has his wrist computer up. And goodbye. And you see a prism go up around Icy, and then rockets fire off, and she goes off in a random direction. That should buy us some alone time. He lifts up the baton and starts waving it, almost like in a mocking manner in front of you. And you feel your stomach start to churn.
He puts his hand up on his mouth, cracks his neck, lowers his hand. What? You didn't want a unfair fight or something?
I'd call 2v1 unfair, Weasel. He steps one step closer.
Wow, you have insults on the level of Malcolm Chance. Good job.
He comes up to you, still waving the baton. This should even the odds. Go ahead, let the family in.
I think they're already there.
You know, I gotta tell you something. He shifts the baton in this hand. I really don't care what happens in that cave. I'd actually think it's kind of funny if Vidar got his shit kicked in by your squad. Stuck up old. He taps the baton against the rock. Scientist.
Julius covertly pushes his hair back behind his ear, activates his comm. Vidar's in the cave, you say?
That's right. He is. He's got our cubes tapping against the metal structure. Every time he taps it, your stomach churns more and more and more. He's in there. Alone. Vulnerable. Just like you.
I'm a lot less vulnerable than you think I am, Tewaz.
He spins up the baton. I think we'll see about that. This is the end of the road. For you. Or me. He'll point at himself with the baton one way or another. The difference between you and I is, I don't know what you can do, I don't know what you call it, but I do know fighters like you fighting drained you. This, he puts his arms out. He starts to glow purple. This is unlimited.
Unlimited, but at what cost?
Tilts his head at you. A cost worth paying. I've been looking forward to this. Spins the baton. I'm surprised Dipshit isn't with you.
Julia shrugs.
Did my punt kill him?
Julia shrugs. I don't know.
Not one to talk. Smart. You got the brains between the two of you.
I've been told otherwise, but I suppose thank you.
Let's see if you're still that little weasel from Watertown. He's gonna lift up the baton, throw out his cape those years ago.
Julius cracks his neck, puts his hands up. I don't back down from people that are fucking insane.
I'm insane. Isn't it cool? He steps closer towards
If that's what you want to call it.
you guys. Will begin fighting. Shifting over here. Not quite yet. You haven't began fighting just yet. But shifting down here. Ash, Suletta in their mobile suits. Ash, like comets, kind of falling out of the sky. And you can identify them. You see tons of ray units coming down the surrounding area. About 50.
Over his comms. Well, you see them, Suletta?
You see the aerial look up. Oh, I see them. I do. It's not them I'm concerned about. Do you see that one? You see a big black spot in the sky.
Like a black bolt of lightning, I see it.
Listen, you take the dragon. I'll handle the suit.
Understood.
Remember, that dragon is the reason Carter died, Nick died, Dr. Eloquent died, Jennifer Carmine died.
Yes, ma'am.
Make sure to kill her.
I swear on my life, one way or another, that thing is not walking away from this.
As it, boom, lands down. Can't talk in her dragon, or it can, but it isn't talking yet. In her dragon form, Suletta, I'll make sure this stays a 1v1. You see the aerial look over at
Thank you. Good luck.
the aerial nods its head and she blasts off. And you just have this giant thing, and you can speak through speakers in the mobile suit staring you down.
Well, good to see you again, Big Ugly.
Turns its head and opens its mouth, presenting gigantic teeth.
Those are nice pearly whites. You get Taywars to brush them for you.
You hear it start to cackle.
Well, looks like you're into this too. Let's get this dance started, shall we?
Let's make this quick. Human.
Let's.
In the cave, Team Davine has infiltrated. Towns is looking around. He got the message from Julius. Towns is scanning around. Sasha taking point with the cube. This ways.
Davine is watching the group 6, hands on both of her swords ready to unsheath them.
Sasha looks up to Towns. Towns, stay here. Cover our exit. We'll move forward. Towns nods his head. Hunk will turn to Davine. They're doing fine.
I know they are. She nods. I know they can take on tables. Easily.
Hunk, and that's why there are kids. And he'll move ahead with his Davine pistol as you guys move deeper and deeper into the cave system. Back out here, the dragon, she's hunched over, wings spanned outwards, just walking around Ash. Any last requests, mortal?
Yeah, can you shut up so we can get this over with quicker?
It would be my pleasure. Just like her picture, void beams hitting the tall geese. Interestingly enough, every eye fires off the beams, and then you see her head recoil for a second. No damage registered to your suit. What the?
Never fought a mobile suit before, have you?
The dragon's head turns slightly.
Little bit tougher than knocking the Majestic out of the sky, I'm afraid.
She fires them off again, and the mobile suit stays exactly in place. Head walks back one step. Big step. Head recoiled backward.
I'm sorry to admit, but I don't remember your name, but let me introduce you to the Tallgeese 3. I think you and him are gonna be quite good friends right now.
You're up.
Alright. Well, I've gotta open with a Wisdom save. With advantage. I get to move. He's gonna thruster charge into her. Right into her.
Wings falling backwards onto her back like a turtle. Letting out a scream. Little shit!
Thank you, appreciate it. And I believe he gets 2 actions per turn with
Yep.
this. So
Yep.
I'll roll for the second one. That's enough. Beam Saber's gonna come down on her.
Bearer let out a scream.
Are we having fun yet?
You've got her down and out. She's gonna try to reposition herself, big ass body whipping around. And nothing happens to the mobile suit. Impossible.
I hope you have more tricks than that because it's not going well for you so far.
You see her head recoil back, but lightning quick bites into the shoulder of the tall geese. Oh, it's going very well. Whipping the tall geese around like a ragdoll, throwing you this direction. And she comes very quickly flying at you.
Okay.
Up here is the exact position. Ah. He's got the baton right in front of Julie. And good old Tewa is going to start wailing like a madman at Julius with this baton. That's what it does. For 29 points of damage. Julius putting his hands up over his face, trying to protect himself, and he's not the cool, composed Tewas you knew years ago, or even the last time you saw him, or any time in Squad Sigma. He's just railing on you with this baton. No laughing, hardly even grunt.
So,
You were up.
being bombarded by this baton. Huh. Yeah, Julius is gonna try it out. He's gonna try to disarm him. Yeah, expected as much.
You go to grab the baton, you twist it, you lock your face with his for the moment. He, with his other arm, same one he had last time you saw him, comes up lightning quick, right to your his pulse rifle, sending you back this direction. Baton in one hand, pulse rifle in the other. That's the best you've got, really. That's all you've got.
Oh, buddy boy, I'm holding back just for you. I
He'll
thought you wanted it to be interesting.
lower the rifle, wave the baton mockingly in front of your face. Give me your best shot, Weasel.
He smirks. One second, I have to do some math. He'll spend 4 key points to regain 40. No, it's 60 hit points.
Okay.
And then he's gonna rush at him. But instead of attacking him normally, he acts like he's about to punch, and with his other hand, while Tewaz is distracted with trying to block the punch, he's gonna pop a mint.
Oh shit. Blasting him back into the wall. Baton falling here. He looks up at you, wipes some of the water off of him. And what the fuck kind of candy ass shit was that?
Well, you said it yourself. He steps up to the baton, picks it up, and throws it off the mountain. Candy.
Really? Watches the baton go off the edge, stands up.
He shrugs. Yes, really.
He shakes some water off of his wrist armor, looks down at himself, cracks his neck. I owe you for this. Points back to his neck, puts his fists up.
Oh, you for what exactly? I don't really remember. Oh, when I made your head spin round and round and round like a record player.
As you say, from one of his wrists, where he put his arms up, he shoots out a last. Nice! Pulling Julius towards him, picks Julius up, slams him into the wall, and starts pressing Julius's head against the wall. Shifting to the second portion of the cave, moving deeper in. Sasha's still taking point. She's ahead. All clear, David. She's looking around.
Davine looks at the other two, gestures for them to move forward.
They follow Davine very closely. Sasha jumps down. Banksy, stay here. Banksy looks at Sasha. I'll be up there. Gestures right here. Sasha, the 3 of us should be enough going at.
Davine nods. Now remember, Vidar very well might be up there, so be prepared for anything.
Hunk nods his head, holding out his handgun. Sasha opens the chamber of a rifle, closes it because it's a bolt action, just to double check. I'm ready. You ready?
Davine does one last check on her thunder spears, unsheathes her swords. Ready.
We got this. Hunk will take point this time around, putting Davine right behind it. And they'll continue in deeper into the cave system as poor Ash finds himself landing here face down, head bleeding, as the dragon postulates here over Ash, coming just into Ash's viewpoint as the tall geese looks up at it. She's boom, 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 using her wings and feet and claws to claw through the earth.
Well, I'll give you that. That was actually a good shot for once. Standing up.
Gravity still works against you.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I don't know how much it actually did.
Whipping her tail at the down tall geese, rolling Ash this away.
Just you and your buddies just love kicking someone when they're down, don't you?
It is fun.
Oh, I'm sure.
You'll remember this one. rears her head back, blasting Ash with the same attack she did to kill Carter all that time ago. And the suit reads 0 damage. What?
Like I said, you probably should pick up on the fact that those attacks ain't doing much.
He's in a state of disbelief.
Gonna take his time to stand up.
You're up.
Alright. First things first. Ooh, that's 10 damage. Well,
She doesn't know what's going on, so...
that's fine. I'm gonna try again. Much better. Gonna look at her. And yeah. He's gonna move closer and then do that.
Whipping her right into the face, you see thousands of gigantic teeth falling out, spitting them all across the, I'd say, the grasslandy-ish area, like the map represents.
Well, there you go. Your turn. What you got?
She will... So she's going to... rear her head. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Try to... She's got a long... Just like the first time she was described, almost snake-like neck. Not much like a dragon. So she's rearing her head for another bite. Just like the last time, because it's the only thing she's seen work. And Ash, your proximity detectors start going off like crazy, warning you in the mobile suit. Something's coming your way at fast speed.
He's going to turn the head and look at what's coming.
To your right comes flying a familiar visage of a robot, and Suletta in the aerial just coming through, punt kicking it away. And you see it go like a can, tumbling down the road. Suletta will grab her neck, stop her from biting, and just... the nanites that surround the aerial form into a buster cannon on her shoulder, and she shoves the cannon in its mouth, and she blows the dragon back this way and flies off towards her prey.
Good to see you're having fun.
2v1. She picks herself up. You notice she's still rapidly healing.
Oh, you don't get to complain. How many of those rays did you bring along?
Give me your best shot.
My best shot? Alright. Gonna look at her, hit the dauber gun. Give it a...
Puts up her wing to try and protect her, and it goes right through her wing, lets out a scream.
And for the second one... he will... no, why not? So I've used everything. He'll hit the Vulcans to slow her down even more.
She starts slowly trudging towards you, trying to protect herself. Can't do much.
Your turn.
She's going to unfurl her wings around the suit and fly you this direction, trying to stop your assault on her. As back in the cave, you guys come to a disturbing sight. You see him hunk there. Oh no, he has the cubes. Draws his pistol. Sasha aiming her rifle at.
Damien runs up. So should I just run up and try to take them?
Go! Hunk starts running.
She starts running.
He hears the sound of the approaching footsteps and looks shocked to see you guys. As much as a robot can look shocked. Davine sees him putting the cubes in, I would say, like compartments that come out of the side of his armor, and he is no dummy. He recognizes Hunk from a long time ago. Davine can tell he's scared by the sight of Hunk.
Davine smirks. Using the moment of distraction Vidar has, she will try and gear over to him.
As many as attacks as she normally gets. Go ahead, because he was startled by the sight of Hunk charging up at him. Davine hits with the 23. Wait. Yeah, she hits with the 23, knocking him back. This you turns and looks at.
Oh, little old me?
As he says, as Davine says that. Boom! Hits him, knocks him over this way, Sasha. He looks up at Davine, looks down at Hunk, who's cresting this large tree-like thing. He puts his hand up, and a rotary blade starts to spin. And then, as Hunk gets even closer, sliding behind Davine, he just instead of standing to fight, he slams something on his wrist, and fires off rockets, leaving a backdraft of flame, and he starts booking it. Sasha missing a shot as he disappears this way. Sasha, there's only one fucking way out of this cave following. Hunk, go, 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 honey!
Davine starts booking it as fast as she can.
Hunk running right behind her. Tewaz pressing Julius's head. Up against the rock, your brain presses against your skull, and it feels like this, pretty boy.
Julius grits his teeth. Is he able to limit break now that the...
Oh yeah, it's gone, baby.
He will limit break.
It'll knock Tewaz back this way, just give Julius the advantage to make his move.
He falls to one knee, using the wall behind him as leverage. He pushes off it and it will flare blitz. Like this.
Dousing Tewaz in flame. He's still trying to protect himself from the attack.
He will then do like a gymnast backwards flips with his hands landing on the ground each time. And when he gets near enough, he just does a downward kick onto Tewaz's shoulder.
Fuck! You see him try, he's struggling to keep himself up. There you go. He's gonna try to raise the barrel, it hits. He's gonna try to raise his carbine, what's Julius do?
He will use Luna's Ring.
Takes that amount of damage. Coming down on him, he'll drop the carbine and stumble back one. You are. He looks up at Julius. Blood coming out of the mouth just like last time. Pretty good. Not what I'd expect from a weasel from Watertown.
Maybe I'm a little better than a weasel. Maybe a ferret? I like ferrets.
Like I said, he puts his hand out. This is a game of time. Closes his fist, a battle of attrition. Puts both of his hands out. This, my friend, this is eternal. And these strange tendrils come up from behind his, protrude out of his shoulder. And he hits Julius with 2 attacks. They just start whipping on you, Julius.
For one of them, Julius will try and eyeless him.
The 37 is negated. And he's laughing the whole time. He doesn't even realize that he missed his first volley with.
Julius grits his teeth, spends one more E point to gain 15 more hit points.
As he's laughing, arms out to his side. Only a matter of time, Junior. And I don't think that little bitch in the yellow armor is gonna get back in time. Paint the side of this hillside with your face.
Be the best goddamn looking hillside in the world. And he's gonna step up and expend his 5 charges that he's built up with Soul Tap to make another attack.
How do you hit him? You flavor it. Where do you want to aim it at? Wherever.
He, after taking the barrage of the shadowy tendrils, he ducks down, rushes forward, rolls, does a side roll onto his shoulder, and heel kicks right into his abdomen.
Knocking him back 1 step back, grabbing his abdomen, and he runs straight at you, picking you up. He lifts you in the air, and then you just hear, and you look down, because if you've ever seen a spine buster, like in wrestling, he's lifting you in the air, and you look down, and his neck is cracked in the same position as last time, because guess what's kicked in for old Julian?
Oh, he's got motion.
Your leg just free enough to reach up and kick him, and he and falls back 1. You fall to the ground, and he and cracks his neck back in place. He looks around. I got rid of the cunt.
You want to know a funny secret, Tewas?
He looks over at you as more tendrils start to come up from his shoulders.
Julius, as the tendrils come up, Julius's runes start to disappear. His one red eye turns completely emerald green, and his hair turns completely white. It was never her casting a spell on me. It's all 100% Julius Rainfall.
Same attack he killed Nick with. Fires it off at Julius, and it just easily gets deflected off into the distance. He watches it and turns back and looks at you.
Come on, Mr. Battle of Attrition. He takes a step forward and lets out a barrage of attacks.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. I like the kick myself, personally.
Oh, the kick's away. Amazing.
5 kicks all over Tewaz's body. Now he's got his arms up trying to protect himself, but your body kicking him where he's not defending. Falling to his side. Kick him out from the knees. He goes to grab your ankle.
He raises his foot and just stomps on his wrist.
He lets out a scream. He's going to wildly swing an uppercut and miss, falling past Julius this way. And he turns and looks at you.
Well, come on, Mr. Unlimited Power. Where is it?
I might not be able to keep up with you, but this can. And as you see, those same tendrils all keep missing. Every tendril hit missed.
As he's dodging them, Julius tilts his head. It doesn't even look like he's moving. Puts his hands in his pockets. Can they keep up? That's an interesting theory. As he leans back and Punk kicks him in the face.
Knocking it back this way. Looks up at you.
Julius smirks. You know what, I gotta admit, that did feel pretty good.
Beating the shit out of it. During this series of kicks and the strikes hitting him, he slams his wrist computer and you see a prism come up over you. Same kind he put over Icy. And the prism just explodes. It's not magic. He picks himself up off the wall. Blood coming out. He'll rip his helmet off. He looks like a skeleton almost, emaciated that much. Glowy purple eyes, barely even looks human.
What did I tell you, dumbass? I thought you wanted some secret information. He just steps forward, looks at him. Some prime information, if you will. It's not magic, dumbass. As he puts his hand on Tewas's face. And charge key blasts.
Knocking him back this direction. Grabbing his face, screaming. And then the screaming stops as he's squeezing his face. And he starts laughing, chuckling lightly to himself.
His eyebrow raises. Yep, there's the insanity that I thought was gonna come up.
He looks up at you. Not magic. Oh, Julius Rainfall. I have to admit, he stumbles over here. This is pretty fucking fun. But a good merc pulling out, and you don't feel as powerful as you once did. Clicks a button on the side of the baton. A good merc always has a backup plan, Junior.
Julius chuckles. Should expected that.
He raises the baton to you as shifting back into the cave. The chase is on. This guy he fires right by Banksy. Banksy firing off his DMR, missing. Hunk, dear?
She looks at him.
I never want you far away from me. Anytime but now. He has short-range thrusters. Grabs Davine and chucks her while hitting his thrusters towards Banksy. And this guy just is flying away. He's scared for his fucking life. He's getting through the cave at extreme speeds. Banksy will do the same with Davine. Spin her around. The dance practicing, paying off perhaps. And chucks Davine this direction. Right behind.
As she has extreme speed increase, she uses her gear to get even closer to him. And then
she's able to connect, knocking him off his access from behind. He didn't assume anybody could keep up with him. He turns around in horror, sparks coming out of the back of his armor, and some void energy. Davine can see, even though he's a robot, she can see in his eyes he is terrified. How are you keeping up with me?
tried secret, dumbass. She action surges, and then another 5 attacks.
Ooh, what's that 30?
The 3 of them, the 3 first ones whiff a bit, and then the 30 just jabs her sword straight up through the armpit into the neck.
Right into his neck, void energy pouring out from his neck. holding the blade in his neck. He pulls it out of his neck. Shoves the gyro blade at Davine, missing. And he just starts flying away. Sasha missing a shot. God fucking damn it! Go, 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 Davine! Sasha has thrusters in her armor.
She falls to the ground, rolls, and starts running after him.
Back out here, Ash has been taken by her, and Ash has gained the advantage as she wrapped around Ash, flying him this way, trying to use the one thing that works, which is gravity. Ash, you're in the position of power now as you've landed in this, I would call it a gully. She's standing up from the crack.
Ready for more, are we?
She whips her head up at you, and you see all the damage caused is rapidly healed. I can go all day.
Well, then that makes it fun, because I can do this all day too.
Still standing up. She's staggering towards you, but you're in, as I said, in the position of power.
Alright.
Right as you're about to decide what you want to do, the dragon, see Icy in a prism right in front of you, stop. She looks at the dragon, looks over at you. Shoot me! Just screams it. Shoot!
Okay.
You see the prism break, the dragon, what the fuck? Icy gives you a thumbs up, hits her thruster pack and flies off.
Okay, where were we? We're gonna pretend you didn't just see that, and he's gonna shoot her again.
With what?
I clicked the dauber gun, it's just taking a second to roll.
Oh, there you go. She'll have to put her wings up in front of her, slowly start marching towards you. She can't do anything but try to protect herself as she closes the distance.
Alright. Then I guess another wisdom save. That will do it. He'll close the distance for her.
Knocking her on her like a turtle.
Get another wisdom save. And not get to attack.
Bad move. That snake-like appendage head coming in, crunching down on the shoulder of the tall geese, and now you start to hear warning. Warning, warning, because she's actually breached the armor of it.
Ooh, that one actually hurts.
She's just biting into the tall geese, laughing. Well, you could hear like muffled laughter because she's trying to crush the shoulder armor, but not going so well.
All right. Well, he's gonna try to attack. That'll do. Seeing she's right on top of him, he's gonna try and cut her off him with the beam saber.
Flavor it up.
Oh, she's biting him. He's gonna try and cut her lower jaw off. Quick slash to below, right where her jaw meets the neck of the dragon.
She lets up. I would say very disturbing, at least the way I wrote it, a very disturbing scream of pain as she's vomiting out blood and remains of people. Lots of them.
That's nasty.
You hear what sounds like a crack of lightning.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Do what you're gonna do.
Oh, he's just gonna heat whip her again to try and get her to step back again.
She ain't stepping anywhere because she's on the ground writhing in pain. And you hear what sounds like a crack of lightning, and good old General Lorelei appears on the shoulder of your tall geese. Having fun, Asheria.
Time of my life, ma'am.
Good. She looks down the dragon, coughing up blood. You really did a number on her, didn't you?
Oh, I did, ma'am. Having a grand old time, just like you said.
She looks down at her. May I? Presents her bow to the eye camera on the helmet of the tall geese headpiece.
It would be an honor, ma'am.
Wonderful. Brace for impact. She'll fire one arrow. It hits her, and it hits her in the head, and she's just still. It goes through the head. Most powerful arrow shot you've ever seen, but nothing happened.
That was a hell of a shot, ma'am.
Yes, General Lorelei looks up at the sky, and the sky starts to darken.
He's gonna look up.
You see a gigantic comet coming down from the sky.
He's gonna, like, casually take a couple steps back and brace.
As I said, brace for impact. She's riding the tall geese, and it boom down onto the dragon. and she is a smoldering mess in a gigantic crater. Bits and pieces of her. And there's a woman just crawling around. General Lorelei, I suppose that's who's inside.
I would suppose so, ma'am.
Take me over.
Yes, ma'am. He will walk over and bend down to offer her his hand to stand on. Or lowering her down to the person.
She'll come ride down, look down at the woman. She can see she's a high elf of some nobility. She can tell through their connection. High elves, at least the ancient one. She'll pull out a short blade. Trade her to your own kind. Cut her arms off. Go to cut her neck off and stop. Do you have that cannon?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Kill her with it. She'll pick her up by her head. She's screaming and crying. I'm going to check on the rainfalls. The children. Kill her with it. And she disappears like a crack of lightning through the sky.
You heard the boss. He's gonna open up the cockpit, lean out, aim, and fire the hard light cannon.
No time to let out a scream of pain. She's all void. That's what's been keeping her going. Can't speak. All these eons, and there is nothing left. And as you look up, you see the Ariel looking down at where she was, and a gigantic comet strike hole, giving you a thumbs up.
He's gonna get back into the cockpit, stand up, give a thumbs up. All done with your friends.
It was boring. The Ariel shrugs.
Better a boring fight than too dangerous of a fight, huh?
The Ariel nods its head, whereas back in the cave, he is still running for his fucking life. Sasha's keeping up with him. Davine's right on his sick. He's gotten about here. Hunk and Banksy are far behind. Davine's up.
Davine grits her teeth. She looks up at him, and she holds up her arm. Let's loose all 4 Thunder Spears.
Oh shit! Nice. Very, very nice. They stick into him, knocking him off his axis. He's got 3 of the cubes. They stick into him, knocking him kind of off his axis. Big explosion, and he's hovering in air as Towns is sliding down this gigantic crystal. He looks over behind his shoulder at Davine, hits his wrist, and Davine sees his thruster pecs. They fire for like a second and go nowhere. He can't. They're too damaged.
Davine smirks, runs over to Vidar. She unsheathes her swords again. Any last words?
He looks at Davine in horror as Towns sliding under him will pitch up the same sticky knife into his eye, detonate it, grabs his eyes. Flashbang goes off, but nanomachines, my friend. Friendly fire, Davine is not flashbang, because nanomachine tech, as per usual. And he's grabbing his face. Sasha will fire a rifle, goes right through his armor. The cubes will fall, and Towns catches them. And Davine's up to finish the job as he's grabbing his face, writhing.
Davine smirks, brings her swords up, and strikes.
Flavor is death up.
A barrage of strikes happens. She holds her swords up, screams, and just like Aaron with the Levi with the Beast Titan, force of strikes so strong, Towns can feel the breeze of them as they are striking him.
Cut to ribbon. A couple little pieces of metal and shreds hit the ground, like somebody shaved him, like metal shaving.
Davine smirks, looks at her dulled blades, ejects them puts the hilts back on the ODM gear.
Towns holding the cubes, arms shaking. Yes! He just says holding up the cube. Fuck yes! Hunk, I think he's dead this time, looking at what's left of him.
Davian looks down at the metal shavings and nods. I believe he is dead.
Hunk comes over, grabs Davine, rips off his helmet, gives her a kiss.
Davian puts her arms around his neck, holds him in forcefully, and she deepens the kiss even further.
He's pressed up against her, my hero.
Are you kidding me? You're my hero.
Jesus dear, I could barely keep. He pulls her in, grab her to the ass. Keep up!
Oh, but I wouldn't have made it to him without you.
He keeps the kiss on her. Sasha will hand the other cube to Towns. Banksy watching Davine and Hunk. Banksy to Pequod. They can't hear what Pequod's saying. Yeah, we're ready for Xville. He takes his hand off of his helmet where his ear would be. You guys aren't gonna do it here, are you? As Hunk's still squeezing Davine's butt, cause
I don't know, it's a beautiful place.
it might make a nice vacation. The kids.
Oh, fuck.
Sasha, let's rendezvous. Let's rendezvous outside, and then I'm sure Julius is fine and icy.
Yes, I'm sure they are. As Davine quickly starts speed walking.
Hunk
Towards the
right
engine.
behind her, following. Shifting back here for the final time. Tewaz and his baton still in play with Julius. I'll get another one just to be sure, in case anybody forgets. Needs the visual. Could be. He stands here, but he's haggard for sure. So that 19 goes down to 12. But he's still waving it in front of you, laughing.
Julius rubs his nose with his fist.
Pounds his chest armor with his hand.
Julius scoffs, rushes him, and goes straight for the baton.
Ha ha! He's able to keep it in his hand. Getting tired.
You talking about you or me?
He looks up at you. Bah, 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 bah. Tendrils coming up, hitting you, just striking you in the back, the head, the top of the shoulders.
Julius will try to eyeless one of them.
Take the 36 off.
Julius then will... Oh, where is it? Undying Rage, there it is.
He gets knocked back as you do that, staggering back this way. He's almost hunched over, the tentacles coiling around him. Pounds his chest armor again.
Julius spits a bit to the side. I don't even need it. Rushes him and just starts attacking him. Oh, that's all at disadvantage on accident.
Flavor their 26 up. Go ahead.
He misses the first one, rolls a bit, does a back kick to the back of his knee, and tries to do a couple more swinging kicks which Tewas both dodges.
He'll swing and connect right across the face with the baton and hit you with another barrage from the tentacles and stumble back this way. Smoke coming off of him. The tentacle's still wrapping around him, but it looks like his body's struggling to keep up with the damage and heal. But the tentacles still seem very strong.
You know, Tewas, these tentacles are son of a bitch. He rushes him again.
He's gonna put the baton out in front of him to protect himself.
Julius will first use 3 ki to heal for 45. Just the first one hit, it's a simple elbow to the throat.
Dropping the baton here. He's reaching for it, looking up at you. And he starts chuckling. Spits out some blood. He'll take the baton. Chuck it off the side. Don't think you can hold out much longer one way or another. Closes his fist. He starts to heal rapidly and the tentacles grow.
Julius raises an eyebrow. Very confident, aren't we?
He pats his cheek. Look at this. Wipes some of the wounds away. Like I said, this is forever. This is eternal. You'll fade. I'll still be here.
You'll still be here with your anorexic. I can see your cheekbones looking self, yeah.
Julius says that. He's going to run up to Julius and attempt to grapple him. Nice. Grabs Julius's neck and he starts pressing in. That's your windpipe constricting, Weasel. You can speak barely.
Is it? Couldn't even tell.
Then something strange happens. All the pressure that's on your windpipe stops, but his hands are still on your neck. And you just hear Icy's voice. Like Dad said, not getting away this time. And he can't even, because his body in natural state is so emaciated, can't even put pressure on your neck. She's crawled up the side of the hill. Like right here, just holding her finger up. She just snapped it.
Julius looks over at Icy, smiles, looks up at Tewas. Oh, buddy, you're so screwed now.
He looks back at her, head tilts in confusion. You're up.
Julius tilts his head. What? You think we didn't have a backup plan?
Flavor him up, he's got no defense.
Julius, on the first one, does a flat palm onto
The
his chest.
29 will kill him, so you flavor the kill.
Flat palm up to his chest, sends him up flying, and it's almost like in a video game where you have an aerial combo. He jumps up, 2 kicks to the side of his chest, and then the last one is he grabs his neck and just crushes it with his hand.
Falls over. Dead. Right there. Still crawling up the side of the hill. Rolling over this way, standing. You fucking killed him! She grabs you and hugs you.
Julius hugs her, picks her up, and tightens the hug. I couldn't have done it without you.
You look fine. She looks you up and down. It looks like you didn't even scratch you without me here.
Julius laughs. Trust me, it got tiniest bit iffy for a while there.
She's gonna take her helmet off and bury her head in your stomach. I always knew you could do it. You fucking did it. Look at the loser. She's poison. He's just dead. He's dead.
Julius laughs. Yeah, look at the fucking loser.
Did you see that giant comet?
What the hell was that?
That's Lorelai's bow.
You have got to be fucking kidding me.
A crack of lightning, and she's standing here, arms crossed.
What I meant to say was that comment was so amazing and beautiful and wonderful. Isn't that right, Nicole?
She looks over at Lorelai, shrugs, and just head back in Julius's stomach, hugging him. It was cool, yeah.
Looks up at Lorelai. Yeah, she agrees. She agrees.
Arms crossed, jumps down here. Comes, inspects his dead body. Well done. She smiles up at you.
Julius smiles. I believe Gondar wanted. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the bounty hunter medallion.
She'll inspect around his body, find it, take it. I'll return it to him. She'll put her hand on his body, farewell, and disintegrate him. Icy still hugging Julia.
Julius chuckles, smiles, and goes back to hugging Icy.
Lorelai will come over, hand right in between you and Icy, and she'll step back. What's your problem? She'll come over here. Well done, Julius.
Thank you, ma'am.
And she grabs your hair and you feel it twist.
Oh, shit, what did I do?
Neck wrenches back. Let this be a lesson to you, Julius. I always get what I want, no matter what it is. And she plants a huge kiss on Julius. Tongue and everything. I see. Oh shit. What? It is the most passionate kiss Julius has ever received, and her tongue is almost going down your throat.
Julius's body goes limp for just a second and then wraps around her body just to keep himself up from his hair being wrenched back in his neck.
She pulls her lips off of yours. Starts wiping her lips clean. I see. Starts pointing at you, laughing.
Julius looks over at Icy, then at Lorelai, his face completely red.
General Lorelai starts fixing her battle gear, wiping off the dust. Well, Suletta and Asherion have taken care of the... You can tell she's visibly shaken. Taken care of the dragon that took down the Majestic and the prototype things. And yes, let this be a lesson to you. I always get what I want, no matter what. She looks at you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And I heard over radio comms, Banksy radioing to your wife, who we will not discuss this with, that they killed some robot, something or other, and she needs to come pick them up. So
Yeah, I heard they killed Vidar.
we won. I see clapping, but still laughing at Julia.
Yeah, we won. He glares over at Icy. Stop laughing, will you?
She can't. She covers her mouth. General Lorelai starts licking her lips, just looking off into the distance.
Julius slowly turns his head to look at Lorelai.
Icy will put her hand out. I think you should come over here.
He walks over to Icy. That is all you wanted, right? Just a kiss?
That's it. That's it. Licks her lips again.
Good. Very good. We should go back to the ship.
Oh, there's the Nova. There's your wife. It's coming over the horizon.
Yes, very good. Julius wipes his mouth off, leans down to Icy. Is my face still, really red?
No, you're good. And I would never tell Pequod this.
Oh, thank God.
As the Nova lands, Pequod has picked up Team Davine, picked up the mobile suits, and you guys are the last to be picked up. Blaze and company, the Spartans waiting for you. And as you're cresting, flying away, you can definitely see the frigate, whatever frigate they were using to deploy on the planet, exploding. Pequod running up to Julius, grabbing you, and giving you a nice big kiss. As Icy just jumps on Banksy and starts whispering something.
Julius picks her up, hugs her tightly, and just to show off in front of Lorelei, gives Pequod the most passionate kiss he could ever muster.
Lorelei, grabbing her neck. Blaze, are you okay? He pulls out a handkerchief and starts dabbing Lorelei's forehead. Fine, we won. She puts her arms up, takes the handkerchief, comes over here. Nobody's ever seen her that rattled before. Everybody's just looking at her. Suletta standing here with arms crossed, just staring at Lorelei.
Davine staring at Lorelei. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we won. We have all 4 cubes.
Excellent work. I was just a little nervous, that's all. The comet that came down, I didn't want it to cause any damage to a Chariot.
Appreciate that, ma'am.
Blaze puts his hand up. Well, as projected, sires and madams, it was a lightly defended ship. You truly had thinned their numbers over time. We encountered little resistance. Less than 20 individuals.
Well, everything went to plan with Miss Suletta and I, ma'am. All the ray units are gone, and as you saw, the dragon is vaporized.
Pequod's still grabbing Julius's shirt, kissing him. General are like, good! Hand trembling. Very good.
Davine nods. I'm sure you heard of the calms we encountered Vidar, but because of the acts of the wonderful leadership of Sasha and the heroic acts of Banksy and Hunk, I was able to... Oh, and Towns, of course. We were all able to take him down.
General Lorelei nods her head. Excellent teamwork, Davy. Puts her hand over her mouth. I expect no less from the rainfalls.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Just shaken, that's all. I haven't felt this way since I was a teenager. Pequod letting go of the kiss.
Oh, okay.
Could you give me a cup of water, Davine, please?
Yes.
I don't mean to be a bother, but...
No bother at all. Sure.
Hunk, I'll get it. You stay out here with her. Wait, no, Hunk wants her to come with him. Hunk comes into the kitchen. Come here.
She'll walk up next to him.
You think she kissed Julius?
Oh, 100%. Look how
She's blushing!
She is blushing. Her hand was trembling.
Ah! Everybody just hears laughter coming from the kitchen.
Davine starts to giggle. Oh my god, she finally got what she's wanted this entire time.
We do not, as he's pouring some water, hands Davine the first cup. Ever say that? Ever tell Pequod though? If it's true. Yeah, it's probably true.
No, we never tell her, and she leans over to Hunk. Honestly, if we did, she would just probably laugh at Julius.
Yeah. He'll hand Davine her cup of water, take her out this way, let's go see the kid.
Yes, let's go.
Lead her back out, Lorelei. You can hand her a cup of water. She'll take it, start slowly sipping it. Hunk will, when you two are done over there, Julius, Pequod, let's go of the kid.
Julius turns to Hunk. Yeah, how can... He's a bit cross-eyed, shakes his head. How can we help you?
Come here. He puts his arms out. Icy coming over toward
He walks over to him.
Pequod with you. Hunk's gonna put his arms around. Come here. What is Lugnut? Banksy. Aww. Try to hug everybody.
Julius and Davine will assist him by trying to encompass everyone in their arms, too.
Auntie! Hunk speaks up. She comes over.
Davine pulls her into the hug. Quickly.
Blaze clapping, watching the hugging going on. And Sasha.
Julius shakes his head. He actually fucking did it.
It's fucking over.
Davy nods. It is. Finally. We don't have to worry about the universe being destroyed anymore. We could just live our fucking lives.
Yes, General Lorelai speaks. Voice cracking.
Just gotta throw those toys in the composer, right, Mom?
Lorelai nods her head. Suletta whispers to Davine, I actually am fond of hugs.
Davine pulls her in even closer. I am too, and Letty, I don't know how much you really want to hear this or not, but I'm very proud of you for what you did today.
Davine sees a tear come out of her eye.
She gives her a kiss on the cheek and pulls her into a more private hug, away from the family.
First time I've heard that in a long... Ever, really?
You should hear it much more often. I'll make sure of it.
Hunk, she cry? Looking over.
Julius looks up at him. Don't say it.
What the hell? We're supposed to be tears of joy. She lets go of Davy.
Davine pats her on the shoulder, then goes back into the family hug.
She'll stay in the hug. Lorelai. I have to report this to, puts her finger up, looking around. General, blinking in excess. Thomas, no, that was the guy. Rico, that's the current acting general. I'll be right back.
Julius starts to chuckle to himself a bit, looking at Icy.
Icy in the hug. Hunk. And we finally get to move on. Pequod actually starts crying.
Julius heightens the hug between them all, gives Pequod a kiss. We finally get to move on.
And I knew you two would do it. Two little punks. Too much for Tewaz to handle. Icy, Julius did most of the work, trust me. I got blasted away by a Prism rocket ship. What?
It was weird, difficult to explain. I was totally expecting RC crystal from it, but it was just the prism.
Then I got back with the help of Ash's mobile suit, and it was over. Pequod, thank God.
He looked fucking ugly under that mask.
Icy, I would use him as a polymorph form to scare people, but... Well, like General Rico said, ugliest motherfucker I've ever seen.
Davine starts to laugh and she shakes her head.
Pequod pizza party. I'll make that happen. We got leave, right, ma'am? It's Friday. Sure. She throws her hand up. You can come back, Monday, whatever. There you go.
Julius looks over at Lorelai. You okay, ma'am? You seem a little flustered.
Oh, fine. Fine. As she's typing on the computer. Blaze will, sit down. Nightfall going over here with the rest of them. Blaze, looking at the rainfalls with a smile. Townsend, Sasha sitting down. Well, we'll have to double down our efforts to figure out wherever the Star Child device is, and then the matter is, he shrugs, finished. You should all feel very proud of yourself.
Julius nods, rubs Icy on the head. Yeah, we all should.
Icy nods her head. Hunk will let go of the hug, and now mom and dad hug time if that's not a problem. Looks at everybody.
Julius shrugs. Go for it.
He'll pull Davine in and give her a kiss. And he's gonna hold it on her.
She lets him, hugs him around his waist, pulls him in closer, and holds the kiss with him.
Suletta clapping. Pequod. Thank you, Julius. Resting her head on your neck.
Yeah, no problem, and I'll have you know I did not only break his neck, but I'm pretty sure I shattered it.
Good. You became an overachiever.
Julius chuckles. If that ain't my story, I don't know what is.
General Lorelei up here.
Julius just starts laughing uncontrollably at that sound.
Anything I can get for you, ma'am?
No! No. Lightly sipping the water. I'm fine. I'm fine. Take a seat. Relax. You've earned it. She turns around. Good work, David. Pointing to Ash. Ash.
Thank you, ma'am.
Months of training in that machine paid off. Typing. What was his number again?
I'd like to say it did pay off, thank you. And thank you, Captain Rainfall, for finally ridding the universe of that stain.
Julius looks over at Ash. You're welcome. Thank you for ridding the world of that dragon being. I don't think we ever got that one's name.
I think we did, but too many to remember. But at the very least,
From what I've seen, it was called Oryx.
Oryx. Well, what matters is the innocents on board the Majestic, as well as Carter and Nick have been avenged.
Hunk and Davine still kissing. Banksy and just takes his mask off and starts kissing Icy. Krellin, all four. Wow. Looking down at the kid. Samuel beeping, gesturing towards them. Krellin, I know, long time ago, you get blown up, lose these, now are. Good trade for good Ash. Samuel nods his head.
Bet you never thought you'd see them all together again, eh, Krellin?
Krellin shakes his head. Miracle.
Miracle indeed. We won. Now we just need to get through the end credits, as it were.
Quad wiping some tears away from her eyes. Haven't felt like this since the Raven Rock days. No looming death of... Yeah.
Julius nods. It's like a weight was lifted off our shoulders. Not just the weight, the entire weight of the fucking universe was just lifted off our shoulders.
Pequod, just one more weight to lift, Julius. Resting her head back on you.
Julius nods, and I'm sure it'll be lifted in no time flat.
Hunk finally letting go of the kiss from Davine. Davine is left cross-eyed by the kiss.
Davine shakes her head, pats him on the chest. I'll never get tired of that.
You're not going anywhere. He pulls her right back in, not for a kiss, but just holds her up against him.
She holds him in a hug.
Unless you want to go somewhere.
I mean, we did start something in the cave, but more pressing matters came up.
Yeah. True. Well, I mean... Shaletta really puts her hands on her.
Davine looks back at her. Don't really us, as she presses the button to open the door.
Hunk will, well, duty calls. Takes Davine. Shaletta will, let's move away from the door, children.
Julius,
With her hand.
Julius has already picked Pequod up and is walking over here.
Same. Banksy coming over here. Yeah. Yeah. Leaning up against the wall.
You alright, Icy? The Vulcans didn't catch you at all?
She gives you 2 thumbs up. Good shot.
Thank you. Just making sure you're alright.
Did not expect Prism rocket ship, but Max Tech always has something up their sleeve.
Of course they would. They always have some tool or toy. But anything they had, you guys handled it. That's what matters.
She nods her head. Then my thruster pack, Banksy, because she's gesturing over towards Julius, gave out, so I had to climb up the side of this fucking mountain. Pequod starts laughing.
Julius laughs. Say what she did was way more impressive.
And by the time I got up the mountain, he looked like he had him completely on the ropes.
Oh yeah, really, that him choking me. Yeah, I really had him on the ropes.
Icy shrugs. But he looked weak, he could barely stand.
I think that's just how he always was.
Icy, maybe. Thinking back, he was really ugly. Looking around, Pequod. That's one combat recording I don't want to see.
Oh, trust me, you really don't. You remember him from Watertown, a pretty normal looking guy, right? Other than being absolutely fucking insane.
Pequod looks over at you while you're saying,
This looked like a literal skeleton with eyeballs in the sockets. It was not. It was disgusting.
Pequod's eyes trail up to you, gives you a kiss on the chin. That is right. She looks over at Ash, puts her hand out, gesturing. We met that freak all those years ago. Think about that.
Isn't it funny to think that that monster's been part of all of our lives for almost a decade now?
She shakes her head. Some days it feels like yesterday when he blew my ass out of the sky.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. He shakes his head.
Did he remember you? Pequod looking at you guys? I mean, he remembered you two, right? From all those years ago?
Every time.
What a freak.
He nods. Yeah, every single time he would complain about how we were a thorn in his side, how we were all stupid. He was calling me a weasel quite a bit, trying to get under my skin.
He took a plagues out of Malcolm's playbook. A weasel, I see, using her Malcolm voice.
That is basically exactly what I said to him, too.
Oh, Julius! What if when you killed him, he just let out a Malcolm scream? Suletta even snickers at that one.
That honestly would have been sort of terrifying.
Oh!
Oh, God. But yeah, now we don't have to worry about him at all anymore.
Fitting that he was that hideous. Seems like every bit of ugly inside came to the surface.
Pequod nods her head. You're probably right. Think about it, all those years ago, we met him in Watertown. Then, those are the same things they stole from the ship. Bumped into him a lot.
Isn't it hilarious that in one way or another, the three of us have been intertwined with that damn cult pretty much since the beginning?
Not anymore. He smiles up at Julius.
Julius chuckles. Exactly. Not anymore. No cult to be intertwined with.
You hear General Rico's voice. What the hell happened to you? You look fucked up. General Laura, like, hand over her mouth. Never seen you looking like this. You don't even look scary like you usually look. The imposing high elf deity. Laura, like, quiet. Everything's fine. Everything's under control. The enemy is defeated. I just need to regain my composure. I was worried about hurting Ash. Oh, okay. Good. Need to talk to you about something. Private comm channel. Right. She'll walk up.
So, something else happened with her. Like hell, she was worried about protecting me.
Banksy, yeah, that does not sound like that woman. Looking in the private cabin she went in. The meteor strike. What was that?
Oh, that was her bow.
What? He looked up.
She shot the dragon with an arrow, which called a comet down to obliterate it.
This guy walking over here, there is a reason almost nobody's ever seen her fire it. He shrugs and chuckles.
Yeah, look, and he'll pull up the Ariel's footage, or sorry, the Tallgeese's, sorry, and show them.
I see, yeah, as I was climbing up the side of the mountain, there was just a shadow cast, and I looked over my shoulder like, oh great, what's happening to- oh my god. And I thought it was Tewas summoning a meteor to kill Julius, so I climbed a lot faster. Because
Aye.
Julius, Julius chuckles. No, it was just the Ranger General.
Yes, the purple-winged psycho calling a meteor to kill him. Wonderful.
right! Stay on Lorelai's good side. Banksy comes over here, looking into the captain's cabin. Right.
Yeah, it's probably good for everyone's health not to make her hate you.
Pixie nods his head. Pequod. Thank God. He just leans back into Julie.
He puts his arm around her, rubs one of her arms. Thank God indeed.
And the exoframe's gone for good this time, yes?
Sasha, oh yeah. Trust me, there was nothing left but ribbons and Towns, a few pieces of, a few chunks of him. Davine, Towns puts up his hands, blah, 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 him to death.
Good. Then I don't think there's anyone else to worry about, because I think if there's anyone remaining of them, I don't think they're gonna do much with the people paying and supplying them gone, right?
Banksy's setting Icy down, going to get her a drink. Blaze, I doubt it. And as I said, their ship was poorly manned, less than 20 individual guards. I'd say that's the end of the road for them.
You didn't meet the group with the black armor on the ship.
Suletta looks up when she hears Ash say that. Blaze, no. I assumed we would bump into them. Sasha shrugs. I mean, they were ex-EarthGov. They were like the elite of Max Tech commandos. So essentially mercs. I'd assume they just... I don't know. Maybe went their own way. I don't know.
Saw Max Tech was having a losing hand and just abandoned them, maybe?
Towns didn't think they could win the fight on the weird, creepy Solstice World planet, so they just dipped.
That'd be my assumption. I mean, we'd know if they were there, because it wouldn't have been quite as easy if they were there.
Blaze, I fully expected to bump into them. When I was told I would be accompanying the squad and leading the children, I prepared myself accordingly, but somewhat of a letdown, actually, sire.
I think it's for the better that that's a letdown, although I do wish we could have captured some of that armor.
That is a shame.
Well, give it time. I'm sure the idiots will pop up eventually doing something else foolish, and we can take them... Well, you can take them then.
To sell it on the black market. Suletta speaks up.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Someone should keep an eye on the black market just in case that armor comes up.
Town's done and done, sir. Looking at Julius.
God, it's useful to have someone in SIS just right there to ask.
No, what's really useful is to have somebody like Davine. He puts his hands up again. Blah, 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 blah.
Julius laughs. Yeah, it is very useful to have an amazing swordswoman like that.
Sasha kicks her boots up onto the table. That is what it kind of looks like. She does the same thing with her. Banksy, yeah, it's really what it looks like.
Oh, I'm sure it is. He does the same thing. I think I remember seeing her doing that once.
Well, that's what they're doing in there right now.
Oh, God. I do not need to. God damn it. He just rubs his face.
Krellin, who retrieved cubes? Towns, all of us, but Davine killed the guy and then I caught him. Need to go congratulate. Starts making his way to the room they're in. Banksy, no, no, no! Blocking the door. Fine. Comes and stands next to Ash.
Well, we did it, Krellin.
Who's cannon?
Yes, I did. Vaporized what was left of the dragon bitch.
Very good. Keep
Very-
cannon. Long time.
I will. Thank you.
Very welcome. Need seaweed chips. Looks at Pequod. Pequod, yeah, we'll get you some when we get back to Gateway. I would say home, but it's not going to be home for long.
Julius nods.
No, it won't. Congratulations on that again.
Fine. Keep Krellin out of spiky hair woman room. Crosses his arms like a little kid.
That's probably for the best. Krellin, you don't want to go in there right now.
Copulation? Pequod, yes.
You can thank her after copulation is over.
In culture, do in public sometimes. No big deal. Walks over this way. Pequod, ah!
Aha. Well, that is an interesting cultural difference I was not expecting.
Suletta, the high and noble star children like to have their fun. Perhaps somehow, in some twisted way, they're related to the Rainfalls.
Julius chuckles. Hey, you never know. Maybe we are.
With his hands again.
Well, they did help seed life through the galaxy. Maybe the Rainfalls are a special chosen in more ways than one.
Julius chuckles, looks over at Towns. You know, I'm sure Davine would be up to teaching you how to fight with swords, if you ask her.
I'd be down, honestly. It's very impressive. Every time she fights, usually something pretty cool happens.
Julius nods. Yeah, that's my mother for you, always doing the flashiest of moves to finish an opponent off.
Maybe I'll be the first student at the academy. Blaze.
Yeah, hey, an SIS agent with some ODM gear. Doesn't sound too bad for some secret missions.
He nods his head. Pequod, yeah, I want to learn how to use it too. Basically, we all want to learn.
Well, I'm sure that your academy is going to be in high demand. I mean, how many kids do you think are going to request to get to use gear as amazing looking as that?
Pequod nods. Oh yeah, and Dad will definitely make Davine look really good in the recruitment posters and commercials. Not that that's hard, but yeah. She's rubbing Julius's chest.
Julius nods. It'll probably be the one time Dad has a better eye for a shot of photography than Mom does.
Think of that. You guys are going to create an entirely new form of warfare. First, it's going to be up there with when people started using cavalry in terms of how impressive it is, in my opinion.
Sasha nods. Yeah. That robot never stood a fucking chance.
No, I mean, like, with all you five against it, I don't think it could have lasted 10 seconds in a one-on-one fight against any of you.
Sasha, he legit just he saw Hunk and ran away. He starts chuckling.
I mean, Hunk did kill him the last time.
All
Say-
those years ago.
Yeah, I would be pretty damn terrified of him too.
Just imagine, he manages to stop you once, nearly killing you. Fast forward 7 years, you turn around in your moment of victory, and there's the same dude who killed you all those years ago. Would have shat myself.
And the thing is, Sasha boots up on the table, head back, looking at the ceiling. Davine was well ahead of Hunk. And he didn't even notice Davine coming up on him because Hunk was just trudging behind Davine.
Julius chuckles. Oh, I'm sure that was a big part of his downfall.
And then Davine got some swings in on him and he just ran like a bitch. Icy starts laughing.
I mean, can you blame him?
No! Sasha's speaking up. No, I can't.
I'm sure most beings would turn tail and run once she gets a strike or two on you.
Shit, I'd probably run away too.
Banksy's still guarding the door. General Lorelei comes out. Ah! Ah! Ah.
Feeling better, ma'am?
Yes. Mortis. Ash.
Yes, ma'am.
General Rico has there's a disturbance on Mars. Max Tech remnants have been sighted there. Probably, underground cells of them. He would like my best Ranger squad to go investigate, which unfortunately means you, because Curtis's squad is the best. If you don't want to go, I will not force you. You have earned time off. If you would like to go, then when we get back to Gateway, you may go. The choice is yours.
Ready and willing to do anything EarthGov needs of me, ma'am.
Good. Very good. When we get back to Gateway, you'll go down to Hangar 14 and connect with the squad there. She looks over at Julius. I've briefed them.
Perfect, ma'am. And you ever need someone to pilot the Torgies again, I am more than willing.
Duly noted. She sits down next to Icy and just starts patting her on the head.
I'm almost sad. Just barely got started dancing with the Torgies when the dragon had to die. Shame we didn't have a better partner, ma'am.
So let it now, you know what it feels like. Maybe in 80 years you'll get to pilot it again.
Well, I'd say that's a good thing, isn't it?
General Lorelei, if there's no need, yes, then things are... Squints over at Julius, going well, running her hands down her thigh.
Ma'am, you have some sweat on your brow. Do you need a handkerchief? He pulls out his handkerchief and
Thank
hands it
you.
to her.
She sniffs. Pequod, oh lord, watching.
Julius starts to laugh, turns away and covers his mouth.
I'll need to compliment Zap again for his work, but compliments to you, Miss Soletta. You helped build it, and the armor proved perfect. The only thing that dragon could do that did any damage was biting.
Mr. Trax's looks are deceiving.
Yes, they are. What
And
about-
Scar, lest we forget, and Jennifer.
Of course, compliments to all of them. They really do make works of art, don't they?
She nods her head.
Which is why it's going to be terrifying to see what Zap can do trying to toy with ODM gear.
General Lorelei, yes. ODM gear.
You sure you don't
Really?
need to get you anything?
I'm just glad we won. She shrugs. Very happy, takes Icy's glass of water and starts drinking it. He just laughs at her.
You're so...
Julius
You go.
nods, looks over at Blaze. Did my parents speak to you about the stealth ODM gear that they were thinking about?
He puts his hand across his chest and bows his head slightly. Yes, sire. And Jennifer and I will begin construction as soon as the academy is completed.
Julius nods. Sounds good. Sounds very good.
Sasha Davine with portable ODM gear. Good luck to any enemies of theirs.
Might as well just attach guns to the swords. Make it where she can do everything.
Not a bad idea. Blaze starts thinking, tapping his chin.
Julius
Did
nods.
she use the spears? Sasha, oh yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Blaze, good.
So that's an explosion I would actually have liked to see.
Towns, I got it all on my wrist computer. He pulls it up and shows you.
Holy shit, that is no small explosion right there.
Blaze, not at all.
Gods, by the time you're through with that gear, it's basically going to be Marauder armor.
Blaze nods his head. Look at him. That poor robot. Exoframe. Never knew what hit him. Towns blew out the back of his armor and he couldn't even run away.
And then then he got turned into Robo Filet.
So out of fitting, inspecting the footage.
Julius chuckles and nods. Yeah, that's what happens when you go against Davian Rainfall, I guess.
Fitting that he died once to Hunk and once to Davine. Husband and wife, both killing that idiot.
Towns nods. I flashbanged him. I did something. Points! General are like, congratulations.
Hell yeah, you did, Towns. Nice job.
Just like the last time we fought those aforementioned black armor guys. I shot one with my wrist gauntlet, thought I did something cool, and then Davian showed up and killed everybody.
You've been essential in how many fights, Towns? You're a hell of a fighter, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
He nods his head. It's been real. I'm glad this place gets to stick around.
Yes, sir.
Very
Yeah.
glad.
Yeah, that's... He tightens the hug around Pequod. That's for sure.
Lorelai, yes. Looking at Julius, still sniffing the handkerchief.
You're sweating quite a bit, ma'am. Should I turn on the AC?
It's on. I'm just like a weight lifted off my. That's what somebody said, right? She looks around and been gnawing at the back of my mind since you two came back from the Majestic.
That's wonderful, ma'am. Looks like everything's turning pretty damn good at the moment.
For once, finishes Icy's water.
Well, you can't always go down. You eventually have to go up.
Very true. Lorelai nods her head. Very true.
And the rays didn't give you any trouble, Suletta?
No. She looks over at you.
Seems like they couldn't make them up to snuff after the first one.
She nods her head. Unmanned. They were most definitely unmanned. Easy to predict their movement.
It's a shame. Would have rather you'd have gotten to have fun when you were in the Ariel.
Next time.
Next time.
In another 400 years.
Oh boy, we'll get another universe-ending threat. Just wait.
Lorelai, no thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
It's relaxation time.
Yes, I'd say 2 times saving the universe is enough for a career. Yes, ma'am?
Yes. Treat myself and Gondar to a lovely dinner. Well, what did you think of the restaurant, Julia? You and Pequod really enjoyed it. What place that was the best chicken parmesan I have ever had.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a great recommendation, and thank you so much for the tickets.
You should take your family, celebrate.
Yeah, we should. I didn't even think about that.
May not be a bad idea. She rests her head on Sasha's shoulder. Sasha shocked when she does it. Okay, just lets her do it.
Julius nods, looks at Pequod. Might want to pitch that to someone after the pizza party, of course.
Yeah, she looks over at the door Banksy's standing in front of. After copulation, as Krellin would say.
Ah, yeah. Good old Krellin. Always has a way with words, doesn't he?
Fine. He's like a child.
You do a pretty good impersonation. I couldn't do... Fine. See, it's just not the same.
Well, it's Frederick I can't do. She looks up at you, rubbing your neck. I cannot. Fredwick. As I guess it's supposed to be pronounced.
Julius chuckles. Oh, well, I am President Fredwick of the colony of YouTube. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Wayne Falls.
She starts laughing. General Lorelai, he's a strange bird, that Fredwick, let me tell you. He, not Fredwick, some man named Scrapyard. Suletta, junkyard. Or like, right, yeah. Snuck his way onto Gateway Station. I incinerated him. He was claiming to be a friend of Fwedwick's.
Julius's mouth is wide open.
What? He looks around.
He was a friend of Fledwick's.
Oh.
Julius starts to laugh.
He was annoying. So that, yes, he was.
Well, that also means the retirement of the anti-Junclave, then.
How did he get off the roof that we left him on? Did he just jump off or something?
Lorelai, I didn't take the time to read his mind. I did confiscate his risk rangers and her guards, who are, just chilling in the back talking to the Spartans come up. I confiscated his race computer. This guy will hand it to her. This was recent. She's looking at here. She just pitches it to Julia.
Julius opens it up and starts scrolling through the videos.
You see a passerby, another member of the YouTube colony, saw poor Junkyard trapped on his roof. Went and got a ladder and helped him get down.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh god, that makes sense. So it wasn't just him and Fledwick on the colony of YouTube. Got it.
So that, oh well. He was annoying, and he should have known better than to try and sneak onto a military installation. Especially during a time of not open war, but basically war against a cult. Not that it's classified, I know it's unfair, but yes. No tears for Junkyard. Lorelei, Scrapyard.
Julius nods. Yeah, especially Gateway Station. Of all the military installations you could have snuck onto.
Hunk and Davine finish up. And Davine goes to open... Well, Hunk's carrying her. Davine goes to hit the button to open the door, and she just sees back of Banksy's head at the door.
She blinks a couple times. Banksy, darling, what are you doing?
He turns around, his shoulders go up. Oh, Krellin was trying to get in to congratulate you. He steps out of the way.
Davine just looks even more confused. Okay. Thank you for not letting him in.
Hunk holding Davine, not setting her down. He isn't gonna let her go. Krellin, Davine.
Krellin?
He comes over, hand out to her.
She takes his hand.
In culture, greatest of warrior, highest respect. Kill Kamul, he bows. Kill evil robot, retrieve cube.
Davine nods her head, does a little bow to him. You know, Krellin, isn't it wonderful what kind of miracles just a bit of hope can bring?
Krellin, in culture, puts his hand over it where it's right in the middle of his chest. His chest, their heart organ's in the middle of their chest, not where ours is. And he gets on one knee to Davine. Hunk will set Davine down now.
Davine stands in front of Krellin and nods at him. What am I supposed to do?
He's just still bowing. Samuel comes up beeping.
She bows to both of them.
Samuel say you have to tell me I can get up.
Oh, right, of course. Thank you, Samuel. You may get up.
Krellin stands up. Very good. In culture, hug. He hugs Davine lightly.
She hugs him back. Just remember what I always have said about hope.
Never will forget. Always keep in mind. Protect Academy. But bad news.
Bad news?
Had to trade Good Ash away. Ranger morale low. Fudwick trade away. Hunk, what a shame, as he's not gonna force Davine, but he tries to pick her up. Puts his arms around her.
Davine jumps into his arms.
What a shame!
That is just terrible. Krellin, a worthy sacrifice for the 4 cubes and the Ranger morale, I suppose.
Beeping from Samuel. Samuel say, make another one. Hunk, no! No, that's fine. That's fine. Right, dear?
Yes, of course, we could never truly replace the first and only good Ash.
Fine. What? Hunk,
Davine chuckles, shakes her head, and puts it into Hunk's chest.
as she does that, Pequod's nav computer. She jumps out of Julius's arms. She's going to dock at Gateway. General Lorelei. Well, I believe this is where we go our separate ways for the weekend. Excellent work, Rainfalls. Everybody, she puts her hand up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Docking
you.
Bay 14, she comes over to Julius, hand on his shoulder. I always knew you could do it. Smiles at Julius and lets go immediately.
He smiles at her, turns to face her completely, gives her a salute.
She
Thank you,
will
ma'am.
return the salute. You are very welcome, Ranger.
From you, it means the world.
She nods her head. Come, Rangers. Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. She's watching Julius out of the corner of her eyes as she says that. And they disappear down the elevator.
Oh, God, I just got a serious shiver up my spine.
Krellin, me, Samuel, take cubes. Back to apartment armory with Blaze. Blaze, yes, stands up. Come, let's go. And then we need to figure out wherever your composer is. Krellin, we'll find as they disappear.
I'm assuming I'm getting off quite soon.
Julius shrugs. Yeah, I think so.
Been a pleasure. Good to fight alongside you again. Have a great weekend.
You too. Pequod looks at you. Hunk, have a good one. Good luck on Mars.
Well, hopefully we don't need it. Hopefully it's just a bunch of max tech grunts, right?
So that it's probably something boring. Puts her hand up.
What I wouldn't give for something boring after what we just finished fighting.
Suletta nods her head.
I'll leave you to it. Beautiful work out there, everyone.
Julius nods. Good work, Valarius.
Thank you, Captain Rainfall.
The Spartans, they don't attack Ash or anything. They're just riding the elevator down with him, all staring at him as he goes down. Pequod, I gave them the high road speech. Sasha starts laughing. So they won't beat the shit out of him.
Julius laughs. Oh, they probably needed it more than any of us combined.
Pequod nods, watching the elevator go down. He'll be fine. We always take the high road. Arms around Julius's waist.
Yeah, we do.
Sasha,
Julius-
I guess this is our stop. Looks at Julia.
Julius looks over at her. I suppose so.
I almost don't even want to get up. She stands up. We deserve to be lazy for a while. Looks at a risk of you.
Hell yeah, we do. Takes a step forward.
Pequod, dinner down at Lorelei's sometime Monday. Sasha, sounds good. Me and Towns will be there.
Sounds very good.
We'll see you guys there. She comes over and gives Julius a hug.
He hugs her back.
Kicked his ass, huh?
So yeah, like it was nothing.
She'll nod and smile. Towns and her will leave. Towns with his hands in front of Dave.
Damien looks confused for a second and then starts laughing.
I see, that's what he says you do to people. With your hands when you kill them.
Damien looks over at Hunk and then Banksy. Is that what it looks like?
Hunk, yeah. Yeah, it's quite sexy, actually. He looks down at her.
Well, damn. Maybe I'll have to just continue doing that then.
Yeah, I'd say so. They won us the day, at least on our end.
Damien nods. Well, again, I couldn't have done it without my team. Julius nods. Yeah, none of us probably could have done what any of us did without help, teamwork, and everything like that.
Hunk, I knew you two would get that fucker.
Julius nods. I mean, yeah. Honestly, it was a pretty easy fight. He had this prod that was like that machine in the fight when we first saw the dude in the black suit that turned off my limit breaking and made me feel super nauseous. He had a prod that did that. But after I got rid of it, it turned pretty easy.
Pequod, I almost wish I could have seen it. I don't want to see it if he was that ugly.
I mean, if you ever want to see it, you'll be able to, but he was pretty fucking ugly.
Well, describe ugly. I see. So ugly I would not use it as a polymorph, like I said. Hunk, jeez. That's gotta be pretty bad, because fucking Arnaki was horrible.
Arnaki looked tame compared to him.
God, what if he took off the mask and it was just that?
Oh god.
Or Arnaki, excuse me. Hunk puts his hand out. Arnaki, excuse me.
Yeah. If it was Arnaki, I think I would have been able to attain a form past just normal emotion.
Takes off the mask and it's Arnaki and it just says, "Little brother."
Oh god. I worry for the planet's health at that point.
Poor Zanzibar coming up the elevator with all the kids and pets. Setting them all down. Brienne holding Carter walks this way to Mom. Pequod, and there they are. She's gonna let go of Julius and pick up all of the kids. Except Carter. Both of her kids.
Julius walks over, gives Sol and then Laz both a kiss on the head.
Zanzibar handing JJ to Davey in Hunk's heart.
Davine picks JJ up, gives him a big old kiss on the cheek, leans back into Hunk's arms.
And there's my drink. Icy picks up the tortoise and starts drinking from its mouth.
Julius laughs. You've been doing that for like 2 months now, and I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
It's really refreshing, you have to admit.
I mean, it's completely... It's completely refreshing, but it's still a little weird to see sometimes.
Pequod, it kind of is. Hunk, you know what is very refreshing?
What's that, dear?
Civilian clothes. Him and Davine got redressed. Davine's in pair of his sweatpants and hoodie. Civilian clothing. Go get undressed. It's the weekend, and we're celebrating. Pequod, setting the kids down over here, you don't have to tell me and Julius twice. She's gonna drag Julius into a private room.
Julius just laughs on his way there and gives everyone a thumbs up.
Pequod taking you in, getting undressed, because there's clothes on the ship. Everybody has a couple different pairs. Taking off her shirt. Turns over and looks at you over his shoulder.
He's just staring at her.
You're happy he's gone too, right? Like, really?
Beyond ecstatic.
I hope that... It probably makes us bad people, but she shrugs and puts her shirt on.
He takes off his coat, his mask, everything like that, and starts putting on his civilian clothes. And he shrugs. I don't see us wanting to separate ourselves from someone we believe is toxic as making us bad people at all.
Putting on a pair of sweatpants. That's true. Helping you get dressed.
He smiles down at her, cups her cheeks with his hands.
It's not an exaggeration. Just everything he caused. I don't know how anybody could live like that forever. Under that. It was depressing.
Julius nods. Yeah. Yeah, it really was. But now, he gives her a kiss. It is over. He gives her another one and done with.
She kisses you back, and now, if I ever, well, I mean, I think the way things are designed, I should never really cross paths with him again, which I'm okay with. But if I do, I'm gonna get down on my hands and knees and
I mean, there's only so much high road one can ride, right?
I would say that's still being on the high road by my definition. She looks at you.
Julius chuckles. Hey, I mean, if that's your definition of high road, I have more of a chance to encounter him than you do, so I will
You
definitely.
get down. Let us, sister.
He starts to laugh. I would definitely do so, yes.
He comes into your office for some reason for a briefing. He'd be super nervous, not seen you for years, and you're just
As soon as he enters the office, I'm in the middle of it. I immediately drop to my knees. Little sister!
She starts laughing. Oh god.
Yeah. He puts his head on hers. It's fucking done.
Grabbing your shirt, twisting it. Yes, it really fucking is.
I haven't, other than like our wedding day, I haven't been this happy in a while.
She looks up at you. Neither have I.
Yeah.
The closest is when covered in mud and pregnant. And I just remember whipping up my head and seeing you there with a broken leg. I honestly thought I was hallucinating. It was the fact I could still see Icy out of the corner of my eye. That I knew I was still in some semblance of reality.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I won't forget that day. They're just seeing you starting to cry. I wanted to make my way over to you, hold you tight, but I couldn't because of my stupid leg, and then you just crawled over to me, laid down on top of my leg, and just started kissing me, and I didn't even care about the pain.
It was one of our better kisses, and Mom and Dad have not. She puts her finger up, kissing your chin. Ever had a kiss like that in the rain with a broken limb, which we should remind them of at some point.
I mean, that was terribly romantic. How many times have one of them almost died? Had like a limb broken or, just been on death's doorway. And then the other comes up to them, gives them the kiss of kisses. I think never.
One of the most passionate kids, then look over and there's just fucking... Oh no! She puts her hand over her eyes. Every time he was always there!
Julius chuckles, picks her up. Yeah,
God, and he was so ugly, Julian!
you didn't even recognize him.
Who is this? Oh god. And he had this lazy... I'm sorry.
I
That's
think
not very high road.
Julius shrugs. No, it isn't.
He was always fucking... She's with her fist slamming your shoulder. There! And I got so sick of it.
He just smiles at her. Yeah, I did too.
So fucking tired of it. Carry me outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Carrying her. She's still pounding your shoulder. You got it. Hunk. He's sitting in the captain's seat with Davine on his lap, and JJ. What the hell? Pequod. Oh, sorry. Looks up. You guys fighting? He saved the universe. Because no.
Julius chuckles. No, it was far from fighting.
He was
Davine.
just always fucking there. Hunk. Like, I mean, everywhere. And Davine knows how she feels because she described this last week to Davy. Or wedding week, a couple months back. Wedding day, I should say. Just everywhere I went, every time I'd see him, he was there. It was. Maybe I do have PTSD from him, too. In fact, I think I do, actually. Because this joy and elation I feel is. I've never really felt this way about somebody that wasn't Julius. So.
Julius nods. I think all of us have PTSD to a certain extent.
What the hell are you talking about? Like,
Julius looks over at him. Ash. We're talking about Ash. And Davy nods. Looks over at Hunk. Pequod always felt that Ash was always right behind Julius, even when she wanted to have like a private conversation with him.
oh. Hunk. Oh. Pequod, put yourself in my shoes. Dad. Hunk. Just starts grumbling to himself. I see Banksy come over.
Do we need to show him the illusion, Pequod?
Pequod, I think it would be. I think it's educational. I see. Aww.
Istrom, if you please.
She nods her head. Hunk sees a double of himself and Davine. Davine's over here. Hunk's right there. The Hunk double walks up to the mirror. And coming right as the Hunk double comes up behind Davine, or comes up to Davine, coming up behind Davine, hand on her shoulder. Hello, Dad. And Hunk over here, Jesus Christ, put that away, Nicole. She snaps her fingers and makes it go.
Julius starts to laugh. That is exactly how it felt, though.
Pequod, yeah, walking over this one. It was terrible. Unintentional, most likely, but still just terrible.
I'm sure it was. Like I said, Raven Rock, there was a small amount of people. And even past Raven Rock, I mean, when we first got back from the Majestic, I don't get it.
Some Suletta will come over playing with the dragon, holding it. There are some things I can forgive. There's a world I can see myself forgiving Ash for what happened with Integra, what he did for Ceres, spilling your dirty laundry. You know, there are some things I can forgive, but I cannot forgive him for the talk about Nicole and shooting. And if I can't forgive that, then there is no way I can. And his grip tightens around Davy and forgive him for threatening to kill you. He looks down at Davy and I just can't. And I never will, and I don't want to.
Davine smiles up at him, reaches up, cups his cheek and gives him a kiss. I wouldn't really want you to.
I appreciate his effort out there today, and everything he did, but there is no world, there's no reality that can be found or made up. Looks up at Icy, is just looking down at Banksy's arms. Icy, I'm not saying anything. He shrugs at him. I just can't. And if he had threatened to kill anybody else, it'd be the same way. Even Sasha, or... I don't get it either, son. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I don't get it, and I never will. And thankfully, we don't have to.
Julius nods. Yeah, We really don't have to.
We're gonna try to get. We were talking over breakfast. We're gonna try to get a couple months of leave from Lorelei. I'd say we earned it. I'd say our kids killing Tewaz alone earns it, let alone Auntie Suletta. Rainfall. She looks over at him and nods in her mobile suit, helped by Ash, of course. And then our efforts in the cave earned us some time off.
Yeah, I would have to agree. What would we be doing on this 3-month off excursion?
We're gonna take a road trip. A lot of camping, a lot of seeing nature, continental U.S. That's actually where I'd like to go now. I'd like to head down to Suletta's. We'll pick up the RV, and there's a campsite we can go. He looks down at Davine. Davine's aware. Davine helped him buy this place for Icy, so Davine knows. There's somewhere special we're gonna go this weekend. We'll stop and get pizza on the way. Because big ass pizza, the biggest.
Davy nods. The biggest pizza, and it is a very beautiful place.
Punk nods, and so you can swing us down to Suletta's when you get a minute, but he looks around. Yeah. Puts his finger up. I tried, believe me, to forgive Ash. Can't do it. So, doesn't make us bad people. Doesn't. No matter what you think. He looks over at Pequod, who just... I think I needed to hear that. Thank you.
Julius
Multiple
nods.
people telling me, right? She looks at Julius.
Julius nods. Yeah, see, I told you.
He didn't threaten to kill anybody else here, right? He puts his hand out. I mean, because I know it was some cloak and dagger stuff. Nobody told me about him threatening to kill. He looks down at Davy.
Julius looks up. No, I don't think so.
Suletta, never me. Had he, I would have just killed him. She sure.
Yeah. You never threatened me. Damn sure he's never threatened Banksy or Pequod. If he threatened Pequod, he knew he would have just died. So yeah, no, I think we're good on that front.
Everything works out the way I'd like it to. You'll never have to see him again. He looks down at Davy. So.
That sounds like a plan.
Never have to see him.
And I would hope you would never have to see him too.
I don't want to, trust me. I mean, the way I see it, once the academy's up and running, I need to be retired from EarthGov.
Oh, well, that is true. We would pay you quite well at the ODM Academy.
Your payment enough, trust me.
She looks at him, smiles, and gives him another kiss on the cheek.
Pequod, you are always this romantic looking at him. Like, yeah, guess so.
Duveen looks over at Pequod. I believe he was always this romantic. He would always do little things when we would work out together. It was just like the smallest of things, but he would hand me a rag that I didn't even think I would need. But once I had it, I would be like, oh, I am sort of sweaty, I do need to wipe off. He would always do the littlest of things, and I think that's part of what drew me towards him.
It's the small things that count, though I prefer you sweating.
Oh, honey, I know you do.
He starts laughing. Suletta, yes, we know. Trust us.
Yeah, not even 10 minutes after the mission ended, we're straight into the room.
Suletta, the only reason they didn't get into it down at breakfast was because they were concerned about you, the children, today. Hug nods. Yeah.
Davy nods. Not to say that we didn't have the utmost faith that you could all handle it, but it is a parent's job to worry about their children.
Hug nods his head. I was worried, for sure. had faith, confidence. You really climbed a mountain. I see. It was not fun looking down. I really need to start working out again. Yeah, you fucking do.
Julius laughs. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Why didn't you just, like, fly? You see, that prism left chaff on me, so it took a while to get it off. RC chaff. Rocket ship prism. Max Tech special. To let it... Oh.
He shakes his head. Shit. You could have called out to me. I probably could have flown down at that point. Maybe.
I was too busy terrified at the gigantic comet coming out of the sky. Yeah, we missed all that.
It was crazy. One moment, everything is not normal, but I'm just fighting Tewaz, and then the next, the sky darkens all around us, and a goddamn comet starts to fall.
It was definitely weird, and I lost all my sense of direction climbing that mountain, so it was like, was that the direction the dragon and the mobile suits? Oh, whatever, keep climbing.
I honestly thought someone triggered like an ancient Starchild trap.
Ancient Starchild trap. Summon Krellin right into the fight in between you and Tewaz. Fine.
Julius laughs, and then Krellin proceeds to kick Tewaz's ass.
Represents him good fucking ass.
Shake hand, and maybe not kill you.
Oh my god, that's how he kills him. I see, what? He shakes he shakes Goodash's hand and then detonates the like 900 pounds of Semtex he had in Good.
Julius laughs, and then boom, Tewaz is no more.
Or he hands him a TV. Take this. Here, Tewaz, have fun. He blows him up.
Watch Oscars, turns it on, and boom.
He got cackling. Oh, yeah. Goodash is gone. Hunk, thank you, Christ.
Yeah, thank God. Julius looks up. That's another thing off our plate that we don't have to worry about.
Hunk, yeah, we were talking about pulling the Istrum card with it, have it teleported somewhere, but thankfully they got rid of it, whoever, so. Today is just a day of wins. He kisses Davine's head.
I would have to say so. Although it would have been funny for some poor scuba diver to suddenly discover good ash at the bottom of the ocean.
With the cigar still lit. Somehow.
Somehow.
Hug will rubber thigh forward. Alright, take us down to Suletta's. Let's start the weekend. Get in the RV.
Julius nods, carries her over to her seat.
She's gonna punch in the coordinates, says, ah. Finds himself here on the ship in the docking bay. They are waiting for you, Colonel Curtis with his hand up.
Nick, you're muted.
No, I was just pressing W instead of Q. Sorry about that. He's gonna come up and shake his hand. Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Welcome back, Ranger.
Good to be back.
So it all went well. You're standing here. He's still shaking your hand.
It all went very well. Giant...
That's all about it. Come on. He's gonna sit down here.
Well, alright. He's gonna sit down. Well, first off, no ill effects of the mobile suit. Aside from a bit of a bloody nose, but that's not too bad.
It's good. That's good. Everybody made it back in one piece?
Not just that, little to no scratches even. It was a slaughter, if anything.
Good. That's how Lorelei likes it.
Speaking of which, I got to see her bow in action.
Braced for impact?
She shot it while on the shoulder of the Torgies.
Oh, that's quite an honor, mate. Coming out with beers and 4 cigars.
I'd say so. He'll bring up the footage of it again. That
That's
is...
not too bad. He's gonna light a cigar.
No, it is not. May I?
Yeah, take one. It's the expensive stuff, mate. We figured if you lost, we were all gonna die anyway, so might as well buy the good stuff.
Hell yeah, at least once in a while, you get to enjoy the nice things. He'll light it up. Got to fight a giant, shape-shifting void dragon. That was interesting.
How'd that go? You throttle her?
She couldn't do shit to the mobile suit, sir.
Good.
Armor on that? Well, you could see from the footage, the only thing that did anything was she managed to dent the armor a bit with biting it. But if you're getting to that point, you ain't doing so well.
Well, that is a load off the old shoulders. We really wanted to go, but not our fight.
No, but I wish you could have been there. More good hands makes an easy job even easier.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, taking a sip of his beer. Or we just would have gotten in the way. Either way. He sips his beer.
You three are too good of fighters to get in the way. And it was a good-ass day, sir. Many important pieces permanently off the board.
So what's the next step?
We just gotta find where the composer is, put the cubes
And then
in.
it's lights out? Yeah.
Done. You're stuck with me forever after that.
And they got the cubes back at the apartment, so
We got all four. It's just a matter of waiting for Krellin. I can't imagine there's more than maybe a week or two left, given how
Thank
fast
God.
he's able to do things.
thank God. Move on. Hopefully the frontier will be a safer place.
I hope so. I really hope that all those things actually are directly connected to it and vanish when it's gone, because imagine that. A frontier without anomalies, without lichens, without the Dread Forest. That must sound like a vacation for people like us.
No more having to do search and rescue on dead children.
Yeah, that's one I really hope never has to happen again.
Yeah. He'll he has a beer. He clings it with yours, opens his. Well, I am glad everything turned out good. That means you go through selection, I get to retire. And I've got my weekends to myself.
Oh, you don't want to spend any more time with me, Tal?
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. It's time for me to go. I've got this thing called a beautiful woman. He does the hourglass. Her name is Miss Suletta.
No, I can't blame you there, and you should have seen her today. Watching her fight is a work of art, so she really is something else.
Yeah, she was telling me she couldn't wait to get behind the sticks again and fight something. Hopefully she had her fun.
She said she had a good enough time, just a shame she was basically fighting glorified drones.
Well, I'll take it, mate.
No, I'm sure you will. And as much as she'd prefer to pilot the Ariel in combat again, I hope for everyone's sake that it doesn't come to that for a very long time.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mike?
Nothing, just that you know, better that she, even though she wants to get back into the suit, better that she doesn't have to for a long, long time, eh?
You don't get headaches after being in that thing, something like that?
Ah, for the first little while you're out of it, but they go away pretty quickly.
Good.
I-
And you feel fine? No wobbly in the legs or anything like that?
No, I feel great. Feel ready to take on the world, sir.
Well, you did just help save the universe, so yeah, you should feel good.
Yes, sir. I think it's just I've gotten used to piloting them. The first time, how do I even describe it? It felt like a hangover, but also like someone hit me in the chest with a bat.
And you just got in it out of gut instinct.
Yeah, I saw what we were fighting. I knew that the Tallgeese was in there, and I was already running up, getting into it before I even realized what I was doing.
Well, it's a good thing you did, because it prepared you for today.
Yes, sir.
Didn't know it at the time.
No, I did not, but I don't know what I would have done today. I'm sure Suletta could have handled everything.
I don't think you can fight a giant dragon with... Did you use that ridiculous cannon Krellin strapped to your ship?
That's what I finished it with.
Probably for the best.
Aye. Lorelei shot the dragon. Comet came down, obliterated it, and then, well, look. He'll pull up the footage and show. Little elf bitch crawled out. Lorelei cut her bloody arms off, and there's where the cannon hits her.
Great grandmother elf of... Yeah, she does look like an elf. Kind of. I think so.
I think she once was. Lorelei did call her a traitor to her own people.
Oh, it's personal. That's why she hit it with the media.
Probably. Although I also think she just wanted to have fun.
Well, I hope she had a good time.
She had a good time somewhere along the way.
But she always does. Very rare to see her in combat.
No, I can't imagine many have had the privilege of seeing that. And I imagine even fewer have had the privilege of seeing her blush.
She was blushing. Colonel Curtis, looking at his beer can.
We got back on the ship, were relaxing on the way back, and I swear to God, she was blushing, sweating, and damn near cross-eyed when she stepped on the ship.
Invigorated? Thrilled that it's over? Maybe. I don't know. Looks at the can.
Hopefully. Either that or she copped a feel of Captain Rainfall.
Yeah, she does like Julius a lot.
Yes, she does. If I found out tomorrow that she... I don't even know, got his shirt off or kissed him or something like that, I would not be shocked. But what matters is we're done.
Well, I mean, Julius is a good-looking guy, but... yeah. I could see those two together. In a different world.
Oh, in a world without Pequod, I could see it.
Fucking Julius married to Laura.
Oh, gods.
You know who wears the pants in that one.
Yeah. No, yes, I know exactly who would wear the pants in that relationship.
Colonel Curtis, oddly enough, I bet you Julius. Now, I would think Lorelei, but Curtis, no, I think she probably bend the knee to old handsome Julius Rainfall.
Maybe, but at the same time, I don't think he'd be allowed to wear pants around her.
No, probably not. Speaking of which, we took Good Ash down to the barracks. You really want to bring that down to Integra? Think it will work?
I think it'll help, yeah. A little bit of therapy, let her get her frustrations out, get her blood pumping. I think it'll do wonders for her.
Okay, if you're going to arm her, maybe make sure you're not around.
Probably. for the best if I could maybe ask one of you to help with that.
Yeah, sure. Colonel Curtis, yeah, I said I don't ever want to. I want to see Ceres at least one more time, I guess. I don't know how long I can stand your house without impressing it as Ash, but yeah.
No, but at the very least, you'll get to see something like good Ash getting hacked to pieces. Maybe it'll brighten the mood.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, there's a grapevine that back when she was crazy, she would come at you very often.
Oh, she would. I'm very lucky I didn't get the hand that wasn't robotic cut off. I think she was trying to.
She was constantly trying to fight you back then.
All the time. She, was ready and
Well,
willing
how
to
did you dodge her? What did you do? Just hide in your room?
hide in the room, try to stay out of the apartment when she was out and about, just do anything I could to give her space, I suppose.
Yeah, well. That lady's been through a lot, so.
She's been through more than anyone ever should.
Yeah, well, she gets to however many years she's got left, she gets to, as best as she can, enjoy them now.
Yes, she does. As best as she can.
Sometimes that's all you can ask for.
Yes, it is. And, hopefully they go well for her. I'll do everything I can to make sure they do.
Colonel Curtis reading Lorelai's field report she sent out. I think she sent me a copy. I told her I'd want to know what happened.
What do you think?
Looks like it was really a slaughter. No, not even any injuries sustained on your side.
No, like I said, I think the worst injury sustained is... Oh, look, he's gonna point to, like, the little cut he got when the Torgies fell. A little cut on my forehead and a bloody nose. And that's it.
Not bad. Not bad at all, I'd say.
Not at all. I would much rather any mission anyone goes on go that way.
Look at it this way. You went from, and it's just historic facts, the worst Arcane Council squad of all time to the one who saved the galaxy. Universe. He points at you. So it's quite a polarity shift if you think about it.
Yes, sir. And now I get to work on, the best ranger squad out there.
Yeah, there were some strike squads back in the day during the Archfiend thing that did some pretty crazy stuff, but prior to that, I mean, I think Hunk's squad did a lot of good stuff, but no universe-ending threats. These things, thankfully, don't come around too often.
Yeah, it seems like they come around every 400 years, so, I'll see you guys for the next one, I suppose?
Yeah, we'll be ready. Hopefully, I'll be retired, so it'll be somebody else's problem. Not that this one was mine.
Ah. Well, hopefully, any of us that would be pulled into it are either far away or dead and gone by the time that happens.
All the cubes. You got your Krellin buddy. Find it, over. And then I've got a tick. I hope you're not in... I hope selection hasn't started for you, but I got a tick, or an itch, I should say, rather. I want to get my ass out to the frontier, right back to Dudley, and see if it's still there. Because if it's not, that's worth celebrating in my opinion, too.
I'd say it is, if that's gone. Yeah.
And then we can bounce to the Dread Forest, and there's a couple other places, Paradox sites, a couple other things. Lichens, you name it. See?
Check if the areas of space with those spiders are still there.
The Aquila Rift? Yeah.
Kayla Rift, yes.
Gullivar?
Yeah. Oh my. Could you-
Gullivar. Urban legend, mate. Gullivar. You ever hear that one?
I swear I've heard the name, but I don't know what it is.
Like, he starts typing on his wrist computer. Colonel Curtis, it's a planet, and the colony took the name. It's called Eridad. And they've had an urban legend there. I don't know if it's true or not. He's got his hand on his head and he removes it. I don't know if it's true or not, but this is well before my time, but like 300 years ago, they'd start sending in reports about this vampiric, at least they would say it was vampiric, who knows if they know, like beast called Gullivar, they named it. And apparently it lived in some mountain ridge and it would attack their colony at night. Just, you'd be standing in the street, come down, swoop you up, and they'd find the bodies drained of all fluids, not just blood. But I think they say vampiric. Kind of like a spider kills its victim.
Huh. That sounds interesting.
Like sculpture some colonists did.
Huh. Looks horrifying to see at night.
Good old Gullivar, mate. You don't know how many times ranger squads have gone out there. What's the problem? Gullivar's attacking. They stay out there for months. Gullivar never comes down. He's up in the mountain. They go up to the mountain. No Gullivar. Like Bigfoot down on Earth.
Except people actually are getting drained, yes?
Yeah, it's true, but maybe it's some type of... I don't know, yeah. That's the only strong evidence, but yeah.
Dear gods, the frontier is a crazy place. Teleporting vampiric demons, wonderful.
Hopefully not for long.
Hopefully not. Although, just wait, someday some idiot's gonna come along and summon it again, just wait.
Hopefully that's not possible. What are you gonna do when you get home? To celebrate?
I don't know. Probably just gonna have a nice, get nice food out for Mom and Saris, but then I think I'll give them more space, go out and just train more.
Probably for the best. Get yourself ready for your workup.
Yeah. Just get every duck in a row that I can for that, because gods know I'm probably gonna need them.
Yeah, you will. Ain't gonna be easy.
No, it's not, but... Well, if I can pilot a mobile suit and save the universe, then I can pass selection, eh?
Brush up on your land navigation skills, you'll be fine.
Shouldn't be a problem. How was selection for you three? Easy, hard, what did you think of it?
The most horrendous experience of my life.
Okay.
It was the most horrendous experience of my life. The first phase of it, which is land navigation, long marches with the rucksack. That was the worst for me, I'd say. Just because it seems like it never ends. You have to tell yourself that it's going to end and you'll get through it. But it just seems like it never ends. And you're on your own accord the whole time. Nobody there to help you through. No, you just go from point A to point B. You have to navigate on your own. Find your proctor, instructor. This is where I'm headed. This is where I'm going. Go off to the next one. And they're timed. So if you don't make it in time, you're out.
So you have to be both fast and steady.
Yeah, and it's just the fact nobody's there to help you, They teach you how to work on a team later. And I'm after, deeper into selection. But you are on your own. You sink or swim on your own volition. So, and it really weeds out the can-dos from the can'ts.
Sounds like a more extreme version of having to travel anywhere in bloody Gallia.
Yeah, no horses, nothing like that to help you along either.
Really wish I would have had horses most of the time. Too poor you can't have that luxury, eh?
Colonel Curtis, back when I did selection, Lorelei was... Nowadays, she's not involved in the entire process of every class. She doesn't have the time. But back then, she was there from start to finish. He starts laughing.
Oh, so she worked you hard, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. Yep. And then when they put you through seer training, she personally torture. Yep.
Oh, boy. so I'm probably going to assume that that's something I have to worry about.
Oh, I think she'll be there to torture you, don't worry.
Well, I'll just have to take anything she can give.
Yeah. But no, yeah, Lorelai was there from day one till the end. So, it was interesting. Very gratifying to get, your ranger.
Very gratifying to
Your badge, because you're considered a cadet at that point. Once you make it past phase 2, you get your cadet badge. It's a lot more gratifying to get it from her.
No, I can imagine getting that from Lorelai herself. I was given mine, but I think earning it like that is a different beast, right?
Yeah, and you will get yours from her. At least that's how you have to think.
Yes, sir. What, if I may ask, what was the worst part for you, sir?
I think probably jungle phase, being in the jungle. I came from a place called Utah. There's no jungle in Utah. So, and that, and it was an eye-opener for me, being in the jungle. The smells, never being clean. And I mean, you kind of go through it in basic training, but being in the jungle is a lot different. Never being clean, never being dry. You feel like you're constantly trying to. Well, when you're in the, have you ever fought in the jungle or anything like a jungle in Galia or something?
Not in Galia, but I've worked through tropical areas on missions, sir. I know.
And yeah, when you're in those environments, everything moves, and you feel like the jungle does impose its presence onto you. The heat, the moisture, the insects, and you come from Utah into that, and that played on my mind, I think, more than anything. Just what's crawling on me while I take my 20 minutes of sleep. What will crawl on me, and what will get into, because you don't wear the gear, you just have like BDUs and your rucksack and stuff like that. So what will get into my clothing, and thus on me.
Fun. So that's on top of the few times I've been in the jungle. The thing that always sits in the back of my head is, with how dense it is, there could be something the size of a bear and an elephant 40 feet away, and you wouldn't be able to see or hear it.
Or a tiger.
Or a tiger. Yeah.
Panther. There's panthers in the jungle. It's classified where it is, so we can't tell you, but there's panthers in the jungle. We do our, of course there's instructors there. They're not going to let you die, but yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not going to weigh in the back of your mind. No, I can see why that would not be fun, and well, I've never had to spend an extended period in the jungle either. A few hours as part of a mission, but never days.
20 weeks.
Dear gods, that's gonna be fun.
Yep.
Everyone else has said theirs. What about you, Lake?
It was the same for me. Jungle, but what comes after jungle, which is escape and evasion. Where you have to escape, and you have to. The instructors hunt you down. They're not going to kill you, but that carries into seer training. He points at you. So they capture you, and then you get tortured. But you have to last back when I did it, 4 days. And just. If they catch you, if they catch you before the 4 days, it's an automatic fail. So that was very stressful for me.
I can imagine.
Because you make it that far, and then they use dogs. They use basically any trick, any non-magic using, and you're not allowed to use magic. I didn't know how to use magic back then. I was trained after I became a ranger. But if you have capabilities, you can't use it, and if they catch you, you get expelled. You get sent out of the class. You get kicked out of the military. So. Yeah, and you make it that far, and if you flub up once in 4 days, and you can't really surrender yourself, if you know you've made it 4 days, which odds are you won't because you're tired, hungry, and exhausted. But if you make it that far and they catch you and it's over, that's like getting tackled on like the 10-yard line in football.
That sounds intimidating. You get all that way there, and you're right, you get to now go directly against some of the most skilled trackers in the universe.
Yeah, yep. Lorelei likes to, track down the escapees, though she doesn't use her powers. It's fair. She won't read your mind to figure out where you are, but you can bet your bottom dollar she'll be tracking you down.
Well, then it'll be a pleasure getting to, in a way, play a game of chess with the General.
Her and Achilles.
Boy.
Yeah,
Achilles.
she had him. During that all jungle training. She was tracking you down.
I can imagine, and I've seen what he can do in combat. He's terrifying in his own right.
Yep. And it was I mean, they're not going to hurt you. They're not. They hurt you and torture. They're not going to kill you or anything and escape an evasion, but it is a horrifying thought to know that woman's coming for you, and that Mana Saver.
Oh, God, they're not gonna kill you, but yeah, I can imagine being terrified.
And they will find you. Trust me, because eventually you're not going to be able to go much longer. Any food you need, you got to find. So that's plants, and you don't got time to find a rabbit and cook it. Let's just leave it at that.
No. Best source of protein you're probably gonna get is if you can get a fish and gulp it down raw, which is not preferable.
No. When I was in Escape and Evasion, I mean, they're not going to hand you a book and be like, this is what you eat and don't eat. I ate a bunch of berries. So during SEAL training, not only was I sick to my stomach, but I was being tortured constantly for 4 days. It was not a good idea.
No. Oh no. Look, did you ever find out what you ate?
No, I have never went back to that jungle. It's been offered, you want to be an instructor on selection. No, I don't. I really don't. I've been there for land nav and stuff like that, but I will never go back to the jungle unless it's official military duties.
Yeah, I know that feeling. So it's not the same, but when I first was on my own, I had to figure things out, right? And what I've very rapidly found out is that there's something just like blackberries in Gallia. And then there's another type of berry where the bush looks almost exactly the same, but if you eat those, you get flu-like symptoms for like 3 days. Take a guess how many times I ended up eating the wrong ones in the first year I was out on my own.
Probably developed a good, strong immune system, though.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I think the flu-like symptoms only lasted a few hours by the 10th time I accidentally got the wrong bush.
Is it true? Is it called like Bonzenberries or something? Somebody tried to poison Malcolm's drink, and he gave it to Denaria, and she drank it, got poisoned.
Yes, I think it was Bonzenberries or elderberries, something like that. And Malcolm went to drink, said he was no longer thirsty and that the dumb hick can have it. She downed it, and then Eloquent had to pump her stomach.
Oh boy.
You wouldn't think a stomach pump on an Arcane Council Strike Squad ship would get used as often as it did.
I mean, and that's including leaving without a doctor. Think about that.
Yeah, we left without a doctor. And Malcolm basically shanghaied poor Eloquent onto the ship.
And Mr. Freetooth, his disposition is one of my favorite at the apartment. He's got his commando gear on, ready to go.
Yes, he seems more ready and willing to just tell people how he feels now than when he first got here.
Yeah. Well, as he put it to me, he does not like drama. And Tal looks over at you.
And so he must hate me.
I think he hates drama. Maybe not you, but you have created a lot of it.
I have, but the bright side is that drama is all about to very rapidly come to its close.
I'll tell you what, you want to kill someone, mate, I'll tell you how you do it. Ambush somebody. You just sneak up behind them like your creepy little lifting your legs, and then, say something to get their attention, and when they see you, they probably die of fright.
I'm sure that'll work. I'll have to try that sometime.
Did it hurt to get your legs up that high?
No, not really.
Colonel Curtis, Jesus Christ.
I just thought anyone could do that.
I mean, they go up to your chin, dude. He's looking at you drinking his beer. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be athletic and flexible, but that is some creepy ass shit.
Yes, it is. Upon looking at it from the outside looking in, it's quite creepy. Will not be having it.
Everybody always talks about Julius's reaction. His face when he saw it was like, it is funny. But in reality, imagine the trooper who's watching the cam seeing that unfold back at whatever ring of gateway his, security room is.
Oh, God. Don't remind me. Poor dude probably had a heart attack.
He probably almost hit the panic button. Like, this guy's coming up behind her, creepy, gonna call the troops that are on the ring and stop it. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably very lucky I didn't get tackled by some guards there.
Hell, they probably would have ran away.
Wouldn't you?
It is one of the creepiest things I have ever seen, son.
Yeah, half a step away from Anaki. I understand that.
Might be creepier than Anaki, actually.
Maybe. I don't know, that one didn't get General Rico ready to go to war on Gateway.
Maybe that's what you all do, mate. Creep up behind the general like that, grab his wife.
I said I didn't want to die.
Yeah, that would be a hell of a way to go after you've helped save the universe.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep that filed away in case I ever do feel suicidal.
That is one way to go.
Yes, it is.
You got the sneaking suit from Lorelei, and you was just trying to really get in it, I guess. Like, play the part of the sneaky god.
Oh, totally. Trying to play the part of the sneaky assassin. 100%, that's what it was.
He starts chuckling. Yeah.
It definitely was that and not me making the wrong choice in my relationship.
Well, maybe you could tell Saris that the galaxy is saved, and that will make her feel, yeah.
I'm sure she'll be happy, but I don't know if it'll make her feel better.
Colonel Curtis, or probably would have rather been there with her team. I'd guess.
I'm sure she would have. I wish she could have been there.
That's my guess, anyway. I don't know her as well as you do, though.
She would have wanted to be there. She helped us fight so many steps of the way there and didn't get to be there for the finish.
Yeah. He looks down at his beer can.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna rub his chin, take another drink. So what are we going to look at today?
Apparently some disturbance on Mars. Something or other.
I think someone said Max Tech remnants.
Yeah, probably survivors of Crise. I mean, they had a presence across the entire planet, so it's most of them probably just blended back in with the civilian population, ditched the logos, the gear, you know how it goes. But I'd imagine there was probably some hunkered down on the planet somewhere, too afraid to come out, or too smart once EarthGov took over.
I mean, that makes sense. And, I mean, Max Tech are better equipped and better trained than UIR, but really they're cut off from their supply lines. What are they really going to do when we get down there, right?
Die. We'll find them, kill them. Back to Gateway, celebrate.
Yes, we will. And that will mean we've taken pretty much every piece off the board and cut every loose end. I'd say that's a damn fine use of one day, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. Kill some Max Tech troopers. Bing, bang, boom. Back home. Hopefully, no QRF calls off Gateway. Just relax till Monday.
Hopefully. And then, not long after that, a few more weeks for me to go to undergo a selection, and then you are free from ever being on QRF again.
Thank God. I cannot wait. Miss Suletta's birthday's next week. I hope I can get it off.
At this point, if she asks for it, she's gonna get it.
I hope so. I really do.
Oh, man. Really? You know, I thought I'd be more upset about things changing, but it just feels good for it all to be over.
Well, you've accepted it.
I guess I have. And, well, it'll be a hell of a celebration when we go back to Dudley and there's nothing there.
That's what I'm talking about. As the ship sets down, Colonel Curtis. Okay. He pulls up his wrist computer. I got the coordinates here of the air quote disturbance and or sighting of Max Tech remnants. So we'll make it there. We're 5 miles out. We'll make it there on foot. If there's really something there, we can't land the ship on top of them and surprise.
No, understood, sir. Shouldn't be any issue.
Alright, there's some more beers we can have on our way back. Let's make this quick and easy.
Will do. Gonna put out what's left of his cigar, get his gear on, and get ready to go.
Flashing here. The rainfalls have come here. The RV's parked out here. Hunk is on the Nova getting some stuff. Stiletta's looking around. This place is beautiful.
Isn't it? Me and Hunk thought so.
Pequod, a destroyed building. That's awesome. Is this where we're gonna have your wedding, Davy?
No, we'll be having our wedding elsewhere. This is a bit of a surprise, I'll say, once the father gets out here.
Banksy's setting up fishing pools. Looks like there's some fish in this water. Running stream. Pequod, pizza, fish tomorrow. Pizza today. Banksy, right. I wonder if there's sex fish in there. Looking in the water.
Julius shakes his head. I don't think so, man. But fish tacos do sound good.
We're gonna have sex fish on Rainfall Lane, right? To let walks this way.
Yes. Me and Dad will see to it, Banksy, don't worry.
Nice. He's setting up more of the fishing rod.
Julius laughs, shakes his head, looks at the decrepit house. So you and Dad bought this, from what I hear.
Probably another place for them to have sex. Suletta scratching the dragon's head.
Devine chuckles. Not every place is a place where we could just have sex. She looks back at the house. Although, nope. It is, again, a surprise. She shakes her head, walking up next to Suletta.
Memory Ann comes, sits down right at the lakeside with Carter. Icy watching them at the corner of her eye.
Julia's gestures to Carter and Memory Ann. That's pretty cute, isn't it?
Pequod, they're pretty attached to one another, carrying you or walking with you over this way.
Yeah, I think they are. It's sort of sweet if you think about it.
Aw, look, Julia. She's putting his feet in the water.
Aw. Yeah. Do you see how tightly he's holding onto her hand?
Yeah. He squints over looking at them.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's a rainfall thing that they like to go for the hands too.
Pequod, oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I'll kiss your hand.
Julia smiles at her.
What is it about the hands? She looks over at Davy.
Davine looks at Pequod. Well, for me, when I was younger, I never really got to hold anyone's hand. They. It's weird to say, but they were never shown affection. You know how most mothers or fathers would kiss your hand if you got a cut on it, hold it for you while you're walking with them or anything like that. I never got to have something like that. So the fact that I get to have that now is special to me.
Pequod nods her head. That actually makes a lot of sense. And you were trapped in the body of a rat, so you couldn't really do that for Julius.
Davy nods. Yes, I really couldn't. And
I didn't pick up on it for so long because he hardly talked.
Julius rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, that is true. But hey, now you know.
The more you know. Siletta looking at her hand.
Davy looks at her, raises an eyebrow. What's wrong?
I suppose kisses on the hand are nice.
Oh, they are. They are very nice.
Pequod, it was taping up Julius's hands. He would always blush, and I think that's weird. And then you try to talk about it, and then there would open the door. Hello, little siblings.
Julius laughs.
Fuck! She kicks the ground and just screams at the top of her lungs, thinking about Ash barging in on you guys all the time.
Julius laughs even harder. I remember one time. It's the one that really made me realize that it was special what we had. You remember how Laz used to make me punch trees and stuff, and I would get a crap ton of splinters
Yeah.
in my knuckles.
Talk about excellent training, yeah.
Well, Davine tilts her head. There's a place for toughening up your hands and everything like that. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I remember one time my hands were still bloody and everything like that, and you still came up and gave a kiss to my knuckles, and they were bloody and splintered. And I don't know, in that moment, I fell in love with you all over again.
Pequod, makes a lot of sense. Wish you would have told me back then about the hand fetish thing.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I probably should have, but now you know, the more you know, and everything like that.
Pequod, there were so many times we'd have moments like that, and then it would just turn into a group hug with Saris. I think I'm gonna scream again. She looks up at the sky.
Davine covers JJ's ears.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I won't yell. I don't want to disturb the wildlife or the children.
Well, I think you already did. I saw a whole flock of birds leave the trees over there.
We'd be hugging and then little sibling.
Yeah. Julius puts his arms around her and hugs her tightly.
I see. Setting Soul down with Banksy, gets on her knees. No!
Oh my god, the fact that we're in a forest, because, we imagined it was in a forest because he was on the frontier and everything like that. The fact we're in the forest now. Julius gets on his knees, puts his arms up to the sky. Why?
It's not a what are you on about? Looking over at Davy in the dark.
Julius stands up. Oh, we're just impersonating our thoughts on Ash's reaction to our wedding.
She covers her mouth. Not being invited.
Why, little sister, why?
Pequod, like the end of Planet of the Apes. What have you done? No!
What have you done to her, little brother? What have you done?
Oh, Siletta setting down the dragon and the tortoise. What? I mean, it's not the way he would have reacted, but I feel like, in a strange way, maybe it's not too far from the truth.
It's accurate, right?
Cyrus is waiting.
He covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
I was not around much back then. She throws her hand up, but I was made aware of through my idiotic sister. She's not my sister. Uh, that woman in the bunker. She would tell me, "Oh, they're going to have." Okay, if that's what they want, fine. Are you sure that's what they all want? Yes, of course. Who wouldn't want to get married together? Yeah.
Davine shakes her head, looks up at the sky, sighs, and puts her fist up to it. But the airship, Julius!
Pequod, he made a big fucking deal about those airships. Like, all the time. I mean, not all. Oh my god. Maybe, I don't care.
Julius chuckles. I will never forget the look on your face when I revealed that I also saw them in the past.
Yeah, and we didn't know it was like time travel and stuff, and yeah. Things were weird back then. I thought you and Ash were like the best of friends. And to ask Ash, he would tell you that you were brothers. It's like, oh, great. So you're like my brother-in-law when I marry Julius. Okay, yeah. I hope he doesn't live that close to us, because then he's always going to be at our fucking house. So that's the over-attached brother-in-law.
Julius chuckles. Yeah. Well, he's not gonna be living anywhere near Rainfall Lane now.
No. Classified. She speaks up. There's lawn chairs and stuff. She's gonna point at one.
He'll take a seat.
She'll sit down on your lap. Imagine we have like this normal person ideal, like white picket fence house, and Ash was just our next door neighbor. So let it gasp.
Oh god, imagine if we had like a house, like in that one movie, The Truman Show, where he comes out in his suit and coat, waves at the family across the house, or across the street, and that's just Ash's family.
Oh god, he calls it Valorious Lane.
Oh god.
So that is a true nightmare, I would say.
Yeah, plus I just think Rainfall Lane has a better ring to it.
Pequod, oh yeah, it does, trust me. On Valorious Lane, you eat dinner together every night. And then you come into the house and it's just Ash, draw my blood. Draw my blood. Draw my blood. So that you could stop now.
Davine shakes her head. Oh god. I would respectfully try and finagle my way to live on Gateway Station if neither the ODM Academy or a house for me was provided.
Seek refuge at the in-laws' house.
Davy nods, and I would gladly accept you all there.
And we would gladly be right behind you.
Julius chuckles and nods. Yeah, I would definitely want to. Man, that's weird to say. I would rather live with my parents than live in a house across from Ash.
In the middle of Rainfall Lane, there's just an airship park.
Julius shakes his head. Banksy, what would you do if one day we came home and boom, airship right in the middle of Rainfall Lane?
He looks over his shoulder, make sure everybody was safely away from the airship, and then blow it up, sir.
Good on you. That's what I like to hear.
And then, since I wouldn't have context, begin search and destroy operations for Ash on Rainfall Lane.
Yeah, sounds good. He doesn't have access to a sneaking suit anymore, so.
Good
Even-
Ash.
Thank God good Ash is gone.
So that it, yes, it was disturbing in my opinion. Funny, but at the same time.
I was not the biggest fan. I woke up a couple weeks back, came down, went into the gym, and Krellin was there, shaking Good Ash's hand, and I was so scared that I just went back upstairs.
I see. Starts laughing. He would carry on conversations with Good Ash.
Julius nods. I'm pretty sure at one point I saw Fledwick try to feed him oatmeal.
I see. The best was a couple days ago. Me and Banksy went down to Tommy's to pick up lunch, and Good Ash was just sitting at the bar.
Oh my, what was Tommy's reaction to Good Ash?
Very annoyed. He just kept looking at it. Get us out of here. No, this Good Ash needs stay. Ash as meant to be. See? No talk. Whatever you say.
Julius chuckles. Classic Tommy.
They even bought him a drink.
Oh yes, they did, didn't they? Non-alcoholic, of course, since they didn't want Good Ash drinking, losing some of his faculties, and talking to everyone.
But he's allowed to smoke cigars. She's playing with Soul on the ground.
Julius nods. Yeah, Good Ash really did love his cigars. Where did they even get them?
I see. I think they just stole them from Ash's personal supply.
Julius covers his mouth and Davy nods. I mean, if there's one place to get cigars for Good Ash, it would be from Bad Ash's supply.
Pequod, in a weird way, I suppose it raised morale.
In a weird way, yes. If you call managing to scare the shit out of me raising morale, then they very much succeeded.
Soletta's sitting down here, and they would just leave Good Ash in random places around the apartment. They would leave him unattended. So you would be coming around, turning the corner, you're going into the kitchen, and there is Good Ash just staring at the front door of our apartment.
Yeah. Not many things are creepy like Good Ash was.
Banksy, worst thing for me was going down the elevator in the armory, well, walking up to it to go down to JSOC to do something for Lorelei, and I hit the button and the door opened and there was just Good Ash. They just left him on the elevator for an hour.
I think the worst one for me was I was cooking something in the kitchen. I heard the door open, and I turned around to ask whoever just came in if they wanted something, and it was just Good Ash standing in the doorway there.
Pequod laughing, rubbing Julius's chest. Worst for me was ready and in the mood for some extracurricular activities. I was feeling the lovebird. Went to go on, turn the heater on in the lovebird. And there was Good Ash just sitting in the back of the Verdi cabin with the seatbelt strapped on and the headset. Stiletto, what? Pequod, they just left him in the lovebird. He must have been in there for days.
Oh god.
I told
Imagine-
Julius, and I said, we are not going back in there anytime soon.
Yeah, imagine one day we open up the APC, and he's just sitting there.
He even had an assault rifle.
Oh god. Of course he did. They have access to the armory. Why wouldn't he have an assault rifle?
Just silently sitting there with the headset on, waiting for his mission.
Davy shakes her head. I'll have to give Frederick Krellin and Samuel one thing. They are quite creative with how they utilized Good Ash.
Hunt comes out with a bunch of shit. He's got more than just what you see here. Pequod looking at the pizza, eyes wide. Best, he'll set the pizza down here on a kick table. He kicks the stand out with some wings. The best one they got me with was they put him in the fucking bathroom downstairs. Gotta go right now. Open the door. There's Good Ash. Just fucking sitting on the goddamn toilet.
Davy starts to laugh. I think I remember that. I was sitting on the bed in the room reading something. You rush in, go straight into the bathroom, and all I hear is you scream.
I was ready to throw down with Ash right there. Like, you have gone too far, motherfucker. There he was, just a cigar lit and everything. He pulls out some old bathing, sets them down for Davey to hear.
Damien laughs, shakes her head, and gives Hunk a kiss on the cheek.
Thought he was, waiting to creep on one of us. He sets another pizza down, margarita pizza. Pequod passing out slices. Thought he was trying to see one of you guys go. Yeah.
Oh, maybe that could be some type of show, The Misadventures of Good Ash.
He's nice. He zapped screaming one morning because Good Ash was just sitting at his computer to play SWOTOR.
Yeah. I remember one time, Scar was talking about it. I think they managed to get him the same way we managed to get him with Arnaki that one time, where he was walking down the hallway, the lights flickered. Good Ash was there, and then the lights flickered again and Good Ash was gone.
I hated Good Ash. I was never a fan of that. I saw them like painting his face white. He's just like, I'm just gonna stay out of their business. It's beyond my understanding. I never would have thought it was the Good Ash morale program. He pulls out a kiwi martini for Dave.
Davian takes a sip of it. And Lorelei signed off on it.
Because it did, technically speaking, raise morale. It is currently raising morale.
Julius nods. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty smart plan, all things considered.
Hunk passing out some mana water. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just glad it's gone.
Oh, don't get me wrong, so am I. I wonder what's gonna happen to it, though.
Hunk, I don't know. Maybe. Probably use it for target practice. Rangers. Or maybe they'll just have it down in the barracks, and you've been in barracks. You know how guys like to have the decorations and stuff. He pulls Davian into it.
Julius nods. Yeah, makes sense. Probably some type of target at the kill house.
And this, Hunk with his other free hand pouring some shots. This is Jack Daniels.
Uh-oh.
Just one shot. He'll hand it to Soletta, who hands it to Julius.
Hell yeah, man.
Hand one down to Banksy. You want one? Pequod. Actually, yeah, I do. He'll hand one to her. Casey, no thanks. Drinking your water. Dear?
Davian shrugs. Sure.
Auntie, Soletta, fine. Takes it from him. And he'll hold the glass up.
Yeah,
To the next step in our lives, yeah?
To the next step in our lives.
Everybody takes the shot. Pequod, that's fucking disgusting.
Julius stares at the shot glass. Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Yeah, but it warms you up on the inside, gets your lips all tingly. He looks at Davy.
Davian is smacking her lips together. That was terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible, but he'll wipe some of it off of her lip. It gets the lips all tingly, warm inside.
Yes, it feels very warm in my chest right now.
Hunk will, well, you know what'll make you feel warm too?
What's that?
He's gonna carry her over here. JJ's on the ground playing with the rest. So, this place, he points at it. Suletta, yes, your destroyed sex building. Hunk, huh?
Don't ask. Just go on. Keep going.
Yeah, right. Icy coming over here with Soul and Icy. This place is yours, Nicole. She looks at it confused. Just staring at it. I guess I'm not really good at this.
We saw this place, looking around, and we thought it would be perfect for you and Banksy. Because it is something that all of us as a family can work on and make our own.
She's looking at the house. Hunk, we can fix her up, or we can all do it. We can all pitch in, or you guys can go do fun stuff. This is a look around you, kid. She looks around. This is a beautiful place. Tons of things we can do, far away from anybody. This piece of land belongs to us, you. We fix it up. The boys can fix it up. You guys can go have fun. He shrugs. Lacey looks at the building, tilts her head. Isn't buying property, technically speaking, like a blooded rainfall thing? And Hunk just smacks her in the back of the head. Ow! And she looks up at him with her mouth open, just staring at him.
You are a blooded rainfall, dear.
Yeah, but what I mean to say, and he smacks her in the back of the head again. Hey, old man! She looks up. Hunk, he's rubbing his chin. It really hurts my feelings when you say things like that. I won't speak for your mother, but it hurts my feelings.
Davy nods. It makes me feel like I haven't done a good job making you feel like my daughter.
I was just saying from a technical standpoint. Smack her, he says to Davy.
Davy smacks her upside the head.
Ow!
Honey. She stands in front of her, holds her hands. You are a blooded rainfall. I don't care about technicality or not. To me, you are blood. No matter what.
She'll hug Davine. Hold the hug in, Hunk. That's better. Much better. She hit me again, old man. See what happens. Looks at her. Hunk starts laughing. That is the Nicole I remember from a long fucking time ago.
Julius chuckles, nods his head, and takes a sip of the beer.
That is what we need. More of that. And less of being too nice. Wouldn't you agree, dear?
Davian looks at Icy. It's perfectly okay to be nice, but to be too nice is a hindrance.
You can be, not that anybody here would, but you can be taken advantage of. So, keep that attitude up. She'll let go of the hug from Davy, and Macy will take her back. And this is it really probably won't take us too long, but we can spend some weekends here, because the way I was thinking is we're going to have a lot of downtime while we wait for Rainfall Lane. I'll give Dad a hug. He'll hug her. But we're going to have a lot of downtime. At least 5 months, right? Something like that. Banksy nods his.
Julius nods. Yeah, so even if we only get leave every weekend, which, we'll probably get 3 months off if you're the one handling it, Dad. Even if we only get leave every weekend, it won't take too long.
And it can be a place for you guys. She looks at the building and hugs Hunk tighter. Thank you. And she'll reach out for Dave.
Davian will step into the hug and hug them both.
I still want my wedding at Rainfall Lane, though. That's where it can be. Wherever you want it. But you need a place you can go and get away when things get too stressful, or you need alone time, which I heard that scream from the ship. Pequod, it's very important, Icy. Very important. You see Pequod's getting flustered thinking about it. It's one of the most important things you can have. Trust me.
Julius rubs Pequod's arms. It is very important, and that's why me and Pequod will make great use of the cabin.
Exactly. And me and your mother have the beach house when we're not all together. So, everybody needs their space. And everybody will have it. Don't worry, Pequod. You see Pequod just gesturing with her hands. Eyes trailing off, thinking back.
Julius just nodding along with her. I know.
Even Integra. She'd give us whatever space we wanted. She'd even tell me sometimes, I wish I could let you off premise. You go somewhere, do something with Julius. Oh, here comes Ash.
Yeah. Integra was always really good to us.
I see. Well, I'll help you guys fix up the place. It is really nice here. Yeah, if we didn't have our wedding spot planned, I would have suggested maybe not this portion, but somewhere along this streamline. Now sit. He sits down and points at his lap to Davy.
Davian sits down.
Good, your drink.
She starts sipping at her kiwi martini.
Oh, they start eating pizza. Hunk. This is good.
Julius leans back, puts his head up towards the sky. Yeah, it really is.
Huh. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna finagle 3 months, but I think I'm just gonna barge into her office down at Jay's socket. You know who helped save the universe? Us. You know who gets 3 months off? Us. See you later, and slam the door.
Julius chuckles. Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll. His eyes shoot open. Oh my god, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
We would always talk about it, right? He sits up. The fireman's calendar.
Pequod, holy shit. Wait, let me go get my wrist computer. She goes back to the shit. That's a great idea. We already have the pictures. We took them. She runs this direction.
Julius nods. All we need to do is give her the fireman's calendar in exchange for 3 months off.
Hunk will crack open a beer, take a sip of it. Yeah, anything you'd like to tell us about what happened? Lorelei looked like she, you know. Icy does not say anything.
Julius looks to see if Pequod is around.
Oh, she is gone. She's ran onto the ship. Suletta, did she grope your groin?
No, she stuck her tongue down my throat.
Kiwi margarita up my nose.
Julius starts to laugh.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that explains. She looked like a 13-year-old fucking girl.
Yeah, she grabbed my hair, yanked my head back, told me she always gets what she wants no matter what, and then boom. Kiss.
He's just staring at you, looking shocked through the mask. You can see his eyes wide. Suletta, that explains that. I have never seen her that way. She couldn't even. She called Ash Mortis, I think.
Weird name, that's for sure, but she also called him like David and then General Rico Thomas, I think.
Honey, how long did she hold it on you, son?
Oh, like a minute straight.
I see. It was right after he killed Tewaz. She showed up and then kind of walked up to Julius and was going to congratulate him, and then it just turned into borderline Lorelei sex tape.
Julius nods. It got to the point where I was bending back so far that I had to put my arms around her just so I didn't fall onto my back.
Could you see all the stars glowing in space that started glowing when she started kissing?
No, I was too busy trying to catch a breath.
I could. It was really weird. Oh, Jesus, Julius.
Julius shrugs, which is all of the more point as to why I'm saying this fireman calendar will totally work.
So, that's what I'll do. As Pequod starts running back with her wrist computer, she's on her way back. That's what I'll do. We'll make the fireman's calendar. I'll come in. This is for you, from the family. We saved the universe. 3 months off, and then I'll salute her and walk out and slam her door.
My, I should just start calling you the negotiator.
Yeah, well, you gotta be harsh sometimes when you tough love. Like slapping her in the back of the head. Is he still rubbing the back?
Julius chuckles. Yeah, you have to be tough on people sometimes.
Pequod coming back, and we have tons of pictures sitting back down on Julius's lap. So we'll be good.
Yeah, we'll only pick the best of the best for this one.
I'm the D picker. Pequod, no.
Julius thinks for a second. Yeah, no. I'm sure the pictures we have would be perfectly adequate for it. Although it would be freaking hilarious for her to suddenly turn to December and it just be my bean.
Yeah, and she'd probably fucking faint.
Oh, probably.
She missed all of her meetings for that morning. Where's Lorelai? I don't know. JSOC High Command meetings. First one she's missed in 600 years. What could have happened?
The guards knock on her door, open it up, see the calendar, and her fainted with her hand on her forehead.
Oh my fucking god. Hug dipping one of the grape leaves into the sauce, holds it up to Davine's mouth. Yeah, no D, Pequod. No, she can look at him, admire him, but he's mine, so no.
Davine takes a bite of the grape leaf and nods. Good girl. That's the way you think.
She'll never have him. Not like she'll ever get to kiss him or anything. Kisses Julia.
Julia kisses her back, and Davine just takes a long sip of her kiwi martini.
You see the way she was smelling Julius's handkerchief? Pequod speaks on icy. Oh yeah, trust me.
Julia shrugs. Maybe I got like sweaty in my pocket or something. I was fighting someone, so
Just smelled like you, I guess.
yeah, and we all know how much she likes to smell things with my sweat on them.
Well, it's about time we cash in on the fireman calendar's idea. And then next week is she looks over at Suletta who your birthday.
Davy nods. It is her birthday. And she's going to celebrate it with us.
Hunk, that is great. We're going to go to Amel's. We already have the place rented out. We're gonna go. Some of us are gonna he'll tug Davine in close, dance, and we'll celebrate. And hopefully Tal can be there.
Julius nods. Yeah, it'll be a fun time, Monty.
I am looking forward to it. She puts her hands out. It should be fun. I hope he can be there. I hope Ash doesn't have to. He doesn't have to be Ash's keeper.
Julius puts the beer bottle up to his mouth. You mean babysitter? Takes a sip.
Babysitter, yes. She starts rubbing her arm. I must say, some of your interactions with him even make me uncomfortable. She's looking at you, Julius. Hunky, he handled it well, I thought. The ones I saw. Yeah.
He raises his eyebrow. How do you mean?
Just the awkwardness. I didn't know if you were going to strangle him or let him salute you and then walk off.
Well, I got this talk from this really cute girl about taking the high road and all that, so I should probably listen to her.
It's the road to take. Really, it's cliche, but it's the road he took, the low one. What he did, I don't care if it's intentional or not. He took the low road. He should have been trivializing his relationship. Maybe he'd still have one. You see her shrug and eat some pizza.
Davine chuckles, dips a grape leaf into the sauce and holds it up to Hunk's mouth.
He takes a bite out of it. Yeah, that's well said, but yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He should have just been worried about his own business.
Would have probably saved him some heartache. Probably not all of it, but some of it.
At least giving somebody space.
He nods.
It's not a lot to ask. But for him it was. Pequod points up her finger. I think if we would have asked for it in the Headhunters, I don't know if we would have gotten it. So, I mean, don't know, it wasn't around as much as I should have been, so.
Julia shrugs. Yeah, I'd have to concur with Pequod. I don't think we would have gotten it.
Pequod, I always thought it was cute when you two would fight, though. He points at Hunk and Icy. Icy.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember the first time we ever saw you guys.
Yeah, little punk. I heard what you said. Did Leslie really train this guy? I heard you.
No, what I said was Lazuli, really. Because I saw the whole interaction between you and Icy when she was like, "Oh, what do you get a woman like that impersonating?"
Oh, is that what you said?
That is what I said.
Yeah, well, you were right, weren't you? Shouldn't have went after that one. Tugs
Oh,
day being close.
oh, hindsight is always 2020, sir.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's easy to say now, but man, like I told your mother this, but it was like 2 months in. I was like, oh, what have I done here? Here I am living in a bunker. Am I a husband or am I a prisoner here? We don't leave ever for the most part, and when we did, it was to look for you guys, and it was mostly me going to look for you, which is thinking back, kind of. I'll stay here at the bunker. You go. You see him think for a second. And Blaze, of course, but he pet. Yeah.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. Yeah, I did not know that it was basically only just you. It makes. Wow. Thank you for that, by the way.
Well, we tried. We failed miserably, but I was trying. I mean, she paid for the gas. So if that counts for anything.
Julius scoffs. Yeah, sure, it counts for 1%.
Yeah, 1%. My ass was out there on the frontier asking frontier ranger ships if they'd seen you guys or not. So
Davian smiles up at him and starts to kiss his jaw a couple times.
little heroic, don't you think? He looks down at Dave.
It's terribly heroic.
Yeah, well, I wanted to find him. And back then, Ash included.
Davian nods. Out there, looking for my son. She gives him another kiss on the cheek. Who knows, maybe destiny was even drawing you towards me then.
Tightens his arms around her. I like to think so. Yeah. Kiss her on the nose.
Davian nods. It is a terribly romantic thought.
So that, yes. Disappeared out to the frontier. Weird times. My sister. Yeah, she really never did go, did she? You see her, she's thinking, tapping her chin.
Julius shakes his head. Yeah? Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter now. She is not a part of our life. And
Thank God. So that I interrupt you. Thank God. That's all she.
he chuckles. And even if I really wanted to go down to the bunker and tell her off for that, it isn't even worth the gas.
High road. He wants me.
Exactly. High road. Do I have to take the high road every single time? I mean, come on.
No. She looks at you. No. Just people that we know we're better than. That's all. Which is most people.
Julius chuckles. So basically every time.
Sorry. She looks at you.
It's fine. It's good. I enjoy taking the high road.
Hunk. Yeah, it's the amoral correct thing to do. But sometimes you gotta get a little down and dirty. You know what I mean? Groom Lake. Bald prick motherfucker.
Davian starts to laugh and Julius nods. Hell yeah, I think we went on the lowest of low roads on that one.
That's fine, because we still came out on top, so.
Oh yeah, I'm not the one who's wheelchair bound right now. So I'd definitely say we came out on top.
Nor are you the one with, well, it's gotta be healed by now, right? The 20th degree concussion Zanzibar gave that chick.
Oh yeah, he did give a random civilian a super bad concussion.
Yeah, it was a hell of a swing. You would have been impressed.
Oh, I'm sure I would have. She turns around and gives Zanzibar a big thumbs up.
He's just over here petting Sonny. So, when are we going to learn to use the ODM gear? We could bring it with us and on the road trip, maybe, if whatever she wants, really.
Davy nods. Any forested area that isn't heavily dense, I could probably teach you in.
Good. We should start learning long before the academy is even constructed. I see. I want to learn.
Davy nods, and I'll gladly teach you Istrum.
Pequod, me too.
And you too. Oh,
Hunk, me three.
well, obviously, I definitely want to see you in some ODM gear.
So that they'll probably do it after hours, nude.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head. I would actually like to learn too, believe it or not.
That makes four.
Davy nods. I'll gladly teach you too, son. How about you, Banksy?
I'm down. Just trying to fish, hoping it gets a sex.
Julius leans over to Hunk. That boy's doing God's work right now.
Hey, good man. We taught him well. He isn't gonna get one. Banksy, do I have to take my armor off to learn?
Yes, it would be a good idea to have your armor off.
Okay, noted. I'll definitely do it. That was a cool move. We should come up with a name for that. Like throwing you at high speed. Hunk. It was just a spur of the moment idea. Just, yeah. Like the Hail Mary to get her, the most important person close to him.
Davian shrugs. That's what we can call it then. The Hail Mary.
Throw him right in the goon ass robot running for his life. He's one look at Davine and he took off.
Davian chuckles. I'm sorry, it was the one look at you and he took off.
Was it? Was he actually running for? He remembered me from all those years ago.
I suppose he did, but he was not. The only reason I managed to get a hit on him in the first place was because he was so focused on you that he looked scared.
Well, I take that as a compliment. Actually, it was a long time ago. I beat him up, and then he was like holding on to the side of this thing, and I stuck my ripper in his hand, and he's dead. No surprise, he's still alive, fucker.
Julius nods. Oh, yeah, I remember that day.
Then we nuked the place. You remember that? So I figured, if the fall didn't kill him, you think the nuke would have.
Yeah, he probably voided, teleported out.
We didn't have all the answers back then, but once I saw Towns grab the cubes, he was really excited. I thought all the way back to that joint op training mission we all went on when they were like prepping you to be on a council strike squad. That village, all those weird markings in that strange temple. Fish folk, killer fishmen or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that well.
I'd say it's destiny. He pulls Davian in, so you were right. Because all the way back then, we were dealing with this. Just you, unfortunately, weren't there, dear.
Davian nods. Yes, unfortunately. If I was there, me and you probably would have been together far sooner.
That would have been great. Yeah. Yeah, you don't see Dad bod me now, and you never will again. And that's for a good reason. Very healthy to be around you.
Davian smiles up at him. I remember, like, our first dinner that we had together. It was with General Rico, the whole family. Oh, well, Julius Pequod, Icy, as in whole family, was there. And you reached for seconds and I just slapped your hand. And General Rico gave us the strangest of looks.
Like a married couple. Yeah.
Yes, I remember it well. She lays her head on his chest.
Then I spilt the beans about the kid, and it went over well.
Julius nods. Yeah, it went surprisingly well. We should have just told them.
Pequod, yep, we should have, but we didn't know better.
Yeah, that's what we get for being stupid kids at that time.
Hung takes a sip of his beer. Everybody's stupid kid once in a while. And you didn't have Tom looking out for you back then like he does now.
Yeah, tell me why so. The Rainfall family's guardian angel.
Yep, he's gonna marry us. I assume Nicole and Banksy. It should be a tradition. He marries the Rainfall.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd, I'd love to, even in the next generation, like, see him marry Laz and someone nice that she meets, or Carter and someone nice he meets.
Hunk nods his head. Pequod, it's strange to say, but it'll be an honor. Are you guys gonna have the Saint at your wedding? She looks over at Hunk and Hunk. No, I mean he can be there, but we don't need him in the attire. Thank you.
Davy nods. Yes, well, he'll just need to be in a suit, not his holy attire.
Yeah, no way. That's a you thing. You know, we don't want to step on your grounds, Julius. So.
Julius squints at him. Yeah, it is our thing. Looks over at Pequod.
So that you know, I hate surprises. So what did you get me for my birthday? Icy just starts whistling.
Julius looks out on the river. Oh, crap, Banksy, I think there's a sex fish there.
Huh? You see him looking in the water.
Davy just starts taking bites of the grape leaves and not looking at Suletta.
Hunk, you'll just have to wait and see. So that fine, whatever. I would like to dance. I hope Tal can be there. I swear to God, if a Sherion, she puts her fist up.
Julius leans back a bit.
Now you know how it feels, don't you?
Yeah, that is how it felt. Well, Auntie, if it's any consolation, if Tal is not able to make it, I'll gladly have a dance with you.
Thank you. She looks over at you and smiles. That would be wonderful.
He smiles at her and nods. It would be my honor.
Hunk, yep, we're gonna do that. And then after, I'm gonna wait a couple days. And then sometime that week, the following week, your birthday week, is when I'm gonna hit Lorelei with the calendar, and we're taking 3 months leave, family road trip. Goodbye. See you in 3.
Julius rubs his hands together. God, it will feel weird to have 3 months off.
Yeah, it will. But look around you. 3 months of this, all across the country. We'll probably hit some bad weather. We'll probably hit some snow, blah, blah, blah. The continental U.S., I should say. But we will have a hell of a good time. And we have all earned it.
Davy nods. Looks over at Suletta. Do you remember how you felt on your week off?
Soletta, it had been hundreds of years since I had a week off up until that. Hundreds!
Davy nods. Now imagine how it's gonna feel for 3 months off.
Soletta smiles big. Hunk, I've done some work on the top of the RV, flattened it out a little bit. You can kick out some chairs, sunbathe on top of the RV. Desert camping, very nice. Nights in some of the deserts are pretty beautiful.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Less light pollution out in deserts.
And I've got nice personal tents with built-in heaters and air conditioning, so when we need alone time, you can just grab a tent and go. Pequod, there's a reason you're the best dad.
Julius nods. You really think of everything, don't you?
I take all of my children into great consideration at all times.
I have so much to learn from you, sir.
Yep, take notes, son. You'll be there pretty soon. I mean, they're already little rascals. Look at those two.
Julius looks at him.
Look, she's taking apart one of those wings and just feeding him little pieces of chicken.
Yeah. It is pretty. Did she just give him a kiss on the cheek?
Aww. Look, Davine.
Davine looks at them, smiles, puts a hand on her chest. I think they would look very cute together in the future.
Sletta, I concur. They'd make a cute couple, yeah. Pulling Davine right onto his chest like a really. He'll put a grape leaf up to her mouth, cute couple. I see. Yeah.
She takes a bite of it. I think they'd even sit in that position every single time they'd get the chance.
Pequod, it's like. I think it's a male rainfall trait, really. They like women that are just a little older than them.
Julius thinks about it for a second. Yeah, no, yeah, that's true.
I mean, I don't have much basis to go off of here, Pequod shrugs. I have him who 16-year-old, but went for the cougar at 21, icy hey. Looking at her, then he was 18 and I was 25, so yeah.
Julius nods.
19, excuse me.
Yeah, 19. And then he looks over at Hunk. I don't actually know your age.
You don't. He looks at you.
That's a terrible thing to say, I know, but I don't know your age.
I'm 43. I don't look it. Your mother keeps me young, but yeah, I'm 43.
Oh, so you're actually older. No, I know she's older than you, yeah.
By how much? He looks at her. It's hard to tell. She still looks like she's in her 20s. I never needed to. Who would ask? For the most part, right?
I am 4 years older than you, 47.
Well, then I think the girl's onto something because it's like stability. Looking for stability. That's what you provided for me.
Julius nods. That's what Equad provided for me.
Somebody to keep you grounded, make you happy, make you want to give you a real purpose. You know, it is a shame I didn't bring any of those tents, dear.
Davin looks at him, nods. Just remember, dear, we always have the Nova, and the Nova has many private rooms.
That is true. Soletta, but what a shame you couldn't coordinate these wonderful grounds with a tent.
It is a shame, isn't it, Letty?
I swear to God, if a Sherion costs me Tal on my birthday, I will murder him. I will massacre him. I will fuck him up! She's shaking her fist up at Gateway Station.
Julius leans forward to Pequod. Okay, just in case Tal does go to the frontier on her birthday, we do not let her anywhere near Ash ever.
Pequod, I completely understand how she feels. I've been saying it this whole time for the past how many months?
Yeah, no, I know, but you've never threatened to absolutely murder Ash like that.
And I can't really freeze him and then shatter him. She looks over at you. Hunk is laughing at
You know what? I actually wonder. Do you think they have what do you call it? Well, the opposite of a flamethrower, like an ice thrower.
Cryolator. Yeah, we have them.
Oh hell yeah!
Hunk, what
Wait.
happened to the high road? He's hearing you.
Julius looks at him. Oh, this is just in case something happens on Rainfall Lane, right, honey?
Yes, if he shows up there, then the high road is gone. Yeah. It made me uncomfortable even kind of mentioning it around him.
Julius nods. Yeah. So we have to have plans in place, of course. So,
Okay. You got the Spartans though; they'll take care of it.
yeah, we still want the Cairo later.
Then I'll get you one. I'll get you 20.
Damn. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
One for all the guards at Rainfall Lane, which can't come soon enough.
Davy nods. I truly cannot wait to live there.
Same. That's why I want this 3-month road trip. Hopefully by the time and then Rainfall Lane's close to being done. Even the apartment, I'm not saying it's tainted, but we've been there so long, it's nicer to be down here Earthside. I'd rather be here any day of the week than on Gate. As much as I love Gateway, just I'd rather be here.
Davy nods. I have always felt more connected to the Earth, as you know. So it's always better to be here than on Gateway, in my opinion.
Hunt kisses her on the moves some of her hair and kisses her on the ear. And this is where we shall stay.
Julius leans back, and thank God for that.
Hunt can't beat this. Looks at the water going down the stream. So that I know you really can't. I was never a fan of the outdoors until the rainfalls took me in.
Davine smiles at her. Yes, do you still have your big fear of bugs?
No, I don't mind them as much.
Davine chuckles and nods. Oh, that's good.
Pequod, yeah, when we went to your house, I think like the second time, and you had the force field up around the deck, the day she was polymorphing as Hunk. Oh. Ah! Oh, he's in Dad's court. I see.
Davine chuckles. Yes, That was simultaneously like the best day and one of the worst days.
Because I wasn't there.
Exactly.
It was like torture in a way.
Exactly.
Did it give you the courage to your lighthouse speech though?
Davine blushes a bit. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it courage. I thought you were asleep during that time. I wouldn't have been able to say it to your face.
Well, I'm glad you said it.
Davine smiles at him, gives him another kiss. I'm glad I said it too.
He'll hold a grape leaf up to her mouth, let her eat it, as you guys are down in the forest line, the tree line here. You're in your ranger armor, you're geared up. And you're just slowly rucking through the forest. Quietly, Colonel Curtis comes up to the edge of the tree line, looks around.
You see anything, sir?
You see him staring out here, like, just around the initial buildings. There's no livestock or anything like the map has. No, I don't, which is strange. Tal comes up. Might be everybody's out to... What time is it? 5 p.m. Planet Side. There's a mine close by. Maybe they're pulling overtime.
That'd be too easy, wouldn't it?
I mean, Colonel Curtis looking around, hand on the tree. I don't know. Quiet. There should be people here.
Yes, there should. Should we move in any closer, sir?
Not yet. The coordinates, he looks at his wrist computer. I mean, they're here in this that hillside up there, northeast.
Okay. Maybe false alarm?
Maybe everyone's gone to the bar. There's the largest settlement that a ways. He points over his shoulder. That's where you guys kind of came from.
If they did, they got the right idea, because that's where we should be right now.
You hear what sounds like a strobing sound. Like boop, 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 boop.
You hear that, sir?
He looks around, looks down at his wrist computer. Sounds like one of our IR strobes, like emergency. Anybody got theirs on? Tal, no, this isn't amateur hour.
Make sure he doesn't have his on. I don't
You
believe
don't.
so. No?
You see a very, very strange robot come out of the tree line here. Never seen one like it, pulsing around, scanning.
Got any idea what that is, sir? Because I ain't seen nothing like it.
Max Tech something or other? Kind of looks like scav bots, but not.
Yeah.
Then another one coming out of the water. Boop, boop, boop.
Wonder what they're doing.
I don't know. Mining droids, maybe?
Maybe. They look high tech.
Another one appearing here, scanning.
And if they're mining droids, why are they scanning?
You hear the sound of a door opening here. You see Colonel Curtis hunch over. And a woman looking around, most definitely looking at this one right here, frantically starts a book in it. Colonel Curtis, what the fuck? Grabs his shotgun, starts leaving the tree line.
He's gonna ready shatter.
As she gets to about here, it would not be familiar to anybody but Ash, because you've fought against him and you've heard it before. And you see this lady just disintegrate.
Get down, get down, get down!
What the fuck was? And she just.
Get down, sir.
Yeah. He gets behind a tree. Tal. Oh fuck.
Fuck indeed.
What was that? Did it come from one of the machines? As they start, boop, boop, disappearing back into the forest.
No, I know that. I know that sound. Bloody fuck. I knew they should have. I knew it was strange that they weren't on the planet today.
Slow down. Colonel Curtis, hand on your shoulder. What? Who are you talking about?
Epsilon Squad.
Okay. Brief me. I don't. Who are they?
Group that worked underneath Max Tech. Heavy hitters. Former EarthGov. Best of the best. They then came to work for Max Tech. Top of the line power armor. Top of the line weaponry. Tactical brilliance. They're probably their most dangerous group.
And they weren't there today.
No, they weren't.
What are they doing here?
I don't know. We were talking about it on the ride back. Why the hell they wouldn't be there for going all in, but I assume they're mercs, right? They left EarthGov to work for Max Tech. I assume they just left.
Unless there's something important here.
Unless there's something important here.
Oh, don't tell me. Krellin's little alien device thing. You don't think it... Oh, no. You see Curtis? Oh, no.
That would explain why they based themselves on Mars now, wouldn't it?
And then you see he comes out of the tree line and walks up here, shouldering his plasma rifle or holding his plasma rifle in one hand, looking around, aimed up at the sky.
Apologies for barking orders, sir, but that's why I told you.
No, you're fine. You are fine. That's them?
That's him.
It's just one guy.
One guy who I watched take Mushin punches from Julius and eat them.
Okay. You see him nodding his head. And they're here exterminating people on Mars. Right, there's another one. You see one come out of the tree line with a weapon you've never seen before.
Yes, sir. The only thing I've seen do anything at all to their power armor is plasma, and even then it looked like it just heated it up. This is scary.
Another one comes out of the tree line here. That's 3. You know the exact number?
Not positive, sir. I've seen 3 before, but the only one I've ever seen that's in this group is him, so bare minimum 5, maybe more.
You see 2 more coming out of the tree line behind him. He points his hand out, secure the area. Points over here. Then points over here. They go this ways. splitting up. Heavy hitters is an understatement, isn't it?
Yes, it is, sir. And those rifles don't. Those rifles seem to be able to change into different weapons as well. It's.
There they are.
There they are.
The laser riflemen themselves coming out from the tree line.
5, 6, that's 7 so far, sir.
Do you think they know that their squad, their team, their homeboys lost?
I don't know. If they do, they're acting strangely, but I've never been able to predict these people.
Another one coming out of the tree line. Like, Jesus Christ, how many of them are there?
I don't know, but I'm feeling more and more in over our heads at the moment, sir.
We cannot take these guys in a straight up fight, even if we had them equal numbered.
I don't think we. No offense to you three, but I don't think we could take him in an ambush. Even
And
if
the
we had-
final guy coming out right here in a type of armor you've never really seen before. Looks like theirs, but a little different.
That's 9, and never seen any armor like his.
9 of these fuckwads, huh?
Aye.
They're just watching them. They're moving around, going into the buildings, double checking. Colonel Curtis. Looks like they're very thorough individuals.
Yes, sir. Looks like they are. Wonder what they're clearing out this place for.
Don't know. He looks down at the ground. You don't think taps with his boot. Krellin's toy or whatever is around it. You know, there is a mine here. Like I said.
Yeah. Which, if it is here, that would explain why Max Tech chose Mars for their base of operations, wouldn't it?
It would fucking explain how they've always had an edge in tech over us. I mean, it's been that way since apparently the beginning.
They've been playing with Starchild tech to make it.
These are some tough-looking customers.
Yes, they are. And I think they're tougher than they look, sir.
This guy comes out, gives a thumbs up. They're all coming out of their building, not saying anything, just hand gesturing. Mostly thumbs up. Big ass guys with their big bulky guns behind the commander. He's scanning the area. Colonel Curtis, we gotta call this into lower level. And then, like it or not, we need to track them, figure out where they're going, figure out where they're based.
Understood, sir.
But we do not engage. Because we ain't walking away from a fight with them, you're right.
Yes, sir. Trust me, fighting them right now is the last thing on my mind.
The commander comes up here, looks at all the soldiers, giving him the thumbs up, area secure. He walks out to the middle portion of the bridge, and you see him scan the tree line where you are. Everybody starts ducking.
He's gonna duck down too. Oh boy.
He takes a good, hard, long look at this tree line, just scanning it like this. The whole time.
Just quietly sitting there watching him back.
Alright. The commander, plasma rifle aimed up into the air, turns around to this guy. Pull back to HQ. We'll make the call. They start walking this way.
Well, like to live dangerously, sir?
HQ, huh? Yeah. We have to live dangerously in this case. Start tracking them. Stay on their 6. I'll call Lorelei. I'll be right behind you.
Yes, sir.
Curtis hailing Lorelei, you hear him say, and we cut there.